Hey guys, this is my most sold course and I hope that it will be super useful to you. If you want to become a mobile game developer, watching this course will just skyrocket your skills to the next level. So have fun, enjoy the course, and if you want more specific courses or just want to support my work, consider getting mobile mastery at tapsil.com. Welcome back, guys. In this section, we are going to tackle the pause panel, and it's actually going to be really simple. If you've watched the promo video, you can notice that there is nothing complicated in it because we've tackled the player stats, we've already tackled the inventory, and yeah, basically this is everything that we need. So yeah, let's tackle this. So inside of our UI canvas right here, we are going to let's duplicate the shop because it already has the inventory and the player stats. So let's boom, duplicate it. I'm going to rename this one pause, like so, with a bracket, of course. Here we go. We can already hide the shop panel and drag the pause panel on top or just after the game panel. Okay, because our pause panel here will simply be an overlay of the game, of the actual game panel. So we are going to select our pause panel again and remove the background. We don't need it. We are just going to change the color of our pause panel to black and set the opacity to something like, I don't know, maybe 80%. Okay, seems decent. Nice. From here, we can remove the currency container here because we don't need it. So let's remove it like so. We can remove the, not the title, but the start button. Of course, we can remove the shop container. We can remove the reroll container and we can remove the player stats button along with the inventory button because these two will always be displayed. Okay. So what else do we have in here? The player stats should be the same because it is initializing we can actually hit play and check it out first. Yeah, let's hit play actually. Okay, this is what I thought here. Our player stats display has not been initialized properly. Let's first tackle this. The issue here is that we configured the size or width of our player stats display inside of the shop manager UI right here, right? Let me try this out. Let me just double check. Yeah, here we go. Player stats panel dot offset max and so on. So what we can do now is use the same logic, but it's up to you now. You know how to do it. What I'm going to do is simply increase the width of my panel here to something like maybe 300, something like that. Let's anchor it to the left again. No, this is not enough. So let's set it to 450 maybe. Boom, boom. And yeah, this is decent. We can already have a look at how it will look like on other devices and seems correct. All right. So let's keep it as is for now, okay? And again, if you don't want to display things below the notch here, you can select the option right here, like render outside of safe area, and normally should be good. Let's double check here. Yeah, it's not updating here, but if you toggle the safe area here, you can notice that this is the safe area and it will not render outside of it. Maybe we can switch back to the game simulator and okay, it doesn't update. So yeah, really bad. Unity, please, can you update this? Thank you. Anyway, so here is the safe area and on a real device, it will display inside of it if you uncheck this checkbox. Okay, here we go. So next, now that this is configured properly, really cool. The inventory is also well set up, but by the way, because we only have these two and nothing really important at the center here, we can increase these. So let's set this one to 500, let's say, and maybe same thing for the inventory, 500. Okay, anchor it to the right. Here we go. We can change the title here inside of the title text. So let's say pause. And we are going to have two main buttons. So one to restart the game and one to resume, okay? But first off, let's add an artistic touch here. I'm just going to add an icon, so UI image. Let's grab the coffee icon because yeah, we are taking a break. So coffee, here we go, this one. Let's preserve the aspect, set the native size maybe. Yep, seems decent. And let's just anchor it at the center and let's drop it maybe a little bit on top of the center. Really cool. So let's rename this one coffee icon. We can also have a text to let the player know that they can continue whenever they want. So for that, I can just duplicate the title text, drop it just after the coffee, anchor it to the center, a little bit below the center actually, and write something like continue whenever you want. Yay! Let's increase the width of our thingy here, like so. Perfect. We can also diminish the max size. Seems too big. And again, you can actually tweak these values as you wish. I'm just setting up a basic UI here, but you'll definitely do something way better than I do here. So yeah, let's go on. So this is the motivation text, something like that. Okay. And we can finally add our two buttons. So either one on top of the other or one next to the other. You decide. You can also add a container, like a horizontal layout group or a vertical layout group. And you know what? This is actually what we're going to do. So let's create an empty game object. Let's call it horizontal layout. Okay. This one will be somewhere around here. Let's press T to try to grab the rect tool here. Okay, so let's give it this size and maybe anchor it to the bottom of the screen. So what we can do is test different resolutions here by adding an image component. So let's try on the iPhone 12, on some other phones. Yep, seems decent. You see here it has rendered inside of the safe area. Really weird that it did not work for iPhones. But yeah, seems correct. Perfect. So this will be our buttons container here. Let's call it buttons container. Let's remove the image along with the canvas renderer. Let's add a horizontal layout group, allow it to control the width and the height and align them with the middle center. Maybe add some spacing, duplicate the button, a basic button. Do we have a basic button? I think we do. UI basic button, perfect. So let's duplicate it twice, cool. And we can actually diminish the size of this. Yeah, this is way better. So we can now unpack these prefabs, and this is going to be, oh, I also need to unpack this one, by the way. This is going to be the, I don't know, maybe menu button, and this can be the resume button. Here we go. Yeah, we can add the button suffix actually. Button and button, here we go. What we can do is change the color of this boy to something red-ish to let the player know that this is dangerous. Don't click here. Don't click this button. So menu. And this one can be resume. Here we go. We can also change the outline of the menu button to something red-ish. Yep, this is already way better. Did I save the color? Nope, I did not. Oh, this is really bad. But we are going to use this one. It seems correct. So we now have our two buttons, no callback attached. Really nice. And we need to tackle multiple aspects now. So the inventory needs to be updated. We need to attach callbacks to our buttons, and we need to make sure that our stats update correctly. Okay? So let's tackle this in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to start by displaying our pause panel whenever the player hits the pause button. That we still don't have, so we need to add it, of course. Here is the game panel first. Okay, let's just increase this one. Maybe we can diminish or split these better. Perfect. I'm going to add a button to my game panel. So a button on the top right. Do we have a button on the top right somewhere in the shop maybe? I just want to save some time here. I don't think we do. So what I'm going to do is create a simple button actually, yeah. So let's grab the basic button, drop it here, okay? This is going to be the pause button. Perfect. We can unpack the prefab, like so. Anchor it to the top right, change its size to something like 50, 50. Oh, this is not the size. So minus 50, minus 50. And 50, 50, perfect. It is too small. It is way too small in my opinion. So I'm going to increase its size to 100 by 100. Too big, 75 by 75. And in here, minus 100, minus 75. Here we go. So I think that we've used minus 75 as the Y value for our components. No, it was minus 70. So I'm going to use the same value so that everything is aligned. Perfect. Here we go. Nice. What we can do is also change the text. So we can remove the overlay and start text. I am simply going to add a coffee icon here. Boom, boom. So just duplicating the one from the pause panel and stretch it on the container with some padding, maybe 5 pixels. A little bit more, 10. Yeah, that's way better. Really cool. So we now have our pause button. What we need to do is add a callback to that button so that we can display our pause panel. Okay? So let's add this boy to our game manager because we will need to tackle two things. Let's open our game manager. Where is my boy? Somewhere around here. Really cool. And let's add a way to pause the game. So public void pause button callback. Here we go. So inside of here, what do we want to do? Well, two things. We want to display the pause panel first off. So we will definitely need a way for the UI manager to grab. I'm giving you so many hints, but to know that we've displayed or want to display the pause panel. And we also want to stop the player and the enemies from moving or doing anything. Okay. And there is a really easy way to do that. Let me first show you how to do it in the editor. First off, while we are here, we are going to select our pause button and add the game manager's pause button callback method, which is right here. Perfect. We will now be able to call this method. Let's now hit play so that I can show you a really nice thing. Let's start the game. Okay, let's select a weapon, maybe the boink. Yeah, that's better in our case. Oh, the wave duration is 0. Sorry, I forgot about that. So let's set it to 30. Cool. Let's hit play. Let's start the game. Select, oh, come on. Bon, this one. Okay, so now we've got enemies and we are able to attack them. Okay, what we can do to pause the game is select our project settings, select the time window here or tab, and set the time scale to 0. Boom, everything has been frozen. And this is really important here. We can manage or manipulate this value if we want to pause the game or speed it up, like so. You see? How cool is that? Anyway, so basically, when hitting the pause button, we need to set the time scale to 0. And when hitting the resume button, of course, we're going to set it back to 1 and also hide the pause panel. So here is how we can do it. Time.timescale equals 0. As simple as it gets. Let's add another method to resume the game. So public void resume button callback. Callback, thank you. Time.timescale equals 1. Perfect. Let's tackle this. So let's open our panel here. Oh, but we won't be able to display the pause panel. We will display it manually, actually. Select the resume button and add the game manager, this one, resume button callback. Perfect. So let's start the game again. Let's start, select a weapon. Here we go. So now we are moving. Let's hit the pause button. Boom. It has been frozen. Really cool. What we can do is display the pause panel and hit the resume button here. And the timescale has been set back to 1. Really cool. So now let's create an action so that the UI manager knows when to display the pause panel. Of course, you could have displayed the pause panel from here, but we need to keep a certain kind of consistency in our code, right? So yeah, the UI manager is already responsible for displaying, hiding panels, so let's respect him, okay? Yeah, let's open our game manager. We already have, no, we don't have the system library, so using system here. System, perfect. So we are not using the same method as the game, weapon selection, and shop here because the pause panel is not an actual game state, in my opinion. Of course, you can decide to do it in another way, like consider it as a game state. And again, there are so many ways you could have coded this. So inside of here, we are going to create an action first. So let's create a header for our actions. Public static action on game pause, let's say. And we can actually also create another one while we're here on game resumed. Really cool. So let's call these actions from here. On game paused invoke. And on game resumed invoke. Oh, same error twice. Come on. Anyway, this is now something we can access and subscribe to. Nice. So let's open our UI manager. And inside of the awake method, we are going to subscribe to these two. So on game manager, dot on game paused plus equals game paused callback. And in here, we can call a game resumed callback. Here we go, on game resumed. Perfect. We can add the on destroy method. because we don't have it yet. Grab these two, duplicate them, drop them somewhere around here. And of course, we need to bring this one up again. And again, you can notice the power of control. Control plus arrow keys, really useful. Let's now create these two methods. So Alt-Enter and Alt-Enter. Awesome. I'm just going to grab them and drop them at the bottom here because this is where I like to have the callbacks. Let's remove the start and update method. They're not useful right now. And what we can now do is display our pause panel. So let's add a reference to it. Yeah, let's keep it right now, actually, right here, actually. So pause panel. Here we go. And by the way, another reason why I did not want to consider that as a game state is because if it was the case, we would have called the show panel method here, and it would have hidden the game panel. And in my case, I don't want to hide the game panel. I still want to make it visible. If you want to hide it, please consider the pause panel as a game state and add another switch statement here, or case, to the switch statement. Okay? So many possibilities again. So game paused panel. Let's actually start with the pause here. Here we go. We can simply display the pause panel. So pause panel dot set active true, and inside of here pause panel dot set active false. Really cool. Let's now jump back to Unity and try this out. All right, let's reference the pause panel. Here we go. And by the way, what you could have done is also hide the pause panel at start, right? Whenever you display the menu, for instance, you can call pause panel.setActive false, something like that, because it makes no sense to display the pause panel when you're in the menu, nor in the weapon selection and so on. It only makes sense right here in the game panel or game state. I think we are good to go, so let's hit play. All right, let's start the game, the boink. Let's move a little bit, wait for some enemies to spawn. Here we go. Let's pause the game. Nice. So the menu here is not working yet, but what we can do is already resume. Really cool. And as you can see, our inventory has not been updated because we haven't added the logic for it yet. But our player stats display is already really cool here. Love it. Let's now add another layer of logic to our pause panel. So when we hit pause, we now can resume. But what I want here is when the player clicks the menu is to display another panel just to make sure that the player really wants to restart the game because he can click this button accidentally, unfortunately. So yeah, let's see how we can do that in the next one. And it's actually going to be really simple. I'm sure you can do that. And that can be a nice exercise. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add our confirmation panel so that we make sure that the player does not accidentally clicks on the menu button in our pause panel. This one, oh, come on, right here. Okay, let's go. So inside of our pause panel, what we can do is right click and create another panel. Like so, perfect. We can remove the background as the source image again, set it to black, and maybe add another overlay, like 80% opacity, perfect. And in here, we are going to over-engineer our small panel because, yeah, I want some variation in my course. Inside of here, we can write confirmation panel, or maybe restart confirmation panel. So restart confirmation panel. We can grab a container from somewhere, maybe this one, the player stats one. What container does he use? So square 50? No, not this one, the purple one. This container, yeah. Let's duplicate it, drop it inside of here, perfect. I'm going to remove everything that he has. No, I'm going to keep the vertical layout here. So let's remove these two sections. The container will be centered, and we'll have a square-ish size, 500 by 500. Yep, seems correct. What we are going to do is rename this boy. Container vertical layout has a proper name, controlling the width and the height. Perfect. We are going to add two sections. So this is going to be the tile section. And the other one will be the buttons section. Okay, so no need to add an image now, you know how it goes, but here is how we can actually spot our sections. So both of these will have a layout element, preferred height of, let's say, 1000. No, the first one will be something like 300 and the second one 700. Okay, so it's like 3070. Really cool. What we can actually do is stretch the container a little bit, so maybe 700. Yep, seems correct. Yep, I like it. I'm going to duplicate the motivation text, drop it here, and stretch it on the container. Let's rename this one confirmation title, something like that. Confirmation title. Let's write something like, do you really want to restart or lose your progress? We need to use some psychology tricks here. Aversion to loss. So do you really want to lose your progress? Really? Really? Let's increase the max size. Yep, we can also add some padding. So 10, 10 to these sides actually. So right and left. Maybe 0 to the top. Yep. This is decent. Let's rename this one confirmation title. Yeah, confirmation title. I think I've already renamed it, but it somehow did not save, or maybe I accidentally hit Control Z. I don't know, maybe. Anyway, we can duplicate our menu and resume button, drop them here. We can allow the button section to control the width and the height of our elements. So horizontal layout group, control the width and the height. Perfect. We can add some spacing, some padding. Seems correct. They are just a little bit too big in my opinion here. So maybe let's not allow this boy to control the height. Select both of these and diminish the height to 100. But as you can see, we've now messed with the section here. Let's just try this out. Yeah, you see? If I remove the buttons or disable them, we mess with the layout. So it's actually a better choice to allow the section here to control the height of our buttons. What we can do to keep the size of the sections is consider these as sections. Okay, not buttons. So we will need to create other sections, like something like that, create an empty game object, maybe the 2 other game objects, remove these, here we go. We can actually now remove the padding and the spacing because these are already sections. And inside of these, we can drop our buttons. So duplicate the menu button, drop it here. Maybe we can center it like so. Let's increase our width to 200, maybe 300. This is decent. And we can do the same thing with the resume button here. So center and 300 for the width. Perfect. So this is an option. You can decide to do it either way. Everything is working, and yeah, there are so many ways again to do the same thing. So yeah, let's just do something like this, just tweaking the value here, the values, sorry, here. Yep, decent. I like it. Okay, so this is the menu or maybe yep section, and this is the nope section. Okay, so this is the yep button, and this is the nope button. We don't want to restart the game. So inside of here, we're going to write nope. And inside of here, we are going to write yup. Like so. Anyway, you're free to decide whatever you want to write inside of the buttons here. Come on. I'm just showing you the methods you need to use. So no button, we need to remove the callback from here. Perfect. And the callback for our menu button, by the way, will need to display the confirmation panel. So let's add the confirmation panel as a reference to our pause or UI manager. Okay, let's remove this point, open the UI manager, add another panel. So this is going to be the restart confirmation panel. Here we go. And let's add 2 methods to display it or hide it. So public void display or maybe show restart confirmation panel, restart confirmation panel, boom, 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 set active true. And we can add another one, to hide the confirmation panel. So public void hide restart confirmation panel, false, perfect. Let's go back to Unity and link these. So let's open our UI manager or select it, passing the restart confirmation panel. And our menu button here will have the UI manager dot show confirmation panel method. Let's try this out. So let's hit play. And by the way, as I've told you, we need to hide the pause panel because now it's displaying, you see? So at start in our UI manager, we want to make sure that both of these are hidden. So you can either add the start method or drop the logic inside of the awake method. So pause panel or maybe hide. Do we have a way to hide the game resumed callback? Yeah. I don't like that because it doesn't make sense to call the game resumed callback in the awake method. So I'm just going to write pause panel dot set active false instead and hide the restart confirmation panel. Perfect. So let's now try this out. Let's hit play. All right, let's start the game and select a weapon. Select a weapon, sorry. Display the pause panel, menu. Do you really want to lose all your progress? Nope, I don't. So we need to attach the method we've just created to the nope button here. So we are inside of the play mode, but basically what we're going to do is select the nope button, pass in the UI manager, and select the hide restart confirmation panel. Boom. That way we can hide the panel, come back to the game, or display the pause panel again, hide it, and so on. Come on! This is not working. Everything we are doing now is really easy and you can do it on your own. So I invite you, as an exercise, to complete the game. Easier said than done. Anyway, yeah, honestly, it's really simple. So I'm going to do it for the course sake, but I'm sure you can do this. Okay, let's select the UI manager and pass in the UI manager hide restart confirmation panel. That way our nope button will hide the confirmation panel. Now we need to add another layer of logic to restart the game if the player hits the yup button. So let's quickly add it because we already know how to do it. Remember, in the game over button, our start game button does manage the game over. And what do we do inside of this method? Manage game over, we simply reload the scene. So we will basically apply the same logic, but we still need to set the time scale to 1. Really simple. Okay. So let's tackle this. Let's add another callback. So public void restart from pause. From pause, something like that. Boom. We want to set back our time scale to 1. So time.timescale equals 1, like so, and we want to reload the scene. So scene manager.load scene or manage game over, simply because this is kind of considered as a game over right now. So let's jump back to Unity and link this method to our yup button. So game manager. Let's select the callback somewhere around here. So restart from pause. Here we go. Let's now hit play and try this out. Let's start the game, go. I don't want to select any weapon, of course. So let's pause the game, menu. Okay, do you really want to lose? Yep, I want menu. Here we go. And we are starting over. This is really nice. Awesome. And just to show you something here, an error that many beginners do, I'm not going to unsubscribe from an event. So let's open our UI manager and let's say we forgot to unsubscribe inside of the onDestroy method or onDisabled method. So let's go back to Unity. We've only subscribed to some events here, and it's actually the same logic for all scripts. Okay, if you subscribe, make sure you unsubscribe if you reload your scene. And here is why. Start the game. Okay, boom. Let's hit the pause button, menu. Yep. So we are going to reload the scene here. Okay, this is what we want. So if now I start, go, pause, error. Why? Because we've subscribed to the event right here, but when reloading the scene, we don't find the callback anymore. It's not relevant anymore. Okay, so the action is still relevant because it is static. It is not reloaded or reset whenever we reload the scene. But Unity thinks that we still have or need to call the game paused callback from a previous UI manager. Okay, so yeah, make sure to always unsubscribe to events, please, whenever you subscribe to them. And this is valid 99% of the time. Okay, thank you. All right, what we need to do now is to update our inventory because it is not updated yet, and make sure that our player stats update with the inventory or the objects that we have in there. So let's do that in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we're going to tackle updating our inventory inside of the pause panel. So where do we update our inventory in a general way? So the one in the shop. Well, in the inventory manager, of course. So inside of here, what we are going to do is add a reference to our pause inventory panel and update it along with the normal inventory, the one in the shop. Okay, so let's open our inventory manager. All right. Inside of here, what we can do is duplicate this line and call it inventory, or maybe pause inventory item parents, something like that, just to know that this is the one in the pause panel. Okay. And inside of the configure method, so right here, we are going to do the same thing. So we'll apply the same logic that we've used for our inventory items parent and apply it to our pause inventory items parent. And by the way, we could have called this one items parent because we know that we are inside of the inventory here. So pause inventory blah 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 dot clear. Here we go. Inside of here, we want to create a container inside of the inventory items parent, but we also want to create another one inside of the pause inventory thingy. So this is the pause container. Okay, let's add a capital C. Let's use it here. And inside of here, we don't want to pass in an action or a callback because we don't want to display the item info inside of the pause panel. In my opinion, it doesn't make sense. But if you would like to use this logic, please feel free to do so. Okay. So in my case, I'm going to pass in null in here. We just want to check or see the icons of the items we have. So the objects and weapons. All right, we can use the pause inventory parent in here, grab these two lines again, duplicate them, use the pause inventory panel as the parent, use this one as the pause container, boom, like so. Use it here and set this one to null, like so. Here we go. So this could be enough, but the point is that we call the configure method when we switch to the shop, or when we recycle a weapon, or when we recycle an object, when we purchase an item, or when we merge weapons. So if we start the game for the first time, we will never update or initialize the inventory inside of the pause panel, right? So what I propose to you here is to subscribe to the game manager.onGamePaused action and display or configure our inventories right there. So game manager dot on game paused plus equals configure, boom, like so. And same thing, we need to unsubscribe, so let's drop it somewhere around here. Let's add a minus equals configure. Really cool. So let's try this out. We need to reference the inventory, of course. Where is it? Inventory container inside of the pause panel, but we need to specify the parent of our objects. This is the content. Here it is. Perfect. Right now it only has one, but of course it's gonna get reset. And then I think that we're good to go. Yeah, this is the only thing we had to specify. Let's go. So let's start the game. Select deboink level 4. Let's pause, and we have them. Oh, do we have the fire here? I forgot that. Dave fire. Yeah, we have it. Really cool. Awesome. So yeah, seems to be working here. Nice. What about the stats panel? Let's resume the game. Do I have to wait for 30 seconds here? Oh, come on. I don't want to wait for 30 seconds. So I'm going to increase the time scale, maybe 3. Yeah, 3 maybe. Should be nice. Okay, let's move a little bit so that I don't lose. Okay. Oh, come on. This feels like a time lapse. What? Okay, so we've got an error here again. For some reason, our player stats display is not visible. Okay, let's take the objects here. We've got 60 objects. You must be kidding me. I'm going to take all of them and come back to you. Yeah, so the player stats display should definitely be visible here. Okay, that's better. I don't know why it was not active. I'm going to check that later on. For now, I'm just going to select some objects just to check if our player stats inside of the pause panel has been updated. So let's select range, dodge, critical chance, and so on. Okay, so we should have 105, 94. Okay, I'm just going to remember these two. 105, 94. Let's try and purchase another object actually, yeah, so that we can make sure that it does update correctly. So let's add some coins. Heart, attack, and shield. Okay, so we now have 110, 104, 110, 104. Okay, let's go. Pause. 110, 104. Really nice. Oh, that's so cool. And what if I sell? Oh, I can't sell from here, of course. I'm not inside of the shop. Nice. This is working correctly. Awesome. So both our inventory and stats are now updated. Really cool. In the next one, let's actually take it easy and create our game over panel, or actually enhance it. Then we can switch back to the menu and so on. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, it's actually going to be chill because we are going to set up our game over panel. Let's take it easy. All right, so let's create our panel. We already have it, so let's enable it, disable the game and pause panel. Here we go. And our game over panel will contain the player stats on the left, a title container at the top, maybe an icon, something like that, and a restart button at the bottom right. Okay, really simple. And again, feel free to lay it out as you wish here. So let's enable one of these two, maybe the pause panel to display the title container, duplicate it and drop it here. Let's rename it title container. Okay, let's write game over, perfect. Maybe we can make the title container a little bit wider, 600, something like that. Yep, decent. Let's remove the menu text that we have here, drag this one on top. We can actually add an overlay or consider the panel as an overlay, so maybe 80% as we've done for the pause panel. Perfect. Let's duplicate our player stats container, drop it here. Awesome. And you see, it's already looking way better just with these simple touches. Let's rename this start button to maybe restart button. We can turn it red or orangish because, come on, this is a game over. And right now it doesn't look like a button. So what I'm going to do is remove this boy and grab the button prefab that we have right here. Here we go. That's already way better and at the right position. So let's change its color to something reddish. Yeah, this is a game over. Let's change the color of the outline to something like this. We can also unpack the prefab like so and change the text here. Let's say new game or maybe menu, something like that. Anyway, you'll find a better label for this. So this is the menu text like so. This is our restart button. Perfect. We can add an icon at the middle here with some text, maybe, oh, you've lost, try again, something like that. I don't know. So let's duplicate the title text and drop it at the center of the screen. Boom, like so. You've lost, or missed something like, you passed away, try again. Yay, super motivation. Thank you. I needed that. So let's drop it at the top right here. Let's see. Is it closer to the center or to the top? To the center, definitely. So let's keep it anchored to the center. We're also going to rename this boy motivation text, even though this is not a motivational text at all. We can also, I think I'm going to drop it down actually and add a DZ icon or something like I've done when making the course. So let's duplicate the coffee icon, drop it here. Let's look or search for DZ. Here we go. And we're good to go. So this is our DZ icon. DZ icon. Perfect. Let's try this out, but first off, I think that I need to add a callback to the menu button here. And for that, we're simply going to call the game manager. I think it was the restart, not restart from pause, because... Oh, come on, I did click. Anyway, it's not the restart from pause, but manage game over. Here we go. Let's hit play, and we should be good. Okay, and then we will definitely need to tackle the menu. So let's start. Let's select, no, debunk. I think it's better. Actually, I should not have selected any weapons. So let's disable the weapon positions. Yeah, let's try and lose as fast as possible. I'm going to increase the time scale instead of time-lapsing this. Here we go. Yay, passed away. Player stats have been updated. Menu. Here we go. That's working really well. Oh, by the way, I just want to check if the player stats in the wave transition is enabled or not. Player stats display. Oh, this is disabled. This is why I was not able to spot it. So now we are good to go. Awesome. So that's okay for the game over. It was really quick. In the next one, we are going to tackle the menu. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the menu because we are now done with the game over. Awesome. So let's go on. Okay, so we are going to need a background. Let's drop it here, rename it background, and it's already set up correctly. Really nice. We can remove the menu text and the start game button. We just need to remember the callback here. Start weapon selection. Okay, start weapon selection. So let's grab our basic button, drop it here, and add the start button weapon selection, method from the game manager. So game manager, start weapon selection. Here we go. So this is going to be our start button. Perfect. What we can do is also duplicate this boy and drop it on the other side. So right here, minus, or maybe 220, I think, because this one was a minus 220. Perfect. This is going to be the character selection button. Character selection button. We can rename the label here. So let's write something like plushies, or you can write kawaii elements or kawaii thingies. If you want, you can make the button a little bit wider too. And what I want to add here is a little icon just for polishing for purposes. It doesn't have another purpose other than artistic. So let's write plushies icon, and I should have something beautiful here. Maybe PL, here we go, these ones. Let's preserve the aspect, set the native size, drop them at the top right here. Maybe these could be behind the text. Yeah, this does make more sense. And we can actually also scale them down, something like that. Yep, that's decent. Anyway, I'm also going to anchor these to the top of the button. Perfect. And what we can tackle then is the character at the center here. So let's collapse this and add a new image. So UI image. This is going to be our character, or maybe Dave icon. Here we go. Where is Dave? Boom, this one. Preserve aspect, set native size. Of course, we want to scale it down, maybe 256 by 256. Anchor it to the bottom, a little bit above. Okay, should be nice, decent. Again, this is really objective here. Make sure to use your own values and set the menu as you wish. I'm going to duplicate it and select the title. So maybe title, I think. Icon, logo. I think I called it logo. Here we go. So preserve the aspect, anchor it to the bottom. Of course, it's too big right now. So let's scale it down. Here we go. Something like that. Maybe at the top here. Yeah, that's still too big. So let's skip scaling it down like so. Yeah, this is correct. So logo, Dave is a little bit too big right now. So I'm going to scale it down. Yeah, something like that. Here we go. This already looks way better. Now we need our premium currency container at the top left, and if you don't want to add it, make sure not to. But what I'm going to do is duplicate the currency container. Do I have one inside of the game window? No, I don't. So we will need to add one inside of our game window and increase it whenever we collect a candy. So where is our currency container? Maybe in the wave transition? Nope, we don't have it. In the shop, we definitely have it. So let's duplicate it, drop it inside of the menu. Here we go. I'm just going to expand the menu because everything was expanded. Yep. So this is going to be our premium currency container. Premium, come on, premium, perfect. The icon here is going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be the candy, but the cash icon. So let's look for cash. Here we go. We are also going to remove our currency text from component from here because we are going to create a premium currency text instead. Later on, not now. For now, let's just set up our layout. And finally, what we are going to have is our settings icon at the bottom here. So what we can do is create a new button. So right click, UI button. Here we go. This is going to be our settings button. Let's expand it, remove the text because we want an icon. So I'm just going to duplicate the logo. Here we go. Center this boy, 0000, settings. Where is my settings? Here we go. Perfect. And let's rename this one, settings icon. I'm going to anchor this to the top left. I think I'm going to make it bigger because it's too small right now. Too big, 75 by 75. Yeah, decent. We can also remove the image from here. And if I do so, there is a target graphing which is missing right here for our button. So we can grab this boy and drop it here. Or we could have kept the image component with the button. It's actually really similar here. Okay. So let's drop this down somewhere around here. Really cool. And maybe I'm going to make it smaller. Perfect. And yeah, should be good. So are all of my anchors set up correctly? Boom, this is at the top, this is at the bottom, this is at the bottom left, and this one at the bottom right. Perfect. This is awesome. So we will still need to add the scrolling pitch texture on the background, but we will do that later on. For now, we are good to go. So we've got our go button. Let's quickly try this out. Okay, let's go. Yeah, perfect. It triggers the weapon selection. I think right now the character selection button also triggers, yeah, that's the case. So let's remove the callback from here and save. Awesome. So in the next one, what we're going to do is tackle our currency right here, the premium currency, and that will allow us to purchase plushies. So yeah, see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle our premium currency. Let's go. But first off, I just want to tackle something here because right now, when collecting candy, our candy count or currency count doesn't go up. Let me show you. So we basically need to also add it right here because it's definitely not available right now. But yeah, whenever I collect some candies, if we select the currency manager right here, still 0. So let's tackle this first. I'm going to switch to the game window because I definitely prefer that to the simulator. Okay. Let's clear this. Let's diminish our chest drop chance to 1%, something like that. Here we go. And add a way to collect candy. So let's select our currency manager. Open it. Here we go. And we are going to subscribe to the candy.uncollected event or action. So in here, candy.uncollected plus equals candy collected callback. Let's unsubscribe from this action. So on destroy, oh, not on dex, on destroy. Here we go. Duplicate this boy, drop it here. Let's unsubscribe as usual. And by the way, you could definitely do this on your own because you have all of the cards in your hands at this point. So let's create this one, maybe somewhere around here, let's say. Yeah, private bool. Void, sorry, not boolean. But it should not be, it should definitely not be like so. We should grab the candy here. So candy, here we go. And inside of here, we actually don't need the candy. We simply need to increase our currency count. So add currency 1, as simple as it gets. And we can use the expression bodied statement for this one because we're only going to do this. Add 1 to the currency. Really nice. Before testing this, what we are going to do is grab a currency container from one of our panels and add it to the game panel. Okay? So hurry up, please. Thank you, Unity. Sometimes it's so slow, I swear. So let's duplicate the one that's inside of the shop, currency container, drop it inside of our game window. Let's enable the game window to spot where it's going to be. Yep, that's what I thought. It's a little bit too high right now. So let's move it down. You have 2 possibilities here. You can either move it down or move it somewhere around here at the top right. Maybe drop it in at this position and move this button down. But again, you're free to decide. All right, I'm going to keep it somewhere around here, just below the XP bar. So let's disable the game here. Hit play. All right, let's go. Select a weapon. This one maybe. Try and collect some candies. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe? Yeah, awesome. So this is one thing here. At least this one is working now. Really cool. So now what we're going to do is add our other currency, the premium currency, because we've already added it to the enemies. They are able to drop the currency, the premium currency, right? If we have a look at our drop manager, it is here, cash. Cash drop chance is active, and there is actually a pretty high chance here. We can set it to 100 just to try it out. Okay, here it is, here it is, here it is. So yeah, it's definitely collectible. So let's add a way to collect it. The first thing we will need is a property for our premium currency. So let's add it, premium currency. Here we go. Next, what we want is to subscribe to the cash.uncollected action. So cash.uncollected plus equals cash collected callback. Here we go. Let's duplicate it, unsubscribe again, and create it. So Alt Enter, please. Thank you. Let's grab it, drop it just after the candy one. Somewhere around here, perfect. And we can rename this one cash and use the expression bodied statement because Like we've done for the candy, we are going to create an add currency or actually add premium currency method to increase our premium currency. So add premium currency. Here we go. Let's add one and let's create this one. So I can drop it somewhere around here, private, void, or actually public, so that we can call it from somewhere else. We never know. Public, void, add premium currency, int amount, premium currency plus equals amount, update our texts, like so, perfect. And we are also going to call the unupdated method or not? Of course we are, because inside of our character selection panel that we haven't created yet, but we will come to it, we will have characters. And if we purchase one character, we want to make sure that we are able to purchase another one. Or if we are not able to, we want to set the buttons as non-interactable, like we've done for the shop. Remember, we've used this one to actually set or manage the interactability of the shop manager buttons. So same thing here, unupdated, invoke, like so. Really cool. Oh, come on, invoke. Perfect. So we can notice duplicates here. Why wouldn't we create a method that grabs these two lines of code and call them? So let's actually do that. Private void update visuals, like so, perfect. We can grab these two lines, drop them here and call it from here. So update visuals, not texts, thank you. Let's grab this, drop it here, perfect. And we can add our curly bracket. Nice. What we could have done is invoke our action inside of the update texts method. It would have been the same, but we are going to add another layer of logic here for the premium currency because we need to save. So yeah, while we are here, we are also going to add a method to use our premium currency to be able to purchase characters. So use premium currency, add premium currency. Really cool. And we also want to add a way to detect or determine if we've got enough premium currency. So let me just refactor this one. Something like that. Awesome. Let's duplicate it. Has enough premium currency. Price premium currency is greater or equals the price. Really cool. So we can actually grab these two, drop them somewhere around here to just drop all of the expression bodied statement methods at the same place. Really cool. There is still one thing we need to do here. There are actually multiple things we need to do, but one thing that I want to do is update the premium currency texts. Right now, we only have the currency texts, and we definitely need another script to manage our premium currency texts. So let's go back to Unity, scripts, UI, currency text. Yeah, right here. So let's create another one for the premium currency. Premium currency text, here we go. Right now we only have one, so let's select this boy. Right now it does have something or not. Premium currency, no, it does not have the currency text, so yep, we are good to go. Let's grab the script, drop it here, perfect. What we can do is grab the logic from here, so let's grab this one. Open the premium currency text, which is not here, but right here. Really cool. I'm going to drop this here and change the name of the class. Awesome. So we just need to add the TextMesh Pro library using TM Pro. Perfect. And we should be good. Awesome. So now let's go back to our currency manager, which is right here. Perfect. Duplicate these lines. Boom. And apply the logic for our premium currency. So premium currency texts in this. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So this should be premium currency texts. Let's use it right here. And this is a premium currency text. And we should be good at this point. Really nice. We are just passing the premium currency here. So let's add a way to add more premium currency like we've done for the currency here. By the way, expression bodied statement. Here we go. This is way cleaner in my opinion. Let's duplicate this boy. I'm going to drop it here so that I can add another attribute. Add 500 P currency, let's say. Add premium currency 500. Really nice. We should be good at this point, I guess. Yep. Let's go back to Unity. All right, let's hit play. So right now we have 0 premium currency. What we're going to do is collapse these, select the currency manager, try and add some premium currency, and boom, this is working as expected. Really cool. Awesome. I love it. But right now, if I exit and come back, I will still have 0 premium currency. This one should be savable. It should be saved actually, not like the candy. The candy is a kind of local currency inherent to each game, let's say, but not the premium currency. It should stay there. So in the next one, let's learn 2 ways we could use to save this data. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to learn how we can save data. That's actually the first thing we are going to save in this course. Whoa, after 20 hours, we are finally saving stuff. Awesome. But you'll see, it's really simple, and especially with the system I've provided. So yeah, let's go on. So the first thing we want to do is open our currency manager script, okay? There are mainly 2 ways to save data when making games. I'm going to talk about the 2 main ways here, okay? So the first one is by using the player preferences, and the second one is by saving data to a specific file, okay? So not using the player preferences, because they are mainly used to store basic data. So let's try something here. Whenever we increase our premium currency, whenever we update it here, let's try and save it. So to save it in the player preferences, you can call player prefs dot set float int or string. So the first issue with the player preferences is that you're limited. So you either use a float value, an integer, or a string, okay? You can cast or convert almost anything to a string, but it's actually a mess when you want to grab it back and reconvert it into a specific structure or class. So using string is good for simple data, let's say, okay? In our case, we want to save an integer, so using the player prefs is actually okay. So set int, you need to specify a key and a value. So the key here is basically the address you want to save it at, if you want to say so. And each address or key contains only 1 value. Got it? So inside of here, what we can do is pass in a premium, let's say, currency value. Or maybe we can simply call it premium currency, like so. And the value will be our premium currency, as simple as it gets. And just like that, you've saved a value in the player preferences. Awesome. After saving, we definitely want to load it. At start, we should be able to restore the amount of premium currency we had. So inside of the awake method, what we can do before subscribing to the actions is call player prefs dot get integer. And in here, you have 2 possibilities. You either specify the key, and the value returned will be 0 if the key was not found. But if the key was found, of course, you will get back your value, come on. And the other overload method is a default value. So in case you don't find that key you're looking for, it's going to return the default value you want. Let's say you want to give 100 coins to the player at start the first time he opens the game. You can set the default value to 100 because the key will not be found. Okay? So in our case, we are going to pass in this key right here. Perfect. And the default value for our premium currency will be 100, like so. So this does return an integer, right? We want to assign it to our premium currency, of course. So we can call add premium currency with this value. You could have set the value of the premium currency directly right away, but it's better to call this method because it does multiple things actually. It adds the value you want, it updates the visuals, and it also saves again. Okay. If you want to prevent saving after loading the value, you could add a boolean, like something like save equals true, like so that it always saves, but at start we don't want to save, so we are going to pass in false. Okay, this is one way you could have done it. But let's first try this out, and then I'm going to show you a better way of structuring this. So let's go back to Unity. I'm going to hit play because we should be good. All right, let's select our, we already have 100 premium currency, which is really cool. It means that our get method right here has worked properly. We can select our currency manager, add 500 premium currency. We now have 600. If I exit the game and come back, what will happen? I have 600 premium currency again. So we were able to save and load our data. Really cool. So now let's improve our code a little bit because right now it is still prone to errors. Because we are writing the string twice, we might have some typos somewhere around here. Imagine writing premium currency, premium currency, si signore. It would not work properly. You would save and you will be tracking errors for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Anyway, it's really tough to detect these kind of errors. So instead, we are going to use a constant key somewhere around here. What we can write is private constant string premium currency key equals premium currency. That way, you have your key at one place and you can reuse it. So you can use it here and when saving, right here. Perfect. And in here, if you make a mistake, premium currency, it's not going to work because it doesn't know what you're talking about. Okay, so this does cover the use of player preferences. In the next one, we are going to use sigil if you want to use another way that allows you to save structures, classes, and more importantly, complex data, as we are going to see in the character selection shop. I don't remember the beginning of my sentence, but yeah, basically in the next one, let's learn about sigil. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to learn how you can use sigil to save data. So keep in mind that it's not going to be relevant or make sense when saving integers. Using the player prefs is way enough, but for complex data structures or complex data in general, it's better to use it or use something similar. I'm just giving you the opportunity to save time when saving here. Okay, so no pun intended, by the way. Okay. Anyway, so the first thing we want to do is grab the library. So using tabcl.sigil. Here we go. That's the first thing. Next, you want to implement the saving interface. This is the I want to be saved interface. I know. I'm good at finding names. So let's implement the interface. You will need a load method and a save method right here. What we can do here is remove the two exceptions. Okay. And we can actually grab the load. Should we drop them at the top? I think it does make more sense. Somewhere just after the onDestroy method right here. We want to call the load method in the awake method actually. So maybe just after setting up our singleton. So load, here we go. And we are going to call the save method anytime we change the premium currency right here. So when updating the visuals, let's say, let's call save. Really cool. So let's comment this line. We're also going to comment the one we've used to load our data. Here we go. To save the data, it's really simple. sigil.save. You have 3 arguments you need to pass in. The sender. So the sender is this script. This is used to determine a unique identifier for your data. Then you've got the key. So the key is our premium currency key. And our data is our premium currency. As simple as it gets. Really cool. And just like that, you can save arrays, you can save lists, you can save dictionaries, and more. It's a little bit more complex than using player preferences, but is definitely way more flexible. Okay, so let's try this out. We still need one more thing here. It's the sigil game objects. So let's write sigil. Here we go. We can grab it and drop it here. It must not be a child of any object. It must be a child of the scene, because if you open it here, and by the way, it is open source, so you can edit it, I've specified that it should not be destroyed on load. And that means that it should not have any parent. Okay, so let's now hit play. All right, let's select our currency manager. Add 500 coins, premium currency actually, it is working. If I now go back to my assets, right click and refresh somewhere around here, I can notice that a game data has been created. Let's open it. As you can see, there is a bunch of data, but here is what matters, 500. Our data has been saved properly. Really cool. So what we are gonna do now is try and load this data. So let's go back to our currency manager right here and implement the load method. The first thing we want to check is this data available, valid? Does it exist or not? So if sigil.load or try load actually, this with the key, premium currency key, out object our premium currency value, let's say, So let's remove the underscore because I hate them. I don't know why I've used it right here. So if we've successfully loaded the value at that key, so we've already saved it, it should be good, but the first time it won't. What we can do is write premium currency, or maybe add currency actually, like we've done previously. Add premium currency, cast the value to an integer, premium currency value, and we're good to go. Perfect. Otherwise, what we can do is add 500 or maybe 100 actually. So this is the default value we've used previously. But that's not it. Remember, we need to specify that we don't want to save our data again. Otherwise, this would save again and we will definitely have issues. So false, we don't want to save when loading for the first time, and false. Here we go. By default, the load method is already being called in Sigil here. If you open it, you can notice that we load our data here. We check or look for all of the mono behaviors that implement the I want to be saved interface and load them. If this is not the behavior that you want, you can comment these lines, okay? So in our case, we can go back to our currency manager and remove the load method from here. It will automatically be loaded by Sigil. So now if I remove the game data again and try this out, it will work. So let's remove the game data, hit play. Okay, 100, really cool. Let's try and add some premium coins, 600. If I exit and come back, I should have 600 premium coins. And this is the case, really cool. As you can see, we are now able to save using two methods, Sigil and the player preferences. So in the next one, let's go one step further, implement our character selection panel so that I can show you the real power of Sigil. See you there. And really quickly, what we can do again is commit our changes. So in here, a bunch of UI. Yeah. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle character selection. So let's start with the UI. Okay, so first off, we are going to duplicate one of these panels. Let's duplicate the weapon selection, let's say, because it already has this boy at the top. Yep, so that's what we're going to do. Let's duplicate the weapon selection and rename it character selection. Here we go, or character shop. Anyway, it's actually pretty similar. We can drop this boy just after the menu, let's say. Yep, it does make sense. We can remove the start game button and the weapon selection containers. Perfect. The title container here, we can change the label to something like character selection. Here we go. And inside of here, we are also going to have multiple things. So the first thing we are going to add is really simple. It's a button to go back to the menu. So let's create or grab our basic button. Where is it? Somewhere around here. Basic button. Here we go. We are going to anchor it to the top left, of course. Let's make it square, something like 100 by 100. Yep, seems correct. The title container is at -100, so let's apply the same value here or use the same value. 100, something like that. Really cool. We can unpack the prefab as usual. Change the color to something a little bit darker because it should not grab the attention that much. Yeah, let's use the same color actually that we've used right here. Cool. We can remove the overlay and change the color of the outline. So let's use something like this. Yep, nice. If you don't like it, you can remove the outline, of course. Let's change the text because we are not going to have any text actually. We are going to add an icon, an arrow actually, to be more precise. So let's select an arrow. Boom. Where is it? Somewhere around here. Yeah, this one is pretty cool. Let's preserve the aspect of the arrow and rotate it by not minus. I always make that mistake, but 90 degrees here. Let's add some spacing, some padding actually, and we're good to go. Next, we will need a container for our premium currency because as I've told you in the previous one, we do purchase characters with the premium currency. So let's grab it from the menu. Where is it? Boom, bam, boom. Duplicate it, drop it here and move it to the right side. Here we go. -125 actually. Perfect. And let's actually drop it at -100 here. Really cool. We can rename it. I don't like seeing these parentheses here. Boom, boom, boom. Like so. Perfect. And then what we are going to add is a scroll view at the bottom of the screen here to select the characters. So let's right click, UI, scroll view. Here we go. Let's call it character scroll view. Characters scroll view, something like that. Anchor it to the bottom of the screen and stretch it like so. Perfect. We can increase the height a little bit here, something like maybe 300. Is it okay? Let's stretch it again, switch to the simulator view. It does take a lot of space, so maybe 250 is enough here. Boom. I'm going to increase the color, by the way, so that we can better see it. Here we go. And yep, does make sense. Okay, let's remove the scroll bars again. You know why. Remove them from here. Boom, boom. Here we go. And yeah, that's decent. Okay. And of course, we can still tweak this later on. So let's expand this boy. Remove the source image from here and change the color to something purple-ish like this. Yep. Or maybe a darker shade. This one seems correct. But I'm going to use this one. Awesome. As usual, our content will have a content size fitter, and our horizontal fit will be a preferred size. We can add a horizontal layout group to lay out our elements. We can add some padding, 20, 20, 20, 20, 50 for the spacing. Let's align them at the middle center and allow the thingy to control the height. You can also allow it to control the width, but for now we are not, because I want to apply some specific settings here, okay? Let's select the viewport and set the stretch value here to 0, the anchor to the bottom anchor actually. Okay, so this one will actually be configured properly later on. Let's actually stretch it. Here we go, 0 and 0 for here. Perfect. And we can now create our buttons. So let's right click, UI, let's select button. Here we go. We can duplicate it a bunch of times because we are now able to control the width of this boy. Let's set it to 210 so that it is square. Okay, perfect. And one thing we can already notice is that the scroll view is starting from the left-hand side. What I want here is to see or have the first element, the first character at the center here. So for that, we are going to increase our padding to something like 800 and 800. So for the right and the left, okay? You can tweak these values or you can change them dynamically by code, as we've done for another one. I think it was the rect transform that we controlled, the offset max and offset min. This is also controllable, of course, so that it is responsive with all screen devices. Okay, so for now, it seems correct on all devices, seems to be at the center somewhat. So yeah, let's actually hit play so that we can scroll to the right. Okay, yep, seems correct. Nice. If this was 2020, like the other ones, the scroll view again would start on the left, and yeah, that's really not beautiful. So make sure to have somewhere like half the width of the screen. So because our canvas here is 1920, you can use something like 1000. It's decent. As you can see, it's not at the center, but it's close enough. So let's use 850 and 850. Here we go. Let's switch back to the game view. Okay, we are good to go. We're going to change these values here, and we can now add 2 more elements before configuring our buttons here. So let's add the display of the character we've selected at the center. So let's right click, UI, image. This is the character image, something like that. Let's select Dave for now. Perfect. Let's preserve the aspect, set native size. Cool. We can actually scale it down a little bit. Here we go. Let's move it up somewhere around here, and we only need to add our panel to the right here. That displays the name of the character, its stats, and its price. Okay, so let's do that really quickly. We can actually grab a panel or a container that we already had. So prefabs, UI, chest object container, it doesn't contain any price. So maybe a shop item container. This one contains a price, a name, an icon. So let's grab this one. Drop it here. Here we go. We can move it to the right. Let's also anchor it to the right-hand side. Perfect. And then we can tweak its values. So first off, let's make it a little bit wider. Here we go. Maybe we can drop it at the center. So 0 here. Or I think I'm going to move it up just a tiny bit, like so. Okay, what we can do is already unpack the prefab. So prefab, unpack. This is going to be our character info panel, let's say, or button, because it's going to be clickable. Let's remove the shop item container element or component. Here we go. We can remove the icon from here because it doesn't make any sense. So let's remove the icon section. Perfect. We can remove the lock button and we should be good to go. Awesome. So right now, the outline is below the container here. So what we can do is grab the vertical layout and drop it here so that the outline is over our white thingy, okay? You can also add a mask component, but if we do so, the outline is not gonna be visible. Let's see. Boom. Yeah, it's not that good, but it's actually decent. I did add the mask because as you can see here, the white border of this container is visible. So yeah, that's why. Okay, so that's one thing. Let's simulate something here. Let's write Dave. Here we go. We can already notice that I need to increase the size of my text. So let's increase it a little bit. Yeah, something like that. Perfect. What we can also do is change the basic color. So let's change the color to something like this. Yep, seems decent. I like it. We're also going to change the purchase button section here thingies. So let's change the icon to the premium currency one, cash. Here we go. That's already way better. Let's also change the color of the container. It's really not beautiful like so. This is better. What about the outline here? And of course, you can still tweak these values. You know what we are talking about here. You know how it goes. All right. This is already way better. I love it. Perfect. So this is our basic layout here. We still need to set up our character buttons here. So let's do that really quickly. Let's select one of these. It's actually going to be really simple. Let's first remove the text. This one is a character. So character button. Okay. We can change the sprite to a basic container. So let's say square 50, something like that. Yep, this one is nice. What we can also do is switch the sliced image type to a simple image type so that it always preserves the aspect of the image. Nice. We can duplicate it, turn it into a child of itself, and call it character icon. Here we go. Let's actually stretch it on the container. Perfect. We can change this one to, let's say, Dave for now. Oh, let's switch. Let's change Dave. I don't want Dave. Let's select Pop or someone else. Yeah, this one. Here we go. Just for testing purposes. What we can do is set the rotation to, let's say, 50 degrees. I think it's too much. 10 degrees, something like that. It's just for design purposes here. And increase the scale just a tiny bit. So 1.1. I like it. If you want it to overflow, right now it's masked. So you can select the viewport and uncheck the mask component. And of course, you can disable the image here if you don't want this white overlay. Here we go. That's way better. It gives a better sense of perspective, let's say. Yeah, I like it. Let's actually change that to 1.2 so that it doesn't go over our thingy here, the border of the screen. Perfect. And you can also move it up if you want. You can diminish this anchor like so. And yep, that's decent. But let's not do that. Let's go on. I'm going to add a little bit of shadow to the character to give it more depth. So let's move it to the right, something like that. Yep, that's decent. I like it. Cool. And now last but not least, we are going to add the lock icon. So let's duplicate it, call it lock icon, reset this boy, not remove, reset. Here we go. Let's stretch it on the container, change this one to lock. Perfect. We can actually turn this down a little bit. So 20, 20, 20, 20. Yep, I like it. I think it's actually too big, still too big. Yeah, 50, 50, 50, 50. Yeah, like so. Here we go. I think that our viewport, yeah, we need to disable the source image here. Yeah, like so. Perfect. So now whenever our character is locked, we are actually going to set the interactability to false and also switch this color to a grayish scale, something like that. So this will mean that the character is locked. If it's unlocked, we can actually turn this color back to white, enable the interactability of the button, and disable the lock icon, like so. So we will do 3 steps basically. Got it? Nice. So I think this is it for the UI. We can now remove these other buttons and let's have a look at how it's going to look like. Yeah, this is decent. I like it. We can then change the rotation of the button and so on, of the icon, sorry. Okay. So in the next one, let's tackle the logic for this panel. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the logic for our character selection. But first off, we want to be able to display this panel. So what we need to do is to add it to our UI manager. And that's a good exercise, of course. So try and do that, and afterwards, finish the video. Thanks. Okay, let's open our UI manager. In here, we can add a reference to our character selection panel. So let's add it really quickly. Character selection. Here we go. We can add two methods, one to display it and one to hide it. Public void show character selection. Character selection panel, like so, character selection panel dot set active, true. Here we go. And another one to hide it. So false. And this will be hide character selection panel. Perfect. By the way, we can turn these to expression bounded statements really quickly. I think I should dedicate a lesson to refactoring. Yeah, it would be really nice actually. Like so, boom, boom, boom. Okay, okay. Here we go, really cool. Let's now jump back to Unity. Perfect. We can now add a reference to the panel and add some ways to display and hide this panel. So we've got buttons. We can simply add our methods to the buttons. Yep, really simple actually. Yep. So let's select our basic button. This is the back to menu button. Back to menu button. Perfect. Let's add a callback. We already have it. So let's grab the UI manager and select hide character selection. Perfect. We are now going to select the button from the menu. So it was the character selection button. We can actually unpack the prefab here like so. Add the UI manager show character selection. Really cool. So at start, of course, we want to hide this panel. So let's open our UI manager again and hide it. So we can call hide character selection. Boom. Let's now hit play. Okay, it has been hidden. Really cool. Let's open the plushies. Boom. Open it. That's nice. We can come back to the menu, open it, and come back again. That's the first step. Awesome. So now let's tackle... Oh, by the way, I did not check if this was updated or not. So let's hit play again. I'm going to select the currency manager here on the left. Okay, in the hierarchy. Boom, we've got 600 plushies, 600. Awesome. Let's increase 1,100. Really cool. So this is also updating. That is nice. So now let's tackle our character selection manager. Okay, so let's create a new script. UI, right click, create a new C# script. Character selection manager. Okay, now that we have this boy, we can create a new game object. Character selection manager. Here we go. We can grab it, drop it here, and open it. So let's tackle things step by step here. What is the first thing we want to do? Well, we want to set up our scroll view here at the bottom and populate it with all of our characters. So it means that we need the character button here. So the character, how did I call it? Yeah, character button. And we also need the content, which is going to be the parent of our buttons. So first off, let's grab this boy and turn it into a prefab. So we can drag it and drop it somewhere around here. UI, yep, seems correct, seems decent. So let's remove this boy. We can rename this one as character buttons parent. Perfect, just so that we know where it is. Open our script again and add references to these two elements. So header elements, serialized field, private transform. Let's call it character buttons parent. And we also need a reference to our character button. So right now, let's use game object as usual, because I want to display things step by step. Object, here we go. For those of you who are comfortable with this, you can already create the character button script so that we have a way to configure it really quickly. Let's rename this boy character button prefab. Here we go. And we now need to know how many character buttons we should spawn. So where can we grab this info from? Well, we know that we already have our character data somewhere around here. Data, character data. Okay, You now have two main possibilities here. You could either have an array of character data right here in your character selection manager, or we can use the logic we've used for the objects and weapons, as to now use the resources folder. And to be honest, this is what we're going to do. Come on. Okay, so let's grab our characters and drop them inside of the resources folder. Here we go. We are going to drag them and drop them inside of the data folder. Perfect. So we now have our weapons, objects, and characters at the same place. Awesome. Now let's add another entry to our resources script. So let's search for resources. Where is it? Resources manager. Here we go. We are going to add another string for our character's data path. So character data's path, it's going to be equals to data/characters. Perfect. And we can add the same logic to grab them. So let's duplicate the one from the weapons here. Okay, boom, drop them here. So character data SO, let's use it here, here, and here. Get random character. I don't think we will need this. So let's remove these lines. Perfect. We can call this character. Character datas. Character datas. Here we go. Let's use it somewhere around here, here, and here. Perfect. This is going to be our characters. Characters, like so. Awesome. So we now have a way to grab our character datas. Really cool. Let's open our character selection manager again and add a way to spawn character button prefabs depending on the amount of character data that we have. And for that, let's create the initialize method. So let's drop it after the update method, private void initialize. Here we go. And in here, for I from 0 to resources manager, or you know what? We're going to cache them somewhere around here. So character datas SO character datas equals resources manager, like so, dot characters. Perfect. And inside of here, we can loop through all of them. Boom. And for each one of these, we are going to create a character button. So create character button with the associated index, like so. Here we go. So then private void create character button int index. And we will definitely need the index later on to save the data for this character button, okay, to check if it's unlocked or not. So it means that we should not initialize our array right here. We should actually turn it into a class variable. So somewhere around here, maybe data, private, character datas. Okay, we can then add the awake method and initialize our array. Boom, like so. We can remove the declaration and we're good to go. Awesome. So now what we can do is grab our character data back. Character data equals character datas at index. Perfect. We can then use data from this character data SO scriptable object to initialize our button. So we can write instantiate a prefab inside of the parent, like so. We can turn this one into a game object. Game objects. Oh, come on. Let's call it character button instance equals this. Then we know that this is the first child. Of course, you're going to use OOP later on, but I just want to configure this really quickly to show you that it is working. So where is our prefabs folder? UI character button. The first child is the icon. Awesome. We can change that. So character button instance dot transform.getChild at index 0.get component of type image. And we will definitely need to add the Unity Engine.ui library. Boom. .sprite equals character data dot sprite. Perfect. So because we only have Dave right now, we are going to grab the Dave character data, the Dave sprite, and assign it to the image. So the first image, which is the character icon. Okay. Let's now call our initialize method at start, and we should be good to go. Okay, let's go back to Unity. Let's reference our elements here. Okay, character buttons parent. This is this one. Where is the prefab? Right here. Hit play. And if we open the plushies here, Oh, nothing has been created. Oh, this is weird. Let's check. Let's debug this actually. So boom, boom, boom. Initialize character datas. Okay. What we are going to do is actually check how many character datas we have. So debug.log, we have plus character datas dot length character datas. Okay, that's the first step. And inside of here, what we're going to do is debug something. So debug.log character button instance created. Here we go. Let's hit play. Oh, we have 0 character data, so we've made a mistake somewhere. We're not able to grab them. Oh, that is weird. Let's double check this. So let's open our resources folder. Where is it? Here, datas, characters. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this name because seems like I made a mistake, a typo maybe. Resources manager, characters. Oh, I'm not using it. Come on. I'm using the weapons data path. I'm sure you've noticed this error here. Ah, that's bad. Let's hit play again. Now we should be good. All right, we have 1 character data. Okay, character button instance created. Plushies. Here we go. Now we've got Dave. That's awesome. So in the next one, let's add more characters so that we can check if it's still working correctly. And we can also configure this panel with the name of our character and its stats. Okay? See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, let's go on with our character selection panel. Perfect. So I'm first going to create 2 more characters, or maybe all of them. So let's duplicate this boy twice or 3 times. Okay. So this one is going to be, I think, Pop. Let's actually check how many we've got here. We've got Pop, Smirk, Snark. Okay, here we go. So let's open our characters data folder again. This is going to be Pop. This is going to be Snark, and finally Snark. Here we go. Thank you, Alex, for these beautiful names. So let's change the name of this boy. Pop. Okay. The icon purchase price can be something like, I don't know, maybe 300, let's say. Yep. So attack 5, 0 for the attack speed, 0 for the critical chance. Let's say -5 for the max health. And we should be good. Let's say 0, 0, and 0 so that I can show you something here. I'm actually going to change this one to 3, 2, and -7. Perfect. So let's now configure all of the other ones. I'm sure you can do that, so I'm going to time-lapse this. Okay, here we go. So all of our characters have now been configured properly. Awesome. I'm just going to edit the stats of Dave here. So 1, 1, and so on. Perfect. So I've basically used different character stats so that I can show you something later on. Okay? All right, so now that we have all of these, if we hit play, our scroll view should configure automatically because it's grabbing data from the resources folder, right? We have 4 characters, really cool. And notice how easy it is now to add characters. Awesome. So let's now add our character button to better instantiate or initialize our button, of course. Let's open the scripts folder, UI, yep, right click, create a new C# script, character button. All right, let's now attach this script to our prefab. So prefabs, UI, character button, add component, character button. Perfect. We can now open this boy. So inside of here, we will definitely need the UnityEngine.ui library. So UnityEngine.ui, perfect. Because we need a reference to our image, remember? Elements, serialize field, private image, character image. We also need a reference to our lock icon, so private, let's say game object, because we are simply going to set its or manipulate its active property. So game object, let's call it lock image. Yeah, even though this is a game object, so we can call it lock object actually. Yep, seems correct. Cool. Let's remove this start and update method and add a configure method. So public void configure. Inside of here, right now, we are not going to manipulate the lock object. We are simply going to configure the image. So sprite, character, icon. Character image dot sprite equals character icon. Here we go. That is already way better. So now what we can do is open our character selection manager again and switch this one to character button. Perfect. And inside of here, it should be a character button. Okay, boom, bam, boom, perfect. And we can, instead of accessing the child and so on, we can remove this mess and call the configure method with our sprite. Awesome. Let's also remove our debug lines, boom, because we know that this is working now, perfect. And we are now set up. Let's double check that this is still working. So we can go back to Unity, configure our character button here, of course. Okay, here we go. Where is our prefab? Can I open it? Thank you. Let's select the button. We need to specify the character image and the lock icon. Perfect. Let's now go back to Unity, select our character selection manager, and we need to specify our prefab. So let's open the prefabs folder, UI, character button. Perfect. Hit play. And if we open the character selection, it's still working. Nice. So now here is what I want. When I click on a character, I want to change the info that is displayed right here. Okay. So if I click on pop, we should display pop with pop's stats along with pop's purchase price. Okay, and we should also change the center image here. So let's proceed step by step. First off, we need a reference to this button here to add a callback whenever it's clicked. So let's open our character button script. Here we go. Let's add a reference to the button. It already has a button, so I'm going to use the require component attribute, type of button. Perfect. Boom, bam, boom. Let's add a property here. So public button. Get and set, private set. Here we go. When getting the button, we want to return the get component. I just want to show you that you can already do it like so. So return get component of type button. Here we go. We can actually close this boy, private set. Let's add the curly brackets and we are now set. Awesome. You can add some spacing if you want to make it a little bit more pretty, but this is not compulsory. Of course. Like so. Really cool. So this is not the best way to do it. It's not super efficient, but you can do that. And again, as a teacher, I need to show you multiple ways of doing the same thing. So you can store it somewhere, you can return it and use it as a property. You can actually create a field and reference it in the inspector. There are so many ways to do the same thing. And all of these do work. We can actually tackle optimization later on. Okay, for now, let's just learn as much as we can. Okay, so now we can go back to our character selection manager and add a callback to that button. Okay, so character button instance dot button dot onClick dot first remove all of the listeners if there are any. Then character button instance dot button dot onClick dot add listener. Let's call the character selected callback. Here we go, with the index of the character that has been selected, of course. So let's turn this one into a lambda expression. Perfect. We can now create this method. So private void character selected callback int index, and we are already set up. Nice. So just as a quick test, we can add a reference to the center image and change it depending on what character has been clicked. So serialize field, private image, center character logo, or maybe center character image, something like that. All right. So character center character image dot sprite equals character datas at index dot sprite. Here we go. Let's try this out. We definitely need to add a reference to the center image here. So where is it? Here. Perfect. And before hitting play, what we want to do is make sure that we don't have something somewhere. Yeah, my sayings are enigmas actually. So right now we've got this button. Let's actually increase its height. Okay. So the container here is a button. It contains this component. But our icon also contains the button component here. We definitely need to remove this. And if you want the character color to change instead of the background button when you select it, you can change the target graphic here. Boom, like so. Let's now hit play. All right, let's select plushies. Let's select this one. Boom. Yeah, that's working as expected. Awesome. I love it. Cool. So in the next one, let's actually tackle this character item info panel. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle our character info panel, this boy right here. So let's create a way to manage this one. Let's open our scripts folder, UI, create a new, come on, C# script, character info panel. Here we go. And let's attach this script to our character manager. Yeah, character selection manager, actually. Cool. Let's open it. Awesome. So this one is actually going to be really simple. We are just going to use it to configure our panel. So as usual, using Unity Engine.ui, we are going to be using Text Mesh Pro. Here we go. And add all of the references that we need. So first off, we need a reference to the name text. So private Text Mesh Pro UI, name text. Let's add an uppercase right here. Perfect. We are going to duplicate this one because we also need the price text. Here we go. What else do we need? We definitely need the price container to enable it or disable it. So we are basically going to enable it for characters that are still locked and disable it for unlocked characters because it doesn't make sense to display it for other ones. Okay, you got it. From game object, price container. Here we go. What else do we need? Of course, we definitely need the stats parent. So private, transform, stats parent. Perfect. Now that we've got everything that we need, let's add the configure method. So public void configure, here we go. Of course, let's move this boy. And inside of here, we are first going to configure the name. So name text equals, we need stuff in here as arguments. So character data, SO, let's call it character data, perfect. And we will also need to know if the character we've pressed is locked or not. So bool unlocked, here we go. So let's first configure the easy stuff. Name text.text equals character data.name. Here we go. Price text.text equals something if we need to configure it, but we can actually configure this boy. So character data.price .toString. Here we go. Let's then configure the price container depending on if the character is locked or not. So price container.setActive unlocked. If unlocked is true, so if the character is unlocked, the price container should be false. So we are going to use the opposite value of this boolean here. Here we go. That's way better. And finally, we can configure the character stats. So stat container manager dot generate stat containers with the dictionary character data dot stats, and the parent will be the stats parent. Perfect. If I remember well, we already clear the parent, right? Yep, we do. Awesome. So this is basically everything that we need inside of here. Let's add a reference to it and learn how we can configure it. So for that, we are going to open our character selection manager. Inside of here, we will definitely need a reference to our character info. So let's say serialized field, private character info panel, character info. Here we go. And when clicking on a character, we want to configure that panel. So character info.configure, we need to pass in our character data. So let's grab it from here. And of course, we can refactor here. So let's grab this line, drop it here. Perfect. And use it right here and right here. Nice. For the unlocked state, we are going to pass in false. So let's imagine that no character has been unlocked. We are going to tackle this later on and saving using CDL, remember? So yeah, it should be it. So let's go back to Unity. Let's reference our elements here. So where is our character info panel? This one, name section here is our name. So this is actually the character name now. Character name text. Here we go. What else do we need? The price text. Price text should be this one. Perfect. The price container is the purchase button section, or more generally, the purchase price container. If you set up this one and change its active property, it's actually going to allow more space for the sections, so the name section and the stats section. So you decide how you want it to be here. And our stats parent will be the content right here. Awesome. We still have one thing to do here, reference the character info. Awesome. So let's now open the character selection panel, select Dave. Yay, Dave 0. Okay, so right now this is a button, so I'm not able to scroll down. This is really bad. We're going to fix this. Here is pop, here is a smirk and snark. Really cool. Nice. So there is a small glitch whenever I click on one of these because the font size is getting changed, remember? But what's more important here is that it is working. But one thing that I can notice here is that I don't want to display stats that have a value of 0. It doesn't make sense, right? We only want to display the advantages or drawbacks of our characters. So let's implement our character data SO script to only return stats that are relevant here. So let's open our character data SO, character data SO. Here we go. Let's open it. Perfect. So in here, we return the base stats, but what we want is to return the stats that have a value different from 0. So let's write public dictionary of stat float, get non-neutral stats, let's say. Here we go. And this one should be a property, by the way, not a method. So non-neutral stats, let's say, non-neutral stats. Here we go. Inside of here, let's add a getter and a setter as usual. So get private set, like so. And inside of our get method, we are going to create a new dictionary. So let's write dictionary of stat float non-neutral stats equals new dictionary. Okay. And inside of here, we are going to look through our base stats and add any stat that is non-neutral to our non-neutral stats dictionary. So for each key value pair of stat float in our, let's call it actually a KVP in our base stats, what we want to do is check if the stat is non-null. So if kvp.value is different than 0, we want to add it. So non-neutral stats.add the stat. So kvp.key, kvp.value. Here we go. We can then return our non-neutral stats. Perfect. Is that clear? If not, please let me know in the comment section. I'll try and explain in another way. But we've already tackled dictionaries. We've already tackled key value pairs. I'm not going to spend like 10 minutes explaining here. I'm sure you've already grasped the concept. Okay? So let's go back to not Unity, but our character info panel right here. And instead of grabbing the base stats, we want to grab the non-neutral stats. Here we go. We can now go back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right, let's open our panel. Boom. And now we are only displaying stats that are relevant here. Really cool. So let's now fix this issue here where I can't scroll down because I'm clicking on the button. Fixing the issue here is really simple because it seems like something is blocking us from reaching the scroll view. So we might think that this is the button component right here, but nope. If we disable the button, we still can't scroll down. So let's re-enable this boy. And we can notice something at the bottom here of the hierarchy, the last child. If we disable the raycast target boolean, we can finally scroll down. So this is why I've told you that if you don't want to detect something, an object inside of the UI, just disable the raycast target boolean here, okay? So I'm gonna keep that in mind too. So let's disable it, here we go, and we are now good to go. In the next one, let's learn how we can finally purchase new characters. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add a callback to our button right here to purchase characters, of course. Okay, let's jump right in. So, we know that we've got a button attached to our character info panel. We do have it, right? Where is it? Somewhere around here. Let's grab it from here. Where is it? Character selection, character info button. Here we go. This is the button we are going to use to purchase a character. So we first need to add a reference to our character info panel. Let's add it right away. So field, serialize field, public button, here we go. Let's add our getter and private set. Here we go. So in here, no need to add the require component attribute because as you might have noticed, we've added the character info panel to our character selection manager. If you wanted to add that attribute or use it, you would have had to add the component to the character info button in itself. Okay, so let's specify this button right here. Here we go, way better. And now we can go back to our character selection manager. Inside of the start method, we are going to add a callback to that button. So character info dot button dot onClick dot remove all listeners. Again, that's just a precaution here. Character info dot button dot onClick dot add listener purchase selected character. I can't type like so. That's way better. So let's now create this method somewhere around here. Private void purchase selected character. Here we go. So no need to add any index whatsoever or any argument here because we are going to store the index of the character we've selected whenever we click on a button. So inside of the character selected callback method. Okay. And I've also called the method purchase selected character because if we are able to click on the button, it means that we've already checked that the character is locked. Thus, the button is interactable if we don't have enough premium currency, actually. Okay. So inside of here, we are going to store the selected character index. So selected character index equals index. Let's create this variable at the top, somewhere around here. Settings, boom, private, int, selected character index. Here we go. Perfect. So what do we want to do when purchasing a character here? Well, we first want to remove the price of the character from our premium currency. So currency manager.instance.use premium currency. And in here, we need the price of the selected character. So int, let's say price will be equals to character data at index selected character index dot price. And let's pass it in right here. Perfect. We've now removed the amount from the premium currency. Awesome. We then need to save the unlocked state. So for now, let's just write a comment. Save the unlocked state of that character. Here we go. We then want to update the button visual. So update the concerned character visuals. And finally, we want to update the character info panel because if we were able to purchase it, we now need to hide the purchase price and the container in itself. Okay, so we've got 3 things to do here. Let's tackle them one by one. First off, let's create a list of booleans that we are going to use to track the unlocked or locked state of our characters. So inside of the data header right here, we can write private list of boolean. Let's call it unlocked states equals new list of booleans. Here we go. After that, we can initialize our list here because right now it doesn't have any entry. So this is not the final way of initializing it, but let's initialize it inside of the awake method. So we want as many unlocked states booleans in our list as we have character data. So for I from 0 to character data.length. First off, if I equals 0, this is the first character, it's Dave, so we want to unlock it. So if I equals 0, then unlocked states.add true. Otherwise, let's add false. Add false. Really cool. What we could have done here is use a simple line. So unlocked states.add I equals 0. Really cool. So if I equals 0, it's going to add true. Otherwise, it's going to add false. You decide the way you want to write it here. Okay, perfect. Later on, of course, we will load this data using sigil. Okay, so now that we have our Boolean array here, what we can do is turn that Boolean to true inside of here. So unlocked states at index, so selected character index equals true. And just like that, we've saved the state of our character. Awesome. So now let's use this because right now we are only changing the state of the character in the list, but never use it. So we are going to use it inside of the character selected callback. Okay. We want to configure our character info by using an unlocked state. So if the character is unlocked. So instead of passing false right here, we can use unlocked states at index. And this will make sure that we use the unlocked states of that character. Awesome. What we can do is already try this out. So let's go back to Unity. All right. We've got everything set up correctly normally. So let's hit play. Let's open the character selection panel, select Dave. So this one doesn't have the container, the price container because it's already unlocked, but this one does, and this one also does. Okay, let's try and purchase Pop. So let's click, boom. something did happen. We've got less coins, less premium currency. And if we select Dave and come back to Pop, now the price container has disappeared because it is now unlocked. Okay, I don't know if I can see, if we switch to debug mode, maybe we can unlocked states. Oh, here we go. We've got true, true, and true, false. So these two ones are unlocked, but these two are not. Let's try and unlock Snark. Boom. If I click it, it has been purchased. So the unlocked state is now true. If I come back, boom, no more purchase price. Awesome. But the issue now is that if I exit and come back, of course, it's not saving. But we're getting there, don't worry. Perfect. So in the next one, let's actually update our character info panel and improve on this system. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to improve on our character selection, or more specifically, purchasing a character. So let's open our character selection manager again. What we want to do here after purchasing a character, because as we've seen, we are still able to spot the purchase price after purchasing a character, but a simple way we can tackle this is by calling character selected callback, like so, with the selected index here. So selected character index. Here we go. And just like that, after purchasing the character, we turn the boolean to true, and we are then going to use it inside of the configure method. So it will prevent displaying the price of that character. Let's check it out. Okay, let's hit play. Let's open the panel, select, let's say, oh, I will be able to purchase right now. So we will have a negative amount of coins. But anyway, let's try it out. Boom. Now it has been updated right away. And we have minus 100 premium currency. So let's select the currency manager and add more premium currency. Here we go. So we need to tackle this, the interactability of this button here. If we don't have enough coins, it should not be interactable. So let's tackle this. Inside of here, we can write if the unlocked states at index is true, then the character has already been unlocked. No need for the button to be interactable. So we can write purchase button or character info dot button dot interactable equals false. Here we go. Otherwise, we can check if we've got enough premium currency to purchase the character. If that's the case, the button can be interactable. Otherwise, it can't. So character info dot button dot interactable equals currency manager dot instance dot has enough premium currency with the price of our character. So character data dot purchase price. Here we go. So the line is a little bit too long, so let's go to the line. Perfect. And this is it. So let's jump back to Unity to try this out. Let's hit play. All right, plushies. Let's select Pop. Let's purchase Pop. Here we go. Now the button is not interactable anymore. And same thing for Dave. The button is not interactable, but it is for Smirk and Snark. So what we're going to do now is change the color of our button here because it doesn't make sense. It's really not beautiful. And for that, what we are going to do is change the disabled color right here. So we are going to copy the selected color and paste it here. This is basically a white color. Oh, white, full white. Here we go. And yeah, we are not inside of the edit mode. So let's switch back to the edit mode and change the color. Perfect. Let's go on now. We are going to edit our character button. Where is it? So we've got the character button right here. Here we go. And this one has a lock icon, right? So by default, let's enable the lock icon. Here we go. We can actually remove the button from here so that we can actually access or click on the button down there. Perfect. And what we're going to do is add another method right here. This is going to be the unlock method. It will allow us to set up or update the visuals whenever a character has been unlocked. So let's write public void unlock. Here we go. And inside of this method, we want to do two things. First off, disable the lock object. So lock object dot set active false. And we want to change the color of our character image. So character image dot color equals color dot white. Here we go. We can also add a method to lock our button. So public void lock. Inside of here, lock object dot set active true and character image dot color equals color dot gray, let's say. Okay, gray. Here we go. Perfect. This means that we need to update our configure method here. We need to know if the button is unlocked or the character actually is unlocked or not. So let's add a boolean unlocked. And in here, what we can do is check. So if unlocked, unlock, otherwise lock. Here we go. So this will help us update the visuals here. Nice. Now we will definitely have an error when creating our buttons right here. So let's check when creating the button if the character is unlocked or not. So let's pass in unlocked states at index. Cool. What we can now do is update the visuals. So let's grab the character button. Character buttons parent dot get child at index selected character index dot get component of type character button, like so. Oh, come on, character button, please. Dot unlock. Perfect. Here we go. We can now try this out. So let's jump back to Unity. Let's check if we need to specify something. I don't think we do. So let's hit play. Oh, without pausing. All right, plushies. Oh, all of them are now locked. So Dave is unlocked. Pop is locked. But if we purchase Pop, boom, unlocked. That is so cool. Awesome. So it's now working as expected. And we can't purchase Snark because we don't have enough premium currency, of course. So let's select the currency manager, add some currency, and we need to switch back to another one because we haven't checked or subscribed to when our premium currency is updated. And honestly, it doesn't make sense because you can't have more premium currency right here, except if you add a button to watch a video, something like that right here, so that the player can earn more premium currency. Okay, we might add that later on actually. So let's now select another one, select Snark and purchase it like so. Awesome. Really cool. It's now working as expected. That is so cool. So in the next one, let's learn how we can actually save and load our data because we are now able to unlock them. We will also allow the player to select the character because right now Smirk is selected, but if we hit play, we are still playing with Dave. This is not what we want. And we will also need to update the player stats right here. Where is our player stats? Somewhere around here. Yeah, this one. We need to pass in a Smirk or Snark. I don't remember which one I've selected actually, but it's data right here. And yeah, let's learn how we can do that in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to learn how we can save and load our brand new data. Okay? And just one quick thing right here. This is bothering me. Outline. Let's change the color to something more. Yeah, maybe you can actually grab the outline from here. So let's select this color, copy it. Okay, outline, paste. Here we go. Now that's the same one. Same thing here. Let's select the outline, boom, paste. Here we go. Now it does make more sense actually. All right, this was bothering me. So let's open our character selection manager. And the first thing we want to do is, of course, implement the I want to be saved interface. So for that, let's use tabseal.sigil. Here we go. Let's implement the interface. I want to be saved. So let's press Alt, Enter, boom, to implement it properly. Here we go. We now have the load and save method. And we now know that the load method will be called in the awake method of Sigil. Okay, so we need to put our initialization right here. So let's grab these from right here. Okay, so we've got the button and so on. We can actually keep this right here. It doesn't make any sense to put it inside of the load method, but we can call the initialize method after loading all of our data right here. Before that, let's initialize these boys. So let's grab these from here. Okay, put them in here. Perfect. And now that our Boolean list has been initialized, we can try and grab it from the game data. Okay. So what we can do is check if sigil.tryload this with the key. So let's call it unlocked states key. Of course, we need to create this boy. So let's drop it at the top here. Let's say constant string. We can make it private. So private constant string unlocked states key equals unlocked states key. Let's say, here we go. Really not original, but at least it works. So let's go down there. We've got our key, so we can grab our object, out, objects. Here we go. We can call this boy unlocked states object. Here we go. Let's open some curly brackets. So if we've successfully grabbed it from the list, what we can do is write unlocked states, not key, but unlocked states equals list of Boolean. We are simply casting our unlocked states object. Here we go. And if we were not able to grab it from the game data, of course, we've already initialized it right here. So that's perfect. We can remove these curly brackets here. Okay, what else do we need to do here? It would be nice to be able to load the last character that we've selected or that we've played with, right? I don't know if it makes any sense for this kind of game, but we're going to add it. First, let's try this out. So to load something, we definitely need to save something. So let's implement the save method here. And it's actually going to be really simple. Sigil.save this unlocked states key, unlocked states. Here we go. So now what we can do, you see, I told you first, before going to the next sentence, I told you that saving with Sigil was really powerful. So I really invite you to use it and improve on it. And I can't wait to hear your feedback on it. Thank you. Okay, so when we've purchased a character, let's save. Perfect. Let's now jump back to Unity. Let's hit play. Okay, let's try and purchase a character here. Maybe we can purchase... Oh, we don't have enough coins. Come on, currency manager. Add some premium currency. Let's try and purchase Pop. Boom. Okay, it has been purchased. Now if I exit and come back, normally it should be unlocked. Please work from the first time. Okay, plushies, here we go. Pop has been unlocked. That is so cool. Awesome. And the other two are still locked. Let's try and unlock Snark here. Boom. Snark has been unlocked. Let's exit and come back. Plushies and both Snark and Pop are now unlocked. Really cool. But as you might have noticed when I hit play, Dave was the one selected. Let's see. I've selected Snark. If I exit and come back right away, I'm not going to edit so that you can better spot it, so I can't stop talking. Here we go. Plushies, Dave is being selected. And the stats, so Dave's stats are not being displayed. Our price is still not on point here. So in the next one, let's wrap this up. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to wrap up our character selection. Let's go. So let's open our character selection manager. As we've noticed, when I hit play or opened the panel for the first time, Dave's data was not being initialized. This is because we are not configuring the character info at start, which is really bad. So here's what we are going to do. First off, whenever we select an unlocked character, I want to save. Why? Because I want to be able to save the last selected character. Okay? So what we can write is last selected character equals index. Let's create an integer to store this value here. So we are going to duplicate our selected character index, and let's call this one last selected character. Here we go. We can keep the index suffix here actually. So let's drop it here too. Perfect. Now that we have this data, we can save it and we can also load it, right? So what we're going to do is write cgl.save this unlocked state key. No, last selected character key, last selected character index. So let's create this key. By the way, we could have used a string, but yeah, it's way better to use it like so. Let's paste this here. Here we go. We now have the key. Nice. So we are now able to save. We just need to load it. So if cgl.try load this with the key, so last character key out object last selected character object, we can write last selected character index equals a cast to integer of our last character selected object. Perfect. And right after that, after initializing, of course, we can call character selected callback. So character selected callback with our last character index. Nice. We need to make sure that we call this after initializing. Otherwise, we would have an error. We don't have the buttons yet, right? So let's jump back to Unity here and hit play. Here we go. That's the error I was talking about. Container manager. Okay, so it's not initialized yet. We are trying to generate the containers before generating the instance right here. So the awake of sigil, loading the data, has been called before the awake of our stat container manager. This is really bad. But one fix for that is to not call this method right here. Here we go. This will prevent us from generating the containers, but what we can do is call it at start instead. At start, we know that we've already loaded all of our data. This is why I told you in a previous lesson that managing the order of execution of your scripts is really important. So if you are doing any kind of initialization, do it inside of the awake method. then you can use anything you want inside of the start method, right? So inside of here, character selected callback with our last selected character index. Really cool. Let's go back to Unity, try this again. No more error, which is really cool. Plushies, here we go. Now our panel has been initialized correctly. Awesome. Perfect. We are now good to go here. Let's just give it a shot because we haven't tested this. If we select Snark, exit and come back, what will happen? Let's open the panel. Yeah, that's awesome. Now Snark is being selected. Really cool. But we still can't play with Snark. We are still playing with Dave. So let's fix this. There's two things we need to do when purchasing or selecting an unlocked character. We need to change Dave's renderer, so this one, and we also need to access our player stats and change the stats or update them, okay? So what we're going to do is open our character selection manager and create an event or an action. So using system, really cool. Let's create the action. So actions, public static action, yep. And this action should pass in the character data, of course. So character data SO on character selected. Here we go. We can definitely call or trigger this action inside of our character selected callback when the character is unlocked, of course. So right here. So let's invoke it with our character data. Awesome. We are done here. Now let's open our player stats manager. Inside of here, we definitely want to subscribe to that event. So character selection manager dot on character selected plus equals character selected callback. Here we go. We can also duplicate this boy and drop it inside of the onDestroy method, of course. So like so, perfect. So duplicate, drop it here, and unsubscribe. Let's create this method like so. Awesome. I'm going to grab it and drop it at the bottom right here. Cool. So we now have our character data. Character data. First off, we need to change this value. So we can write player data equals character data. Player data equals character data. Perfect. And what we can also do and should do is update our stats here. So player stats equals player data dot base stats. So let's also grab this line and drop it somewhere around here. Perfect. No need to reinitialize our dance here because all of our characters have the same amount of stats. Okay? So this is it for our player stats. Now what we need to do is also change Dave's renderer. So for that, let's open our player script here. Or you can create a player renderer character. You're free to do so. I'm just going to drop the logic right here. So serialize field, private sprite renderer. Character renderer, let's say. Character, or maybe player renderer. Here we go. And now we need to subscribe to the action. So character selection manager. Oh, I had it. Here we go. Plus equals character selected callback, like we've done inside of our player stats manager. On destroy, here we go. Let's grab it, drop it here, and unsubscribe. Let's add or generate the method. This is our character data. Here we go. And we can now simply call player renderer dot sprite equals character data dot sprite. As simple as it gets. And just like that, we're done. How cool is that? Let's give it a shot. So we can jump back to Unity. I don't think we need to specify anything more than the renderer. Let's hit play. Okay, let's just go for now. Let's check the stats. Oh, we've got Snark already, or Smirk. So 511. Okay, let's just go back to the menu, select another character. Maybe we can select Dave. All right, let's go. And we've got 511. Okay, so these have not been updated, which is definitely not what we want. Oh, maybe they have the same attack, by the way. I did not check that. So Dave has, Dave doesn't have a specific thingy here. But Snark has 5, -2, -1. Okay, let's try it out. Boom, what else? 511. Okay, so our panel here has definitely not been updated. We need to fix this. So let's keep that for the next one. Welcome back, guys. This is going to be the fastest lesson ever. In this one, we are going to fix the issue we had in the previous lesson where the stats were not updated correctly. And for that, we are going to open our player stats manager. Just after setting our stats, let's call update player stats. This way, we are going to update all of the player stats dependencies, which definitely contain our player stats displays. Awesome. So let's go back to Unity, hit play. All right, let's select Dave first. Okay, let's go. Let's try and have a look at it. 5110. Okay, just keep that in mind. Let's select pop. We've got 3, 2, -7. Okay. Boom. 800. Really cool. Remember, the fire does add some attack here. I don't remember how much, but where is the fire here? Boom, fire. It has 5 attack. So it means that we had 3 originally, which is exactly how much attack pop has. Let's try snark. So 5 -2 -2, I think, or something. So 10, 2, 0, 0, and so on. Awesome. It's now working. So in the next one, let's tackle our settings panel. See you there. Hey guys, in this section, we are going to tackle the settings panel. Let's jump right in. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is, as usual, duplicate one of these panels here. So let's duplicate the character selection. Why? Because it already has the back button that we are interested in. Okay, so let's rename this boy settings. Here we go. And what we can do is also disable our character selection. And let's now tackle this boy. Okay, so the title here will be a little bit different. Let's write settings. Perfect. We are going to keep the back to menu button, but we just want to make sure that we remove this method from here because we are definitely going to change that. We can remove the premium currency container. We can remove the character scroll view. We can remove the character image and the character info button. Here we go. That's enough. These are our settings. Yay! Let's now add our settings container. So let's right click UI image. Here we go. This is going to be the settings container. We are going to change the image, of course. Let's select the basic container. Here we go. Let's turn this one purple-ish. Yep, like so. And stretch it on the container, on the whole screen actually. But we are definitely going to edit our anchors. So maybe something like 270, 200, let's say, 270 and 50, something like that. So let's try on different sizes, different screens. Here we go. This is decent. Yep, I like it. Yep, perfect. Maybe we can increase this one, 100, something like that. Should be decent. Okay, that's okay. Perfect. All right, let's go on. Now that we've got our container, we are going to add a scroll view to our container, a vertical scroll view actually, that will contain all of our settings, one by one, line by line, okay? So let's right click, UI, where is my scroll view? Somewhere around here, perfect. Let's stretch it on the container as usual, remove the background, set the alpha to 0, uncheck the horizontal scroll view, remove the scroll bars from here and here, so we can remove them, perfect. Let's also stretch our viewport, select the content, add a content size fitter with a preferred vertical fit and a vertical, not very, but, oh, come on, hola, vertical layout group. Here we go. Let's set back our preferred size here. Perfect. We definitely want the content to control the width of our element, but we are going to set up the height manually. So let's add a little bit of padding, something like that, and no spacing this time, just for testing purposes and to vary our elements a little bit. Okay, so let's tackle the first container here. Let's right click, create a new image. Here we go. Let's call it setting container. Perfect. And the image here is only used to display our actual container. We are not going to display it afterwards. So let's set a height of 150. Let's duplicate it. Yep, that's decent because we're going to add some padding, don't worry. So let's now right click, select UI, image. This is going to be our horizontal layout. So horizontal layout, here we go. We can remove the image actually, so let's remove it, boom, boom. It should occupy the whole space and contain a horizontal layout group component. Here we go. This will definitely control the width and the height of our elements. And inside of this horizontal layout group, we are going to have 3 sections. So let's duplicate this boy twice. Perfect. And all of these will have a layout element as usual. Come on, you're now comfortable with this. Let's set up a preferred width and set this to 1000 for our 3 elements. Okay. So this is going to be the icon section. This is going to be the name section. And finally, the button section or interactable element. So let's call it button section. Here we go. So the first section will be something like 100. Yep. This one can be 600. And this one can finally be something like 200 or 300. You decide. I'm going to set this one to 250 and maybe increase this one to 150. Here we go. And again, if you don't like these settings, feel free to change them to your liking. Okay, so our icon section here will have a first image, which will be the icon container. We can actually use a basic container for that. Or maybe we should use our square 50, right? Yeah, I think this is the one we are going to use. So let's select this boy. Of course, we want it to be simple. Here we go. I don't know. Let's preserve the aspect and occupy the whole space. Yep, this is already a little bit better. So what we can do is also rename this boy first. So icon container. Let's duplicate it, drop it as a child of the previous one, and call it icon. Here we go. And the first one will be SFX. So maybe I have, yep, this icon. Really cool. So let's also stretch it on the container with a little bit of padding, of course. So let's say 50-50 and 50-50. That is definitely too much. So 2020, 2020. Yeah, that's decent. I like it. Cool. Then what we want to do is add our text here. So let's duplicate this boy, drop it here. Let's stretch it on the container and maybe anchor it to the left-hand side. Like so, perfect. We can increase the max size and let's call this one SFX. Perfect. This is going to be our setting name. And finally, the button section. So for that, we are simply going to grab our basic button that we can find somewhere around here, drop it here and stretch it on the container. Here we go. Let's also add some padding here. 2020, 2020. Yeah, that's decent. Maybe a little bit more on the right and left. Yep, this is already a little bit better in my opinion. And what if we duplicate our setting container now? Okay, that's decent, but here the containers are touching each other. So what we're going to do is select the icon container and add some padding. So 2020, 2020, maybe something like that. Maybe we can actually use 10. Let's duplicate it again like so. And yeah, here we go. That's way better. So we can set the alpha to 0 and you can already notice how better looking it is. Okay. So we are basically going to do the same thing for our 5 settings. Yeah, I think we've got 5. So the SFX, the background music, the credits, the privacy policy, and finally help and support. Yeah, this is 5. Awesome. So let's go on. So let's duplicate this boy 5 times. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. So this is going to be the SFX. Here we've got music. This one will be privacy policy. This one can be help. And finally, this one credits. Here we go. So let's now edit the visuals for all of our settings. And I'm sure you can do it on your own. So I'm just going to time-lapse this. Here we go, finally. I've got my 5 settings here. So we've got the credits, help and support, privacy policy, music, and SFX. Really cool. So this is basically it for our basic settings panel. In the next one, let's implement the logic for this boy. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add the logic for our settings panel. But first off, we definitely need to show it and hide it. So let's add ways to do so. So as usual, let's open our UI manager. Here we go. Let's add a reference to our settings panel. So settings panel, here we go. No need to add it right here, but what we can do is call the hide settings, of course. So hide settings at start. Perfect. Let's add 2 new methods, one to show it and one to hide it. So this is going to be show settings panel. So show settings, let's say. And this one should be hide settings. So hide settings. Perfect. Settings panel.set active true, settings panel.set active false. And later down the road, we can actually add transitions between our panel to make it more polished. Okay, don't worry. For now, we just want to get the core loop and the core system working. So let's now jump back to Unity. Let's reference our settings panel here. Perfect. And we now have a way to open it and close it. So let's select our settings button. Let's add a callback UI manager, show settings. Let's now add a way to close it. So back to menu button here. Let's select the UI manager and hide settings. Perfect. Let's give it a shot. All right, let's click on the settings button. Here we go. Really nice. I love it. Let's go back, open it, and come back. Really cool. That's the first step. So let's now create our settings manager. Let's create a new game object here. Call it settings manager. And of course, we need a script for this boy. So let's create a new C# script. Settings manager. Let's attach this boy to our settings manager and open it. Here we go. And inside of here, let's first tackle our SFX button, okay? So we will definitely need a reference to unityengine.ui as usual, because we are going to change the color of our button depending on if the SFX or sound effects are on or off. So if they are on, the color should be green, otherwise gray, okay? So we can actually add references to our two custom colors. So let's add a new header for our settings, serialize field, private color, on color, and another one for the off color. Here we go. We can also add a reference to our image, so the SFX image or the SFX button actually. So let's add an elements header. Yep. Serialize field, private button. Let's call it SFX button. Really nice. Instead of adding the callback to the SFX button inside of the inspector or the editor, I'm actually going to add them here, but keep in mind that this is actually the same process. We've already done that. So inside of the start method or maybe the awake method, here we go. What we want to do is grab our SFX button, .onClick.add listener. And by the way, you could actually remove all of the listeners if you're afraid that you might have some other callbacks. Yeah, I'm actually going to do it just for the course sake. So remove all listeners, here we go. And inside of here, I want to call SFX button callback. Here we go. Let's now create this method. So boom, generate the method. Here we go. I'm going to grab it and drop it somewhere around here. Really cool. So inside of here, what do we want to do? Well, the first thing we want to do here is to check if the SFX are on or off. So if they're on, we should turn them off. If they're off, we should turn them on. And then we can update our visuals. And finally, the third step will be to let the audio manager or SFX manager that the state of the SFX has been changed. Got it? So that we can enable sounds or disable them. That's basically it. So let's add a boolean to control this. Let's add a data header, something like that. Private bool SFX on, let's call it. Or maybe we can call it SFX state. Depends, you decide. So inside of here, we are going to grab our SFX state and it will be equals to the opposite value of SFX state. So again, if it's true, false. If it's false, true. Okay. We can then update our SFX visuals. And finally, trigger an action so that the audio manager can do that. So for now, let's just comment this. So trigger an action with the new SFX state. Here we go. Let's create this method now. Boom, boom. Here we go. We can remove the exception. Perfect. And inside of here, we want to check if the SFX are now on or off. So if SFX state, so if they're on, we will do stuff. Otherwise, we will do something else. So if the SFX are on, the first thing we want to do is change the color of our button here. So SFX button.image.color equals color on or on color. How did I call it? On color. Here we go. Otherwise, it should be the off color. Okay? So that's the first step here. But we also want to change the text displayed on our button. So SFX button.get component in children of type text mesh pro UGUI. And I do agree here, this is the dirty way of doing it because we know that we only have one text in our button. Come on. You could have added an SFX button script and configured that like using OOP principles, but sometimes the quick and dirty way works perfectly. So this is what we're going to use here. Of course, we need the text mesh pro library. So here we go. Perfect. And this text, whenever the button is on, will be on. So something like that. Otherwise, it will display off. Perfect. So let's now try this out. Let's go back to Unity. Let's set up our on color. So it will be this green and the off color should be, I don't know, maybe this gray, maybe this one, I think. Yeah. Let's try this one. Where is our button? SFX basic button. Here we go. So let's rename it SFX button while we are here. Perfect. Let's now hit play. Let's open our settings. Let's click on the button. And the first click will definitely not do anything because at start, SFX is off and we haven't updated the visuals. But later on, we will use Sigil to save our data, of course, because if the player has disabled the sound effects, he should find them disabled when he comes back, definitely. So let's click again. Boom. Now it's off. On, off, on, off. Really cool. So we are basically going to apply the same logic for our music button here. And our privacy policy, help and support and credits will be a bit different. So I invite you to add the logic for the music button really quickly. And then we can tackle these. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle all of the other buttons. Hopefully, I guess. All right, so did you do your homework or not? The music button, remember? I hope you did. Anyway, I'm going to do that. So let's duplicate this one. Let's call it music button. Here we go. Let's grab this boy, drop it here, remove all the listeners. So remove all listeners, duplicate it. Let's add a new listener and call it music button callback. Music button callback. Here we go. Let's generate the method, grab it, drop it at the bottom somewhere around here. And we are basically going to apply the same logic. So we need a Boolean for this. So let's write music state. Here we go. Let's now duplicate the SFX button callback, but just the logic, not with the name. Come on, I can't. Yeah, here we go. Copy and paste. Nice. We are simply going to remove this one. So music state, let's say, boom, copy it and paste it here. And inside of here, we want to update the music visuals. So music visuals, here we go. Let's grab this method and drop it here. Update music visuals, really cool. And by the way, we can refactor this later on. I'm going to show you how, but basically you can add a Boolean and a button as an argument to edit these actually. So let's grab our music state right here. Boom. Not here, but here it should be the music button. Yep. Boom, 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 and boom. Here we go. That's way better. And of course, here we are going to trigger an event to let the audio manager that the music state has been changed instead of the SFX. Here we go. I think we are good to go. So let's give it a shot. We will definitely need to add a reference to our music button here. So music, here we go. Let's grab this boy and rename it music button. Let's hit play. Let's open our settings. Okay, music button. And here we go. That's way better. So cool. Awesome. So now let's try to save and load our values here, because right now, as you've seen, we need to click twice to notice some changes. This is really bad. So this should inherit or implement the I want to be saved interface. And of course, we need to use tabseal.sigil. Here we go. So let's implement the interface quickly, like so. Perfect. So inside of the load method, by default, the SFX state and music state should be on. So SFX state equals true. And we're also going to change the music state. Here we go. Just in case we don't find any entry inside of our game data. Okay. So then we can try and load them. So if sigil.tryload this, let's actually hard code the key here. SFX, let's write out object SFX state object. Then we've found it. So SFX state equals bool cast of our SFX state object. Really nice. Same thing for our music state. So let's duplicate this line. We can change the key music. Boom, music state object, and finally music state. Perfect. So we are now able to load our SFX and music states. Nice. After that, what we can do is definitely update the visuals. So update SFX visuals and update music visuals. Really cool. Now let's implement the save method here. So let's remove this. sigil.save this SFX and SFX state. And we're also going to save the music state. Music. Nice. And of course, we want to save our values here whenever the state has been changed. So somewhere around here, save. And also inside of the SFX button thingy, right here. Perfect. This is already way better. So let's try this out. Let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. Okay, let's display the settings. Let's click on the button off. Okay, let's try and see if it has been saved. So I'm going to exit and come back. And it should be off, hopefully. Boom, off. Really cool. Let's turn this one off now. Exit and come back. And now the second one is off. Awesome! So this is working perfectly. Let's now tackle our privacy policy button. And this one will be really simple because it will simply open a website, let's say. So the website you've put your privacy policy on, and yeah, that's basically it. So let's add a quick method to do that. Maybe after the visuals here. So let's try it public or maybe private actually, because we're going to add the callback from here. Void privacy policy button callback. Here we go. To open a website, it's really simple. Application.open URL. Like so. Really simple. So inside of here, I'm going to set, I don't know, what can we write here? Maybe https tabseal.com, something like that. Just a random website here. We can actually also add the www. WWE Superstars. Okay, so let's now add our method to our button. We need a way to grab the button. So serialize field. Okay, private button, privacy policy button. Of course, we need to remove the listeners and add that listener. So privacy policy button dot onclick dot remove all listeners and add a new listener with our privacy policy button callback. Got it? I'm rushing because, come on, we've done this twice. I'm not going to spend much time doing this because, yeah, we are not going to waste time on this. Come on. So let's try this out. Okay, let's wait for a bit. Of course, we need to reference our button. So settings manager. Where is our privacy policy button? Somewhere around here, button section, basic button. So this is the privacy policy button. Perfect. Let's hit play. And if we try and click it now, boom. Yeah, awesome. The website has been loaded perfectly. Cool. Really nice. All right, so let's now tackle the other buttons. I'm going to minimize this. Cool. So in the next one, let's tackle the help and support. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add the callback for our help and support button right here. So I've written ask if you have noticed. Why? Because I want this button to send a mail to myself, but in your case, it will be your email if a certain player has some recommendations, some suggestions, and so on. Okay? So I want to show you how you can do that because I think that it might be really useful. So let's go on. Okay, so first off, what we need is a reference to our button. So let's duplicate this boy and call it ask button. Here you go. Of course, we need to remove the listeners and so on, blah, blah, blah. So remove all listeners, ask button.onclick.add listener, ask button call back. Here we go. Perfect. Let's now create this method and drop it at the bottom. So let's grab this boy and drop it somewhere around just after the privacy policy one, actually. Perfect. Let's remove this. Here we go. So here is how you can send an email from that button. So string email. In my case, it's going to be something like tabsealgames@gmail.com. Here we go. So this is the first step. Now we will need the subject. So string subject will be equals, I don't know, something like help. As simple as it gets. And then we can write string body, and this can be equal to something like, hey, I need help with this. It can be anything. And once we've got these three elements, what we need to do is, again, open that URL. So application.open URL. And it's in here, it's going to be a little bit different. First off, we are going to write mail to. And this is how you let know your device that you are actually going to send a mail. So plus email. Here we go. Plus, then we are going to add the subject. So question mark, subject equals plus subject. Plus, again, the body. And for the body, you need an a statement, and statement. Esperluette in French. Esperluette. Okay, I just want you to know here. So esperluette, body, equals plus body. Perfect. And this is how you send a mail. But there is a small catch here. URLs usually don't like spaces, so we need to use special characters for spaces here. You need to convert this into an escape URL actually. Okay, so let's add a way to do that. Private string, my escape URL, let's say string s. Okay, and inside of here we will return Unity web request. So we are going to use the Unity web request library. Let's press Alt Enter and select Unity Engine.networking. Perfect. .escape URL with our string s. But not just like that, because we want to replace our spaces with actual hexadecimal code. And as you can see here, every character has an hexadecimal code. And I guess that you've never seen spaces in any URL. So this is what we should do whenever we have a space. And you can also have a look at the escape URL documentation inside of the Unity website here. I'm going to try and leave a link to that. All right, so let's go back to our script here. So we return this escape URL. We also need to replace actually our plus sign, so plus by the %20 for it to consider it as a space. Okay, so where is our string here? We're just gonna grab this method and use it right here. So my escape URL with this string, here we go. And my escape URL with the body too. So my escape URL with the body. Perfect. Here we go. So now it should be good. Let's open Unity. Let's reference our button. So settings manager, where is our help button? Somewhere around here. Let's rename it help button and hit play. All right, so let's open the settings and try and ask. Of course, I need to add an account here to send the email via Outlook, I guess, but I don't want to do so. But I just want to let you know that this is working. I invite you to give it a shot on your side. Okay, so in the next one, let's now tackle our credits. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle our credits here. So let's do that. We are definitely going to need a new panel that we are going to show whenever we press the credits button. So let's create this panel. We can actually duplicate the settings panel and turn it into a child of itself. This is going to be our credits panel. Here we go. What we can do is remove everything. We can keep the settings container actually and the back to menu button. Yeah, we can actually keep everything. We are just going to write credits in here like so. Let's remove our scroll view. No, let's keep it because we will definitely need it to make our credits automatically scroll down. But we can remove anything that's inside of here like so. Inside of our content, we're going to right click, select UI, and Text Mesh Pro, or duplicate our title text. Here we go. Let's add some lorem ipsum here. Okay, I've just grabbed that from the internet, of course. And what we want to do in here is allow the content to control the height of our text so that it automatically scales up or down. So we can definitely add some spaces here, maybe some backspaces actually, boom, boom. And maybe something like that. Yeah, let's make this one a little bit bigger. Here we go. And yeah, this will be it. Okay, so let's now have a way to display our credits and to hide them. We can rename this one credits text, by the way, while we are here, of course. And open back our settings manager. So let's open it. Here we go. Let's add a reference to our panel and to our button. So let's duplicate this one, credits button. Perfect. We can remove the listeners and so on. So remove and credit buttons dot onClick dot add listener, credits button callback. Here we go. Let's create this method and drop it at the bottom somewhere around here, just after the escape URL. Perfect. And inside of here, we definitely want to display our credits panel. So let's write credits panel.set active true. Let's quickly create a reference to our credits panel. So let's generate the field object. No, it should be a game object. So do we have a quick action? No, we don't. So I'm just going to select this one and turn this one into a game object instead. So game object. Here we go. We definitely need a reference to it. So I'm going to add the serialized field attribute. Like so. Perfect. We are now good to go. So we have a way to display the panel. Let's add another way to hide it. Hide credits panel. Okay, so let's turn it false. And at start, we definitely want to hide it. So let's turn this one public because we want to link it to the back button inside of the credits panel, of course. Let's hide it at start. Perfect. And we should be good to go. So let's jump back to Unity. All right, let's add our two new references here. So this is the credits panel, this one, perfect. We also need the credits button. So settings container, credits, basic button. Let's rename this boy credits button, perfect. And hit play. All right, let's open our settings, read the credits, and perfect. We can now perfectly read the credits. So we haven't attached our button here, our callback. So what we're going to do is select the button. Where is it? Credits panel. Thank you. Right here. Back to menu button. This is actually back to settings button. And we are going to add UI manager. Nope. Settings manager here. Dot hide credits panel. Perfect. Let's quickly try this out. Let's open the settings again. Boom, read the credits, go back to the settings, and this is working perfectly. Awesome. Really cool. So now what I quickly want to add is a way to scroll down automatically our settings here, our credits, sorry, because I find it cool, and maybe you don't, but I want to show you how to do that. Okay, so for that, we will need to create a credits scroller. So let's open our UI folder, right-click, create a new C# script. Credits scroller flower. Now again, I'm not going to start. And let's open it. Perfect. So this boy will require a rect transform. Require component type of rect transform. Perfect. Let's add a reference to this rect transform. So private rect transform RT. And we can actually add a header elements like so. Perfect. Let's add the awake method. RT equals get component rect transform. So basically, I'm rushing now. You know how it goes. Now I'm going to slow down. So I want to reset the position of the content here. So the content that contains our credits, because this is the boy that will have the credits scroller script. Here we go. I've just attached it. Okay. What we are going to do is manipulate this Y value and increase it. So whenever it's enabled, it's going to reset to 0. And when it's active, it's going to automatically scroll down using a certain speed that we are going to set up actually. Okay. So yeah, this is basically it. Whenever it's enabled, we do call the onEnable method. This is called whenever a game object is being enabled. So we can write rt.anchoredPosition equals rt.anchoredPosition.with, again, extension method, y0. Perfect. So this is resetting our scroll view here. And inside of the update method, what we can do is call rt.anchoredPosition plus equals vector2.down times time.deltaTime. And it's actually vector2.up because as you've seen previously, we increased the y value to go down. Okay. So times time.deltaTime times a certain scroll speed. So let's create this scroll speed right here. Perfect. And this is basically it. So let's give it a shot. Okay. We can set up a scroll speed of, let's say 50, hit play. And now if we open our credits, boom, they automatically scroll down like so. Yeah, I love it. Nice. If I scroll up, it does scroll down again with a certain inertia, which is so cool. And if I exit and come back now, it starts from the beginning again. Nice. I love it. And now, before jumping to the polish section, what I want to do is add the two actions I told you about when changing the SFX state along with the music state, okay? So yeah, we are simply going to add them really quickly. Settings manager right here. So let's use the system. We already have it. So let's add our actions. Actions, perfect. Public static action with a boolean to pass in the SFX state. On SFX state changed, let's say, and another one for the on music state changed. Here we go. So we can grab this boy and call it right here. So let's invoke it with the SFX state. We can now duplicate it and call it right here. So on music state changed, music state. Perfect. And this is going to be used inside of our audio manager later on in the polish phase. Okay? Before jumping to the next one, by the way, let's not forget to commit our changes. We've added so much. Let's just write character selection and settings. Nice. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to start working on Polish. Not the nationality, but adding juice to our game. Okay, so the first thing I want to do here is add a bumpy button effect. So whenever I click on a button, I want it to bounce a little bit. Okay, so for that, let's create our script. Maybe we can create it inside of the effects folder. So right click, create a new C# script, and let's call it bumpy button. Here we go. So of course you could add an animation to your UI elements, but in general, adding animations to UI elements is really not the best way to go, because when you animate an object, it does refresh or redraw all of the elements inside of the same canvas. So this is really bad performance-wise, okay? This is why it is a good practice to animate UI elements using a twinning library. All right, so let's open our script. Boom, here we go. The first thing we want to do in here is detect whenever we click on the button. So there are three phases, if I can say so. There is the pointer down, there is the pointer up, and there is the pointer exit event that we're going to use. These are the phases we need here. And we're actually going to do that inside of the script, but keep in mind that you could definitely add the pointer, I think it was the event systems. Yeah, let's add the event trigger, sorry. You can add the event trigger component to manage all of the actual phases we want to manage. But to make this script reusable, we are not going to use this method. It's actually better to do it inside of the script. Okay, so let's remove this, go back to our script. And inside of here, we want to add the Unity Engine, event systems library. Cool. This will help us implement the I pointer down handler, the I pointer up handler, and the I pointer exit handler. And these are the three phases I told you about. Whenever you click down on an object, a UI element, when you mouse up, if I can say so, your UI element, and when you exit from the bounding box of the UI element. Okay, so let's implement these three interfaces like so. By using the quick actions, it should do. Perfect. Let's actually drop the exit just after the up. Perfect. Let's grab these and drop them after the update method. Yeah, that's way better. All right, what do we need next? Well, how did we call our script? Bumpy button. So we definitely need a button. So using Unity Engine .ui require component type of button. That way, no need to reference it inside of the inspector. And of course, we need to specify it here. So elements, private, button. Here we go. Let's add the awake method and write button equals get component of type button. Perfect. Let's now tackle our on pointer down method. First off, I'm going to remove these two. We can remove the exception from here. Perfect. We're actually also going to remove the exception from these two. Awesome. And first off, we need to make sure that the button is interactable. If not, we don't want to play the animation. So if button.interactable, so if it's not interactable, we want to return. We don't want to play that animation. Otherwise, we are going to cancel any tween that has been or is being applied to this button. So lint tween.cancel button. Okay, dot game object, of course. And finally, we are going to apply the tween. So scaling the button, lean tween dot scale game object, because we want to scale this game object. The target scale will be a new vector 2. So new vector 2. Oh, come on, not vector 3, vector 2. Here we go. 1.1 and 0.9. Here we go. So that we stretch it along the x-axis and compress it along the y-axis. For the time here, the animation duration, we can write something like 0.6f. Let's just hard code this one. Perfect. Let's add an easing here. So set is lean tween type dot ease out elastic. This one, here we go. And of course, make sure to try and experiment with all of the easings that are available. You might find something that better suits your game or that you like more. What we also want to do here is to ignore the time scale. So dot set ignore time scale true. Here we go. This will make sure that we can still animate our objects inside of the pause panel, because remember, the time scale was set to 0 inside of there. If we don't use this extension method, the buttons won't animate. Okay, so let's make this code a little bit prettier. Here we go, and try this out. So let's go back to Unity. Let's open our menu. We can select the start button and add the bumpy button component. Here we go. Let's start the game. Okay, let's try this out. I'm going to point down. Boom. Yay. Awesome. But now it will stay like this because we are not managing the pointer up nor the pointer exit when I exit from the button. Okay. So yeah, this is now working perfectly. Let's actually add that to the character selection button too. Boom. Here we go. Like so. Yeah, it does scale too. Awesome. And you can add this to any button. So we can also add this to the settings button. Here we go. Really nice. But not to the images. If we select, let's say, Dave icon and try and add it, Unity will also add a button component. Let me show you. Boom. It has added a button, you see? So yeah, definitely. This is not what we want. So in our case, images will have another animation. But if you want to add this bumpy animation to images, make sure to create a bumpy image script or reuse this script. But instead of specifying the button here, I think you should specify a rect transform. Okay, this would work as expected. So let's go on. Let's implement our onPointerUp method now. Inside of here, we also want to make sure that the button is interactable to animate it. Then we are also going to cancel the current tween, if any, and scale back to the original scale. So the target scale here will be vector2, vector2.1, and of course 0.6f for the animation duration. Awesome. So let's actually duplicate this logic and drop it inside of the onPointer exit. Here we go. Let's now jump back to Unity. Exit the play mode. Let's make sure that we still have the component here. Yep, here it is. Let's hit play. All right, let's click. Nice. Exit. Yay. I love it. Let's click and mouse up, but we are going to go actually. Yeah. So now let's try and add this component to all of the buttons we want to animate. So let's select the character selection button. Of course, we want to animate this boy. Let's also drop it on the settings button. Definitely. And I think this is okay for the menu. So let's now tackle our character selection here. Let's hide the settings panel. Perfect. So inside of here, what do we want to animate? The back button, definitely. So let's select our back button. Where is it? Back to menu button. We can add the component. We can also animate this panel. Does it make sense? I don't think it does. So we're not going to animate it. But we can animate the character buttons at the bottom here. So for that, we are going to select them. Let's select the prefabs folder, UI, character button, and add the bumpy button component. Here we go. Let's tackle the next one now, the settings panel. We definitely want to add the animation to all of these along with the back button here. So let's select the back to menu button. Where is our script? We can add it from here, actually, bumpy button. We can select all of our buttons inside of the settings here. So let's actually expand all of these. SFX button, music button, privacy policy button, help, and credits. Here we go. Let's add the component and let's try this out first. So let's hit play. All right, let's try all of our buttons. Yep, nice, nice. Let's open the settings. Yep, really cool. This one too. Yeah, cool. Awesome. I love it. I really love this animation here. Anyway, let's open this panel. Yeah, this one also animates. Really nice. Really cool. Yeah, I love it. Awesome. So now you're going to go on and add the component to all of the buttons we want to animate. Of course, if you got this, no need to complete the lesson here because it's simply going to be adding the component to the buttons. So yeah, jump to the next one if you've got this. Let's continue here. So we've got our settings. Let's disable these panels and enable our weapon selection panel. Do we want to animate something in here? Yep, the start game button, of course. So let's add the component. Perfect. Let's go on. Our game panel does not have, oh, we've got the pause button here. So let's disable the menu, by the way. We've got the pause button we want to animate. Okay, bumpy button. I think we don't have anything else here. Perfect. Let's hide the panel. Let's display the pause panel and go on. So we've got a buttons container. We've got the menu and resume button. Perfect. Let's add the component. Let's also not forget about the restart confirmation panel. We've got two buttons in here. So button section, yup and nope. Perfect. Oh, they don't have a button component. These are sections, by the way. Here are the real buttons. Here we go. Let's not miss this. We can now disable the pause panel, enable the game over, and we've got the restart button right here. Perfect. Let's go back. All right, stage complete. Stage complete. Oh, we haven't managed this one, but we will manage this panel later on. Let's select the wave transition. Do we have something here? Oh yeah, our buttons here. So let's actually select the player stats display container, upgrade buttons container. Do we spawn new ones? I don't think we do. So let's add the component right here. All right, I'm telling you that I don't think we do because if we select the wave transition manager, these are referenced here. So we are not spawning new ones. Awesome. Let's disable this boy, open the shop. Do we have something we want to animate here? The start game button, of course. We also have the reroll buttons at the bottom here. So the watch video and purchase reroll. We definitely need to add mob or Unity ads or something here. Yeah, let's keep that for later on. we're going to do everything later on. And we also have these buttons, but I'm not sure if I want to animate them or not. For now, let's keep them as is. I definitely want to animate the inventory item buttons here though. So let's select our inventory item, not container. Yeah, that's the container actually. Yeah, let's add the script right here. And inside of our inventory close button, slide panel, container, yeah, the info here. Inside of the info, I want to animate the merge button along with the recycle button. So let's select both of these, close. Oh, yeah, the close button. Yeah, why not? Let's animate it. Vertical layout, purchase button section, merge and recycle. Animate them. Here we go. And are we good to go now? Let's try this out. All right, we've already tried these, so this one should animate too. Awesome, really cool. The pause button here, let's pause the game, resume, menu. Let's go back to the menu. Yup and nope are animating. Perfect, let's resume. Oh, we need to wait 30, oh, you're kidding me, I'm not. So let's set a time scale. I died. I completely forgot about that. But at least we get to try the menu, the restart button here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is select the wave manager, which is somewhere around here, and set a wave duration of 1 second. Okay, here we go. But our inventory is now, oh, we want to animate these. I forgot about these. So let's select them. And where is this boy? Here we go. Inventory button and player stats button and add the component. Perfect. We can now start again. But first, let's make sure that, yeah, 0 for the wave duration, of course. Okay, let's go select a weapon so that we can spot it inside of our inventory. So both of these should animate. This one is not animating because it is not interactable. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, we are getting there. Cool. Okay, what about these? Awesome. What about this and this? Oh, this one is not interactable, of course. Awesome. So now everything is being animated. I love it. In the next one, let's add another kind of animation to our images. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle another kind of animation. This is the scale and rotate animation. Okay, so like we've done for our bumpy button, let's right-click, create a new C# script, and call it scale and rotate. Here we go. Perfect. Let's now open it. Here we go. And like we've done for our bumpy button, we will need the event systems library. So using Unity engine.event systems. Here we go, like so. Perfect. So let's implement the I pointer down handler and of course implement the interface. Nice. Let's grab it, drop this one after these two methods. We're actually going to remove them like we've done for our bumpy button. And this time we are not going to apply the animation to buttons only, but we want to require a rect transform. So type of rect transform. Here we go. Perfect. Let's add the elements. Private rect transform. Or maybe let's call it RT actually, because we only have this rect transform in this script. So awake RT equals get component of type rect transform. And you can definitely make this one a bit smaller. Here we go. Perfect. Inside of our onPointerDown method, what we can do is first off cancel any tween. So linTween.cancel, game object, perfect. And then we are going to scale it and rotate it. So let's reset the scale at first. Transform.scale, local scale. We could actually write rt.localScale. So rt.localScale equals vector2.1. Here we go. Then linTween.scale. RT, our rect transform. The target scale here will be vector2.1 times 1.1f, let's say. And again, here I'm just showing how you can do it, but of course, tweak these values, create your own animations, and yeah, have fun. The main point here is to have fun. So vector2.1 times 1.1, and the animation should last something like 1 second, okay? We can add an easing, so set ease, of course, linTween type dot, let's say punch, to come back to its original position, or scale in our case. And let's also ignore the time scale, so set ignore time scale true. Perfect. So this is it for the scale. Let's now tackle the rotation. rt.rotation equals quaternion.identity. Here we go. Then instead of rotating always in the same direction or around the same axis direction, let's say, let's set up a random sign. So int sign will be equals to an integer, mathf.sign of, let's say, random.range between -1f, 1f, and 1f. Here we go. This will either return 1 or -1. Perfect. We can now rotate. So linTween.rotate around, of course, RT. We want to rotate around vector3.forward for 1 second. But of course, we need to set up our angle here. So let's set it up here as the add argument, of course. We want to rotate by 15 degrees. So 15 times the sign to either rotate left or right, clockwise or counterclockwise. Let's set up the easing. So set ease linTween type.punch as usual. And finally, we can also ignore the time scale. Yeah, like so. Perfect. Let's try this out. So let's go back to Unity. Let's select a random image. What we can do is select the logo or Dave here. So let's expand this, select Dave and the logo. Here we go. Let's add this scale and rotate and hit play. All right, let's try and click. Boom. Yeah, here we go. And sometimes they will rotate right, sometimes left. Awesome. Nice. So again, you can decide which element you want to add the animation to, or you could add it to this one. The settings will actually have another kind of animation. I want them to jump a little bit. But yeah, this scale and rotate animation is pretty cool actually. All right, let's just check if we need to add it to anything else. Maybe we can add it to this dice here, but yeah, again, you're free to add it to whatever element you want. Okay, so let's select the dice in the shop. Boom, dice, here we go, scale and rotate. Nice. So in the next one, let's tackle another kind of animation. Again, see you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle a new animation. So let's create it, of course. So C# script, let's call it hop on tap. Here we go. Perfect. Let's open it as usual. And again, we will need that specific library. So using Unity Engine.event systems, let's implement the I pointer down handler, implement the interface, remove the start and update method. Let's also require a rect transform. So require component. Oh, did I forget something here? Yep, a semicolon. Require component type of rect transform. Here we go. Let's add the awake method. Perfect. We also need a reference to our rect transform. So elements, private, rect transform, RT. And in here, we can actually use the expression voided statement. RT equals get component of type rect transform. Here we go. Boom. Let's remove these and remove the exception here. Perfect. And inside of here, it's going to be a little bit different. But first off, let's cancel any tween. Lintween.cancel game object. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, so just before animating our object, first off, let's write the animation line. Lintween, we only want to move along the y-axis, so we can use the move y method. Lintween.move y, perfect. We want to move this RT. We want to move it to the target y, okay? And let's say in 0.6 seconds. So again, we can add an easing here, lintween type dot, let's say, punch for it to come back to its original position, and also ignore the timescale. Perfect, nice. Let's now set our target y here. Float target y will be equals to. For here, we want to make it as simple as possible. So we are going to grab the initial position of our object and add a certain value, okay? So this will be equals to initial y, or maybe initial position dot y, something like that, you decide, plus a certain value. And this value, I want to make it proportional to this height of the screen. So screen.height divided by, let's say, 50. Just for it to be really small. And of course, you can definitely tweak these values. Let's cache our initial position. Private vector2, initial position. Here we go. We can cache it at start or inside of the awake method. So let's actually create the awake method just to keep our expression bounded statement there. So private start, here we go. We can write initial position equals rt dot anchored position, like so. And we can reference RT because we have it inside of the awake method. Again, here is another way you could have written this. That's so cool. All right, let's try this out. Let's add this to the currency container. So let's say, yeah, the premium one. Hop on tap. Here we go. Let's hit play. Let's try this. Boom. Yay, that is so cool. And I can click as many times as I want here. It's not gonna crash it or actually mess with it. Perfect. So we can now add this animation to all of the objects we want to animate with this one. So let's add it. First off, I want to add it to all of my titles. So let's write title here, title container, actually, container, perfect. So all of my title containers will have this hop on tap animation. Okay, what we can do is try this out already. Let's open the menu, boom. Okay, this one is working, perfect. What about the weapon selection? Nice. Let's select a weapon. Go. The shop too. This one is not, but the stats here should do it. Perfect. What about the inventory? Yay. Here we go. That is so cool. These ones are not because we don't want them to animate, but the dice is actually bumping, which is really nice. What we can do is also add it to our currency container here. Okay, let's try something. Maybe we can start again. Oh, I can't pause. So what I'm going to do is select Wave Manager and increase the wave duration here. Okay, let's pause. Yeah, perfect. So nice. Everything seems to be working perfectly. We can also animate our coffee here, our cup of coffee. So what we're going to do is select the currency container, which is in the shop first. Currency container, here we go. Hop on tap, perfect. We are also going to select our cup of coffee. So where is it? Coffee icon. I want this one to, let's say, scale and rotate. Perfect. I think we are good to go now. Yep. we are good to go for our animations. And if we ever notice an object that is not animating and that we want to animate, we can still add that component. So cool. Okay, next, what should we do? Let's keep polishing our game. We are going to shake our camera whenever we shoot a bullet. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we want to shake our camera whenever we shoot a bullet with our range weapon. Let's go. All right, so let's first create our camera shake component. Camera shake with a capital S, of course. Here we go. Awesome. And of course, we want to add this camera shake component to our camera, but not to the camera right away. Right now, we have a camera controller that does follow Dave, right? So we can't manage the position with another script. It will actually create some interferences, and yeah, this is really bad. So what we're going to do is actually right-click and create an empty parent, okay? This is going to be the one following Dave, and our main camera here will shake because it's afraid. Okay. Anyway, so let's call this one camera parent. Here we go. What we can do is click on these three dots here, copy the component, and paste it right here as a new component. So paste component as new. Awesome. So now if we remove the camera controller from here and hit play, normally our camera should still follow Dave. So let's try this out. Let's increase our wave duration, by the way. I think, yeah, it's still 0. So let's go, select a weapon. Okay, let's move. Perfect. We've got the same behavior here. That is awesome. Okay, so let's go on now. Now that we've separated our camera controller from the actual camera, you can actually right-click again and create an empty parent, call it camera shake parent, something like that. Well, it depends on how many effects you want to add to your camera. You can add as many parents as you want. One for shaking, one for rotating the camera if you want, one for, I don't know, zooming in and out. Actually here, you can't zoom in and out because this is an orthographic camera, so you need to manage this value here. Okay. Let's hit Control Z and Control Z twice because I'm simply going to add the script to my main camera now. So let's grab this boy, drop it here, and open it. Perfect. To shake the camera, let's add 2 values. So we first need a settings header, serialize field, private, float, shake, magnitude, let's say, and another one for the shake frequency, like so. Perfect. Nice. Then for testing purposes, I'm going to try and shake whenever I press a certain key. So let's create the shake method first. Private void shake, here we go. And whenever I press S, let's say, let's shake. So if input.get key down decode. Oh, by the way, I think it's the first time we use this .s, capital S. Let's shake. So basically, for testing purposes, you can also use this. So you either use the naughty attributes.button attribute right here to click on the inspector, or you can specify a key that you can press and call a certain method. Both methods work here. So let's keep both of them. Okay. All right. So we are going to use the lintwin library as usual. So let's just cancel any twin that is currently running on the camera, lintwin.cancel. Then we can call lintwin move local because we want to move the camera using the local position, right? Not the world position. Otherwise, it would mess with our camera controller. We want to move this game object, so the camera, and move it towards a certain direction with the magnitude that we've specified here. So for now, let's write direction times, come on, thank you, magnitude. So shake magnitude. Perfect. We want to set the animation duration to shake frequency. Yeah, doesn't make sense. Actually, I'm going to rename this one shake duration. Yeah, that's way better. Okay, and let's set an easing. So let's set ease lintwin type.ease shake. Perfect. Nice. So we now simply need to set up our direction here. So vector2 direction will be equals to a random direction. So we definitely want to move the camera in a random direction on the XY plane. Okay. So let's write random.onUnitSphere.with z equals 0 dot normalized. So here is what it does. First off, the onUnit sphere property here returns a random point on the surface of a sphere with a radius 1. So imagine that you have a sphere, x, y, z. It does return a random point on that surface, okay? But we don't want a value along the z-axis here. So I set the z value to 0. Then we are left with an x and a y, but it's not normalized. So we definitely need to normalize this to get a direction. Got it? Then what we can do is reset our local position, by the way. Transform.local position equals vector3.0, and we are good to go. So let's remove the start method and go back to Unity. Let's set up our shake magnitude and duration. Let's say 1 here, and shake duration can be something like 0.5. Let's hit play. I think we will need to increase our wave duration, of course. Okay, let's select the camera again. And go, let's select a weapon. Maybe we can, yeah, let's select the boing here. Let's press S. It's not working because of course we are in the simulator view. So let's switch to the game view, press S, and yeah, now it's working. So the shake is a bit weird, but of course we need to tweak these values now. Okay, I'm gonna die. Come on. Let's go back to the menu, go. You know what? I'm actually going to select the wave manager, set this one to 200 because yeah, I want to try this out. Let's select our Dave boy here and set a base max health of 500. I don't want to die that fast. Let's now hit play so that we can tweak our values. All right, let's go. Select the boink here. Okay, we definitely need to tweak them. So let's select our main camera. The shake magnitude is a bit too high, so let's drop it to 0.3. And the shake duration to 1/4 of a second maybe. Yeah, that's already a bit better. Maybe 0.1. Yeah, too fast. 0.15. This is decent, but yeah, the shake is too high here. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sure that you can come up with better values than me here. But this seems correct to me here. 0.2 maybe. Here we go. I want to make it really slight. 1 second. No, this is not there at all. Okay, nope. So what I'm going to do is actually use 0.1 and 0.15. The previous ones were really cool, actually. Yeah, this is decent. So 0.1, 0.15. Okay, 0.1, 0.15. Here we go. We now have a working shaking camera. Awesome. But we definitely need to call the shake method whenever we shoot a bullet. So for that, do we have a way to know whenever we shoot a bullet or not? Let's open our range weapon script. So range weapon, here we go. We've got the bullet pool here, but no method. So let's add a way to detect whenever we shoot a bullet using system. Okay, let's add an action. Actions, public static action on bullet shot. Okay, quite simple. We can now call this action whenever we shoot a bullet. So when do we shoot a bullet? Manage shooting, shoot right here. We shoot a bullet at this point. So inside of here, we can trigger our action on bullet shot, invoke. Perfect. Let's now open our camera shake method right here, add the awake method, and subscribe to that event. So range weapon.onBulletShot plus equals shake. Let's also unsubscribe as usual, like so, minus equals. Perfect. We can now remove our button and our update method. Nice. And make our code a little bit prettier, of course, as usual. Okay, boom. Here we go. Yeah, that's way better. Perfect. So here is our final camera shake script. Let's go back to Unity. And you can again notice the power of actions. Let's hit play. Let's see if I can get, yeah, the cotton candy gun. Awesome. Let's now go. Try and shoot some bullets. Boom. Yeah, it's shaking. Awesome. Yeah, that's working really well. That is so cool. Can we increase the speed, our weapon speed here, the shooting frequency maybe? I don't know if I can do it from here, but range, damage, attack delay. Maybe if we diminish this, let's try. Yay. The camera doesn't know when to shoot because it's definitely too fast here. Yeah, that's way better. So .1 is a really nice value. We are definitely going to clump our attack speed at some point. But you can already notice how better it is with shaking camera, with a shaking camera actually. Awesome. It might be a little bit too obvious right now. Can we diminish this maybe? 0.05. Yeah, I think that's better. It can cause nausea, right? Anyway, in the next one, let's add haptic feedback. Again, it's going to be real simple. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add haptic feedback whenever, again, a bullet is shot. Of course, you can add that feedback whenever you want, maybe when we hit an enemy or when we receive damage. I'm just going to show you an example, then you can unleash your creativity, okay? So, to add haptic feedback to our game, what we can do is use a library. We are going to use the candy-coded haptic feedback library. Thanks, mate. I'm definitely going to leave a link to this website as a resource, so feel free to have a look at it. And let me show you a new way to add packages. Let's go back to Unity, open our package manager window, which is right here. Boom, like so. And let's add a new package, use it a git URL. Now we can go grab the git URL from right here. So let's grab this boy. Okay, let's go back to Unity and oh, come on, it has gone, but we can select it again, paste it here and install. And if you don't have Git installed on your computer like me, you're going to get this error. To fix that issue, you can go on the Git website. Again, I'm going to try and leave a link as a resource and download it for Windows. But I've changed my mind. This is not how we are going to add this package. Let's actually use another method because you now know how to use this method, right? So let's go back to Unity. We are not going to use the package manager right away. We are going to open our project settings and select the package manager tab. Perfect. We are going to use the scoped registries. So let's go back to our website and use these values here. So let's first pick up the name. Okay, here we go. What about the URL? Here it is. Boom, let's copy it, paste it here. And we are also going to paste the scopes. Okay, so let's grab this boy and drop it here. Let's save this. And Unity will normally grab the package for us. Once this is done, we now need to open our package manager, like so. And you can notice a new registry here. So let's select Candy Coded. Awesome. So there are multiple packages from this developer. What we want here is the haptic feedback one. So let's install it. Here we go. Let's now exit the package manager and make sure that our package has been installed correctly. All right, let's jump back to our project window and inside of the packages folder here, let's check if we've got some haptic feedback. And yep, here it is. We've got it. And we've got the plugins, the scripts, and so on. So we can finally use haptic feedback. Awesome. So for that, let's create a new script here. So we're going to go back to our assets folder, scripts, which is right here. Boom. Effects, right click, create a new C# script and call it haptic feedback. Here we go. This one is going to be really simple actually. Let's open our effects folder, right click, create an empty game object and call it haptic feedback. Let's say, let's grab the haptic feedback script, attach it and open it. Cool. So again, we want to vibrate our device whenever we shoot a bullet. So for that, let's remove these two. We can add the awake method. So ranged weapon.onBulletShot plus equals, let's say, vibrate. Okay, let's add the onDestroy, duplicate, drop it here. Oh, come on. Like so, perfect. Let's now create the vibrate method, private void vibrate. Cool. Inside of here, we can now use candy coded haptic feedback and then you decide if you want a heavy vibration, you can use this one or a light one or a medium one. In my case, I'm going to use a light feedback because it should not bother the player. Okay. Just a quick side note here. You could have used handheld.vibrate, but this is a fixed method. It will only vibrate in one way compared to this package that allow you to set up a light vibration, a medium one, or a hard one, depending on what you want. And we can also actually vibrate hardly whenever the player passes away. So yeah, there are so many ways you can use this. Let's now try this. Unfortunately, I can't try it in the editor. Imagine my PC vibrating. Come on. So I'm gonna build the game and get back to you. But of course, you will need to trust me. I'm gonna try and record the sound of the vibration, but it's gonna be weird. I don't know. Anyway, let me plug my device and come back to you. So let's press File, Build Settings. Here we go. Let's refresh. Oh, the phone again. Come on. Verify that and call match. We've got an error here. This is not normal at all. Let's unplug and replug, maybe. Okay, let's refresh. Here we go. I love this. Let's build and run, and this is going to be version 3, even though we've added so much. So let's meet on the other side. Okay, here we go. Let's try the game. So go. Okay, I'm going to select, of course, the cotton candy. Come on, cotton candy gun. Oh, that's so smooth. I really love it. Let's try. Boom, boom. Here we go. It's vibrating here. I can feel it in my hands. It's really light. So what I'm going to do is try and launch maybe Audacity here because I'm using OBS and I've got a bunch of filters. So let me launch Audacity. Audacity. Here we go. Okay, let's try and record something. It's really light. I'm not sure I will be able to. But I'm going to drop the phone on the mic. Oh, I passed away. Come on, let's try again. Okay, of course I don't have any weapon. Come on. Let's try again. So menu, yep, here we go. Let's select this one. Okay. Yep, here we go. I'm gonna post-process this because I'm not sure that I can that we can hear. I should have used the heavy ones. Anyway, you can try this and you will notice that it will work perfectly. So see you in the next one for more Polish. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle audio. And I'm not going to follow the path I've taken when making the course. Let's try something else here. All right. So let's first tackle audio for our weapons. So for that, let's open our weapons folder. And if I want to add a sound to my weapon, I can open the prefab here and add an audio source, like so. Here we go. This would work actually pretty well. Then when creating a new weapon, we can duplicate an existing one and it will also have the audio source. Okay, so let's do it this way because it's actually easier. What we could also have done is open our script right here and create the audio source dynamically, like so. We can we can cache it here at the top, private audio source, let's say, or maybe let's call it audio source actually, audio source. And we can create it like so. So audio source equals GameObject.add component of type audio source, like so. And this will create it dynamically for all of our weapons. We can actually add this line to the weapon script so that it adds it for the range weapons and the melee weapons. So yeah. Let's use this way, actually. I'm always changing my mind. Let's remove these from here. Okay, let's open the weapon script, add a reference to our audio source. So let's create a new header for that. Okay, audio protected. Let's call it audio source. Audio source. Here we go. We can definitely create the awake method here because we don't have it right now. Okay, so let's create it. Protected, awake, awake. Oh, protect, awake. Oh, we already have it. Perfect. So audio source equals GameObject.add component of type audio source. Perfect. Now let's also call the awake method inside of our weapon. So range weapon and melee weapon, because right now, yeah, that's what I thought. But it should still be called. So let's try this out. All right, let's remove the audio source from here. Remove the component. Hit play. Okay, let's go, select the cotton candy gun, go, hit pause. We are gonna select the weapon here, so let's, we can't see it, come on. Let's press F, here it is. And it seems like it has the audio source, really cool. Here it is, our audio source. Perfect. So when creating the audio source, what we need to do is prevent playing the sound on awake, right? Because we want to play it whenever we shoot a bullet for the cotton candy at least. So inside of our weapon script here, what we can do is audio source dot play on awake equals false. As simple as it gets. Really nice. So now that we have our audio source, we definitely need an audio clip, okay? Because this is how Unity works. Let's actually create a new game object for our audio. So let's create
audio, video.
Let's duplicate this point, drop it inside of here, rename it. Perfect. Right click, create a new game object and call it audio manager, let's say. I'm just going to show you how audio sources work here. So let's right click and create a new audio source. Here we go. So basically, you can set up Play on Awake if you want to play your sound right when you start the game. So this will be the case for a background music and so. For the background music, you also want to loop it in some cases. There are also some cases where you want to switch to another music, so you would not loop this, but check whenever the first one has completed. Okay. The audio resource here, you can select it. You can select a clip from the ones I've provided. So let's select the Axe one, for instance, and play it on Awake with a loop. Okay. So let's hit play. And you can already notice that, yeah, our sound is looping. It's a little bit too loud, but it's working. So this is basically how it works. To mute our sounds later on, we can just set the mute property to true and the sound won't play anymore. You can also play with the volume and the pitch. So when using the cotton candy gun and shooting cotton candies, of course, we want to vary the sound a little bit. So you have two possibilities here. You can either provide multiple gunshot sounds for our audio source, or you can vary the pitch, and this is the easiest method here. I think we are going to use this one. It will allow for a variation with one audio source. Okay? And of course, there are more settings here and so on, but we are not going to tackle them right now. Okay. The goal of this lesson will be to play the weapon sound whenever we attack. So let's remove the audio source from here. We're going to keep the audio manager right here. Okay. And what we want to do is open our weapon scriptable object, because as we said, we need to specify an audio clip to be played. Right now, the audio source is empty. So let's open our script right here, scriptable objects, weapon data SO, and each weapon will have its own sound. So let's add it somewhere around here, let's say. Yep. Field, serialized field, public. Let's call it audio clip, attack clip, or audio attack sound, actually. Yeah, I prefer attack sound. Private set. Here we go. So now we get the attack sound. We can actually reference some for the cotton candy gun and the other weapon, the boink, I think, yeah, for the boink. So let's open the prefabs folder, cotton candy gun right here. Let's select its data. Perfect. And we can now reference our clip. Awesome. So let's select the gunshot. For the boink, what we're going to do is use the knife attack or knife attack 2. Let's actually hear how they sound like. Yeah, this one is decent. Yeah, knife attack 2 is okay. So let's open our data again inside of the resources folder, weapons, the boink data, okay, and it's already knife attack 2. Awesome. So now that we've got the clip, we need to attach the clip to the audio source just after creating it. So inside of the weapon script right here, after creating the audio source, we can write audio source.clip equals weapon data SO, or it's actually weapon data, right? Yeah. Dot attack sound. Here we go. Now let's play this sound whenever we attack. So do we have an attack method right here? We don't. So we will need to add this method to our range weapon and melee weapon. But we can still create the play method right here. Protect it. Void. Play. Attack. Sound. Audio source. Dot play. Here we go. It will play our audio source. And as I've told you, we can also vary the pitch. So audio source.pitch equals random.range between, let's say, 0.95 and 1.05. Yeah, we want to vary just a tiny bit. So now inside of our range weapon right here, we can play the sound whenever we attack. So where do we attack? So inside of here, let's write play attack sound. Cool. Same thing for our melee weapon. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Let's go grab it. Melee weapon. Here we go. When attacking, manage attack, start attack, play attack. Yep, really cool. Here it is. So we can write it just after setting the animator speed. Play attack sound. Perfect. Let's now go back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right. Let's go select the cotton candy first. Okay, let's wait. Yay. Let's select the weapon really quickly to check if the pitch is actually varying here. So let's select it. Where is our audio source here? Okay, so the pitch is .95. 98, 99, 1, 1, 97. Yeah, it's varying. Awesome. So let's actually speed this up because attack delay .2. Yeah, okay. That's already way better. Yeah, I love it. Awesome. So now sounds are working. Okay, please, let's diminish the volume. Here we go. Now I can hear myself talk. Awesome. So let's also try for the boing. So let's go to the menu, go, select. Oh, we've got an error here. The object of that has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access it. Oh, awesome. Let's actually try the boing and then we can fix this issue. Okay, so attack, please. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Makes sense. Okay. It's a little bit too slow, but we can actually decide to play the sound at the middle of the animation. And you now know how to do this, of course, with animation events, right? So that could be a nice exercise. But I'm not going to give the solution because you already know how to do it. It's really simple. You just call the method and you're good to go. So now let's quickly fix this issue because it's bothering me a little bit. So damage text.gameObject.setActive false. Okay, so when we release it, but we did unsubscribe right here. Okay, I think the issue is related to a lintwin here. When we release the text, we need to check if the game object is still active or not. Yeah, definitely. So inside of our release method here, we want to check if the damage text.gameObject is different than null. Okay, otherwise we should not set or manage its active property. So let's now go back to Unity. Let's hit play. Okay, I'm going to try and reproduce the same behavior. So we should have some damage text. Okay, nice. Let's now go back here. Okay, we still have the issue. Really bad. So let's have a closer look at this. Okay, so Kawaii line 47. Damage text. Oh, I think that the damage text here is null. So if the damage text here is different than null, definitely not game object. Because if the damage text is already null, you will not be able to grab the game object property or the actual game object. So let's try this out now. All right, let's go. Cotton candy gun. Okay, boom, bam, boom. Let's try and pause again when we have some particles. Here is one. Okay, boom. Oh, still got this issue. Oh. Okay. I think I know here. I think I know what's happening. This is because, yeah, this is again because of the lintwin thingy here, as I've told you. So whenever we reload the scene, what we should do is actually cancel this twin, right? Definitely. Oh, I haven't saved here. Oh, come on. that's also another issue. So let's go here. Okay, let's hit play. Let's try this out again. Boom, boom. Please, some enemies. Okay, we've got some particles right here. Perfect. Let's go back to the menu. Okay, here we go. Now that's better. Let's try for the boink. I don't think it's related to the boink. Yeah, it is. Anyway, I'm going to try this out. Here is the particle. Okay, go back to the menu. Yeah, no more errors. Okay, awesome. Really cool. So we've taken this lesson to also fix this error. So that's pretty nice. And in the next one, let's learn how we can mute these sounds if we are actually muted here. Okay, see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to learn how we can mute our audio, our weapon sounds actually, whenever the audio is muted inside of our game. So let's jump right in. We are going to set up an audio manager here. So let's actually create this script right here. Managers, right click, create a new C# script. Audio manager, here we go. Perfect. I don't know why this and it disappeared by itself. Really weird. All right, let's grab this boy, drop it here, open it. This is gonna be a singleton. Quick exercise, create the singleton. Okay, let's jump right in. Public static audio manager instance. Awake insta. Okay, here we go. Perfect. So this boy will contain a property that will let the weapon know if they should play a sound or not. So what we can do is already create that property, not with a header. So public bool is sfx on, let's say, get private set. Perfect. So now we need to manage this value, but first off, let's tackle it inside of our weapon script. Inside of here, we play the attack sound. So you could either add your logic to the melee weapon inside of here. So if we should play the sound, we play it. Same thing for the range weapon, but you would write it twice. And inside of here, we can write it once. So let's save some space. If audio manager.instance.is sfx on, then we can play. But if it's not on, we should not play. So let's just return. Cool. So now how can we know if the SFX is on or not? Well, we've tackled this inside of our settings manager, and it also triggers an action, right? Not here, but when loading, remember, we are using sigil here. So the load method, which is right here, gets called in the awake method, okay? Just stay with me here, stay focused. And we are not triggering the events yet because we call the update SFX visuals, this one, and the update music visuals. The actions are actually triggered right here inside of the SFX button callback. So what we can do is call or trigger these two events inside of the start method. We will then subscribe to these two events or actions inside of our audio manager, which is right here, in the awake method. So we need to subscribe before they are getting called. Got it? I hope this is clear, but yeah, order of execution of things. So settings manager dot on music state changed plus equals music state changed. Let's say callback actually. Yeah, here we go. And settings manager dot on sfx state changed plus equals sfx state changed callback. Here we go. Again, let's unsubscribe. So I'm going to grab these two like so. Boom, drop them here. And unsubscribe. Awesome. Let's now create these two methods here. Boom, boom, and boom, boom. Perfect. So it's going to be actually really simple. We are simply going to grab this value and this will be equals to this obj here. Equals obj. And of course, we are definitely going to rename this one. This is the SFX state. And this is the music state. Music state. Perfect. Let's go on and create the music property while we are here. So let's duplicate this boy. Is music on. Copy and paste it right here. Perfect. Equals music state, by the way. Not perfect. Now it's perfect. Cool. So let's jump back to Unity and see what happens here. So if I remember well, we've left our SFX off last time. So let's switch to debug mode here so that we can spot these two boys. Let's hit play. Okay, so both of them are off. Is it the case? Yep, it is. Let's enable the SFX and the audio. Okay, so they did change. Cool. If I disable, let's say the music here. If I exit and come back, because initially both of them are false. So this one should be true. And it's not. Even though this is true, you see, it has not been initialized here because we definitely need again to call or trigger our events inside of the start method. So on SFX state changed, invoke with the SFX state, and on music state changed, invoke with the music state. Perfect. Now it's going to be good. Order of execution. So let's hit play. And now this one should turn true or on. Boom. Here we go. Now we're good to go. So let's go select the boink maybe just to hear the sound. Yep. So we are hearing sounds. Perfect. Nice. Okay. Okay. So let's try this out now. Boom. Let's go back to the menu and disable our SFX. But first off, let's select our audio manager to make sure that it is working perfectly. Here we go. Boom. Let's select the cotton candy gun this time. Okay. No sound. Really nice. Awesome. So this is working as expected now. Cool. So for the music, it's actually the same principle. I'm sure you can do it. So you just have to create a new audio source. Let's call it music source. You loop it, play it on awake, and whenever you don't want to play it, or whenever the music state has been turned off, you simply set the volume to 0, or disable this, or mute it. You have 3 ways of disabling it. 4 actually, if you disable the game object. Okay? So I'm sure you can do it. Let's jump to the real thing here. In the next one, let's tackle player animations. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to animate our character, Dave. Awesome. And again, I'm not going to have a look at my course, at what I've prepared. I'm just going to go freestyle here because you already know how to add animations. We've done that for the weapon, I think for the boink, yeah, and for some other stuff. So yeah, let's jump right in. The first thing we are going to add is an animator component to Dave. So animator, here we go. We definitely need a controller. So for that, let's open our animations folder, right click, create a new folder for our characters. So characters, here we go. Let's right click, create a new animator controller, which should be somewhere around here. Perfect. Let's call it character, or maybe player actually, player animator. Just to keep a consistent naming conventions here or style. Okay, so let's grab it, drop it here, and we can now animate Dave. Awesome. So Dave will have multiple states. I think that for now I'm just going to set 2 states, like an idle state and a move state. Yeah, something like that. So let's create a new animation. This one will be the idle state. Okay, let's also create another one while we are here, and this will be the move state. Perfect. So let's first tackle our idle state. And what I want to do is also hide the UI here. It doesn't make sense. Boom. Here we go. So here is Dave. Hello. Let's animate our boy. So let's press the record button, select Dave render here. And what we're going to do is stretch and squash. Okay. So at first he can be something like dot 25, dot 35, something like that. Is it too much? I think it is, so maybe dot 33 or 32, and this can be dot 28, okay? After a certain amount of time, so let's say 30, we can actually grab this, duplicate it right here, perfect. And at the middle or the center of our animation, we can actually select our render again and change that to dot 28, dot 32. Okay, let's have a look at how it looks like. Yeah, that's decent. I like it. Let's keep that for our idle animation. And for the move animation, should we go crazy or not? I don't know. I'm going to try and do something crazy here. So maybe he can jump. Okay, so let's first tackle our jump here. We are going to add a key to our Y position. Okay, let's drop this one somewhere around here, and he will jump right then left. Okay, boom, 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 something like that. Okay, so let's try maybe here and here. And let's manage these. Now, I think I'm going to add another one here, and this one should be at the center here. So let's move this one here. Okay, perfect. So in here, we can write dot 1. Yeah, that's decent. Maybe dot 2, actually. We can make it jump a little bit higher. Dot 2, perfect. Let's try this out. Okay, but we want a nice jumping animation. So for that, I'm going to use the curves here. I'm going to select the Y, press Ctrl A F to focus all of my keyframes. Perfect. And I can play with the tangents here. So let's move this one up. Let's right click on this one and break it so that we can manage both tangents independently. Like so, something like that should be decent. I'm actually going to apply the same curve or tangent for this one. Yep, this is decent. What about this one? Boom, something like that. Perfect. Let's try this out. Yeah, that's already way better. The feeling is better here, right? And again, feel free to experiment with the keyframes, the curves, and so on. There's so many things you can do, honestly. So let's now try and rotate Dave whenever he's moving. So when he jumps right here, maybe we can rotate it by a certain, maybe 5 degrees. Yep, decent. Then inside of here, we can write -5 degrees. How does it look like? Okay, so at this point, he's at 0. So in here, he should be at 0 too. Let's try this. Okay, kind of weird. So we can actually tackle this by editing our curves right here. Let's press F, and you can notice a discontinuity here. So let's try and make it smoother. We can select this tangent here. Okay, maybe make it kind of linear. Same thing for this one, kind of linear. And you can notice that it also changes this one. And our animation is now way better. Awesome. I like it. So this is what we're going to use now for Dave. We've got our two animations, the idle one and the move one. So we are now going to create a new script, the player animator script, that will manage these animations. Because right now we are starting from the idle animation and then jump back to the move animation. Okay. And both of these loop. Okay. If we double click on the animation, we can notice that it is looping. Perfect. So let's create our script. Player controller right here, right click, create a new C# script. Player animator or animation? Player animation, controller, animator. Yeah, animator. All right, perfect. When it's compiled, we can grab it and drop it on Dave. Awesome. So where is our script? Right here. I think I'm going to move it up somewhere around here. Please, thank you. Open it. And first things first, let's add a reference to our animator. So elements, serialize field, private animator, animator. Here we go. And what we want to do in here, I guess, let's actually remove these two methods. But the thing we want to do here is check whenever we move. So we definitely need a reference to either the joystick or our player controller. The player controller already has a reference to the joystick, right? So we can also, by the way, add a reference to our rigid body because we are moving Dave using the velocity. So first off, let's reference our animator. And what we are going to do is check if the magnitude of the velocity is greater than 0. If that's the case, we should play the move animation. Otherwise, we should play the idle animation. So let's try this out. First off, it does require a rigid body. So type of rigid body 2D. Here we go. Let's add the awake method. We need to specify our rigid body. So rigid body 2D rig. Rig equals get component rigid body 2D. Here we go. Let's turn this one into an expression voided statement. Boom. Okay, semicolon here. Thank you. And we are good to go. So inside of here, every second or on every frame, maybe we should actually use the fixed update method because this is where our physics get managed. So fixed update if rig.velocity equals 0, but we need the magnitude, but magnitude. And because this is a float pointing number, what we are going to do is check if it's less than a certain threshold, so .001, something like that. Then what we can do is play the idle animation. So animator.play idle. Otherwise, we are going to play the move animation. So animator.play move. Okay. So this is the first step. Next, we are definitely going to improve on this code because if we are already playing the idle animation, no need to play it again. So we can actually cache the magnitude of the velocity at a certain point, compare it, and if it has changed, then we can change the animation. This way, we are going to save some performance here. Okay. All right, we should be good to go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's hit play. All right, let's open the game window. We can notice that the idle animation is already playing. Really cool. Okay, nice. I like it. Let's now try and move a little bit. Yeah, we're playing the move animation now. Awesome. And the idle animation does get played again. That is so cool. I'm noticing something weird here. One sec. Yeah, he's stretching along the y-axis because we need to change the pivot here. Oh, we haven't changed the pivots for our other characters. It's okay for Dave, but not for the other ones. Let me try something here. Yep, okay, let's switch to Dave here. So plushies, let's select Dave, play the game. Okay, yeah, the animation is way better indeed here. Where is Dave? Here he is. You see, like the pivot is right here. If I select Dave, boom, the collider is well set up and so on, but it was not the case for Pop, and it will surely not be for Snark or Smirk or Okay, so let's open the resources folder. Characters, no, we need to open the sprites folder indeed. So here are our sprites. We are going to select all of them, because if you have a battle cat here, pivot bottom. So we need to change the pivot for our boys here. Let's switch to single. Here we go. And pivot bottom. Perfect. We can now hit apply. Do we need to change the pixels per unit? Nope. But because we've done this, I think that we're going to have an issue on our data. So let's open our resources folder, characters, pop, indeed, missing sprites. So I'm just going to reference them again. Okay. I don't know why Unity considers this as multiple sprites. This is really weird. Smirk and Snark. Where is Snark? Here we go. Snark. Nice. Boom. Let's hit play again. We're going to try some of these. All right. So let's switch to another character. Let's select Pop. Okay. Seems like it has been set up correctly now. Now the animation is okay. We can actually switch to this one, set as default layer. Okay. No, so let's switch back to here. We're actually going to play the game to check this out. Okay. Yeah, the animation is now way better. What about the other ones? Boom, boom, plushies, Snark. Okay, seems correct. And the move animation is also perfect. Awesome. Nice. So now our animations are set up correctly. This is so cool. In the next one, what we can do is also add animation to our enemies. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add animations to our melee enemies. The ranged enemies are actually okay. They can move like that, and yeah, that's decent. So let's open our enemy. Where is my boy? Prefabs, enemy, this one. Okay, let's open it. Like we've done for the player, we are going to add an animator. Here we go. We can now create an animator and attach it to this boy. So let's open the animations folder. Okay, let's create a new folder for our enemies. Let's right click, create a new animator controller. We can call it maybe basic melee enemy. Let's just call it melee enemy for now. Melee enemy animator. Like so, perfect. Let's select our enemy again, grab this boy, drop it here, open the animations tab, select the enemy, make sure that it is selected, and create a, let's say, idle animation. He's always going to move actually towards us, except when he's close to us, he will attack. So should we have 2 animations? For now, I think I'm just going to use one, and then when adding more enemies later on, we can add multiple animations. So let's write idle. And the idle animation here will be similar to the player animation. So we're just going to bump it up and down. We can add a keyframe here. Okay, let's grab this, drop it here. And inside of here, we are going to stretch it a little bit. So let's write .9. And for this one, it's going to be 1.1. Here we go. Oh, we're changing the scale of the enemy? No. I want to change the scale of the renderer here. Yeah, this one. So 1.1 and .9. Perfect. What about this? Yeah, that's decent. I like it. Perfect. So we can keep it as is because we only have one animation. If we hit play, we should see it animate. So let's open, select a weapon, maybe, yeah, the boink. Okay, let's wait for a little bit. Yeah, that's way better already. Nice. Sausages. Okay, cool. So we now have animations for our enemies and for our player. And of course, you now know how to add animations. And I'm sure that you're going to animate them way better than I've done here. Awesome. Oh, so many things to collect here. That is so cool. All right, so now that this is done, what I propose to you is to add more weapons. And as an exercise, what you can do is actually take inspiration from how we've added weapons. So I think it was in the prefabs weapons. Here we go. And add the other weapons. You can find them inside of the sprites folder weapons. There is the Le Pew, Le Pew Bullet, like similar to the Cotton Candy and Cotton Candy Bullet, Le Stab, Mr. Swingy, and Ouchie. So try and add them and jump to the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add all of the other weapons here, and we are going to do them all at once. Okay. Let's make things complicated from time to time. Okay, so let's open our resources folder because the first thing I want to do here is to create the data for our weapons. So let's duplicate the boink and we're gonna add Ouchie, I think. By the way, here is a quick tip here. We can create another project window to spot our sprites. So let's add a tab, project, here we go. Let's grab it, drop it somewhere around here actually. Perfect. We can lock this boy and lock this one too. That way we've got the scriptable objects here, so our data, and we can display the sprites somewhere around here, weapons. Here we go. That way we know actually what we are talking about. So we've got Ouchie data. Okay, so we will also need Le Pew. For Le Pew, I'm actually going to duplicate this boy here. So Le Pew data, okay. This one can be Le Stab data. And finally, we've got Mr. Swingy. Mr. Swingy data. Perfect. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weapons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 weapons. Perfect. All right, so we can now set up our data. We are good to go for Cotton Candy and the Boing. So let's set up Le Pew. So let's set the name, Le Pew. We can change the sprite. Here it is. Boom. We can actually keep the purchase price and recycled price right now because we're going to change them later. We definitely need to create a prefab though. So let's also duplicate or create another project window. Here we go. Let's drop it somewhere around here maybe. Cool. Yep, that's decent. We can lock it and open our prefabs folder. Perfect. Let's select our weapons folder, duplicate the cotton candy gun. Here we go. Let's call it Le Pew. We're also going to duplicate the boink for Ouchie. We've got Le Stab. And we got Mr. Swingy. And I think we're good to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. We are definitely going to duplicate the bullet for Le Pew here. So let's call this one Le Pew. Le Pew bullet. Ah, come on. Nice. This is going to be the cotton candy bullet. Perfect. We can now jump back to our data. So let's select Le Pew. We can grab Le Pew prefab, drop it here. Nice. We can actually keep the same settings or stats here. We just want to make them work first. Let's select Le Stab. So Le Stab, here we go. Let's set the icon here. Okay, knife attack. Yeah, we're actually going to use the other knife attack here. And Le Stab prefab. Perfect. Mr. Swingy. Mr. Swingy. Okay, the boink. Nope, we've got the Mr. Swingy weapon. And we also want to use the axe sound with the Mr. Swingy prefab. Perfect. Ouchie. Let's go on. Ouchie. We are going to add the icon. We are going to keep, no, not keep, but use the knife sound and set up Ouchie here for the prefab. Awesome. So we've now set up our elements. Really cool. What we can already do is check if they are going to be created or displayed at start in the weapon selection manager or panel. So let's select our weapon selection manager. Here we go. We need to add the new weapons to our starter weapons if we want them to be selectable. So we can lock this boy, select all of the new ones. So the 4 others. Here we go. And hit play. Let's open the game window. Here we go. That's way better. Let's go. And now we can notice that we've got Ouchie and the cotton candy gun. Really nice. What about the other ones? Can I reconfigure this? Okay, Le Pew, really cool. Le Stab. What about Mr. Swingy? Here it is. Awesome. So it's already working pretty well. But the issue here is that if I select Mr. Swingy, let's say, and go, I'm using the boink. So it doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's tackle this now. Okay, so we're going to diminish the size of this boy again, something like that. Perfect. What I'm going to do now is open the prefabs and edit them one by one. So let's start with Le Pew. Okay, here it is. Of course, it doesn't have the right sprite nor the right weapon data. So let's grab Le Pew data here, drop it here. Perfect. This is already really cool. We also need to change the bullet here. So let's grab Le Pew bullet, drop it here. Nice. What else do we need to change? Well, the renderer. So let's select Le Pew here, drop it here. Awesome. We can keep it as is. I think we're good to go, but we just need to change the shooting point here. So let's grab it and drop it somewhere around here. Yeah, we're going to shoot the bullets from here. Nice. Can we try this out or not? Should we? Yeah, what we also need to do is change the Pew bullet while we are here. So let's keep these stats, change the bullet renderer to Le Pew bullet. Here we go. It has around the same size, so that's good. And now we can try this out. All right, let's switch to the game view, go. We don't have Le Pew here, so we are gonna reconfigure until we have it. Here we go, level 3. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, that's already way better. Oh, I love it. It seems a little bit too big in my opinion, but we can do with this. What we can do is actually open Le Pew here. Okay, and diminish the scale of the renderer here. So let's say something like 0.4. Yep, seems correct. Let's try this out again. Okay, let's open the game window. Boom, Le Pew. Oh, we've got it from the first try. Nice. And yeah, the size is already way better. Perfect. Nice, really cool. And of course, you can definitely tweak these values to your liking. Cool. So let's go on and add the other weapons here. We are going to add Le Stab now. Okay, so let's add Le Stab data. Perfect. We are going to change the hit detection position. We've got the collider. We can change that later on. But for now, let's change the sprite here. So let's grab this boy. This is Le Stab, right? This is the one we are editing. Okay. Seems like it has the same size as the Boink, so that's really cool. Le Stab, let's drop it here. The animation parent is this one, and the hit detection position is this one with the collider. So the collider seems correct. What we can do is actually tweak this a little bit, like to be able to hit with the blade here instead of the handle, but you decide. I think it's fair to also include the handle here, or at least just a little bit of it. Yeah, we need to make it easy for the player. Okay, seems correct. So let's go on and add the next one, and then we can try all of these one by one. So we're done for Le Stab. Mr. Swingy, let's grab the data. Okay, let's set up our renderer. So let's grab Mr. Swingy. Oh, it's a little bit too small. Why is it that small? Oh, the pixels per unit are still at 256. So let's reset this one to 100. Apply. Okay, this is already way better. Really nice. So again, you can decide to edit the detection position here. So the box. I think it's not a good choice to edit it like so. We should not have any offset because if I remember well, inside of our script, we grab or set the collider from the center of the detection position. Yeah. So I think we're also going to change Le Stab. Let's select the hit detection position and set the offset to 0 here. What we want to do is actually grab the whole game object and move it up. Okay, that's way better. So let's go back to Mr. Swingy. Okay, let's select our detection position and edit our box. So what we can do is check this. The width seems correct, but we're going to change the height and move our boy somewhere around here. Yeah, that's decent. Let's actually increase the size of the collider, something like that. Yeah, let's be fair here. Perfect. What about the position is okay? Yep, seems correct. So let's go on. Let's select Ouchie. Okay. I need to set up the data first, then the renderer. Ouchie. Here we go. The size seems decent. Perfect. We can select the detection position or the box actually and edit its height a little bit, something like that. Then we can move it up. Yep, I like it. What about the width? Okay, something like that. Nice. Okay, I think that we're done for our thingies here. So let's try them out. Let's not hit play or hit play. Let's hit play. All right, so let's open our game window. You know what? I'm actually going to maximize this. Boah, this is weird. Okay, so let's select Mr. Swingy here. All right, I'm going to try and attack them. Yep. Oh, am I muted? I want to hear the axe sound here. So what I'm going to do is open the settings, SFX on, go back and hit play. Yep, I have Mr. Swingy again. That is so cool. Yeah. Okay, so the sound is a little bit too loud. Can I please diminish the sound here? I don't remember how we mute this boy. Oh, gosh. Wait, I'm going to pause. Yeah, that's better. Oh, here is the sound here. Oh, come on. One thing I want to check here is if we can also spot these weapons in our shop manager. So let's select the time right here and increase the time scale to, let's say, 5 maybe. Okay, let's go back to our game window and let's unpause. Okay, I'm going to move around so that I don't get killed. Oh, 5 is definitely not enough. So maybe 20. Okay, oh, help me. I don't want to get hit. Sorry for if you get dizzy, but yeah. Awesome. Okay. Whew. I did not die. That is so cool. Let's set this one back to 1. By the way, how many levels did I take here? Okay, that's working. So I can spot Ouchie in the shop. That is so cool. What about the other ones? Maybe we can reconfigure or re-roll actually our weapons. So let's select our currency manager right here. Add some coins like so. Perfect. Let's re-roll. Okay, Mr. Swingy. Perfect. Re-roll again. Cotton Candy, Le Pew, and Le Stab. Awesome. So I can spot all of the weapons here. Let's actually add more weapons and try this out. So we've got 3. Okay, let's add the boink. Did I have it? No, I did not. Let's add Le Stab. I think I have Le Stab, right? Yep. I need Ouchie now. Ouchie, here we go. And I can also add the cotton candy again. So now I have my 6 different weapons. So cool. And by the way, if I try and add another weapon here, I'm not able to because I already have 6. So again, our code is working. That is so cool. Okay, let's maximize the view here. Awesome. That is so nice. So we still need to edit the animations for our Ouchie and Le Stab. Doesn't make any sense. Le Stab is a little bit too big in my opinion, but these are just small tweaks here. You can definitely manage these. Okay. Nice. Now that we've added more weapons, what I want to do is change the animations for some of them. And in the next one, you're going to learn a cool way to do this using animator overrides. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to learn how we can add different animations to our weapons. All right, let's go on. So if we open one of our prefabs here inside of the project, the third project window actually, we can notice that it has an animation controller. So this is the case for the boink. I don't remember if cotton candy, yeah, the cotton candy gun also has an animation here, but seems like we are not playing it, right? So let's take the case of the boink. So the boink animation here is rotating like so. If we select, let's say Ouchie, okay? Let's select the animation tab, hit play, and we can notice that it also rotates. So this can be a decent animation. We can keep this one for Ouchie. But for Le Stab, for instance, it doesn't make sense because Le Stab should, well, stab, right? It should move along the y-axis here. So let's change that. Let's create a new clip. So create a new clip right here. Okay, let's open our, not prefabs, but animations, weapons. Let's call it Le Stab attack. Here we go. We can hit record and start recording our animation here. So basically, I just wanted to move up and stay for a little bit there and come back. Okay. So by the way, what should we animate? The animation parent or the stab? Well, of course, the animation parent because come on, it has the correct name. Okay. So let's add a key to our Y position here and we can grab it. Drop it somewhere around here. Perfect. So we are quickly going to go up towards, let's say 3. Is it too much? What if I select this? Yeah, 3 is definitely too much because here is the attack radius. So maybe we should set it up to 2. Boom, 2, 2, 2 seems decent. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe 2.5. Come on. Let's be fair here. Okay, that's cool. So 2.5 is okay. Now if we hit play, boom, and we are coming back really quickly. So I just want to grab this animation, the keyframe, sorry, drop it here, like so. Let's hit play. Yeah, that's decent. Boom, it will stay there for a little bit of time. for a little amount of time. That's okay, but I think I'm gonna drop this here, maybe copy this one somewhere around here. Yep. Copy it and paste it somewhere around there. Again, you're free to set the animation you want here. Yeah, that's decent. So it means that we are going to be able to attack. Let's check the other animation. You see here, we've got the stop attack event. So we need to add a stop attack event to Lustab 2. So something like this. Boom. At this point, we should stop attacking. Maybe right here, actually. Let's stop attacking right here. So melee weapon, methods, stop attack, which is right here. Awesome. So now we have our brand new animation. How can we add it? Because by default, the weapon uses the attack animation by default. So how can we fix that? Well, first off, let's disable the looping here. So let's select Lustab and disable looping. Awesome. If we hit play and try and play with Lustab, we will definitely use the attack animation. But let's double check that. So where is Lustab? Here it is. Let's try and attack an enemy. Yeah, we are using the attack animation. This is bad. So here is what we are going to do. We are going to use what's called animator overrides. So let's open our animations weapons folder. Let's right click and create a new animation override controller. Here we go. Let's call it Lustab animator override. Animator override. Here we go. So this one will have a specific animator attached to it. Okay, because it should use a different animation from the basic one. So let's specify the basic controller. Here it is. We've got attack and Lustab attack, but we want to remove Lustab attack from the basic controller. It doesn't make sense to have it here. We've only added it to be able to set up our animation. Now we can remove it and we can notice our attack animation clip. We can override this. So let's grab Lustab attack and drop it here. Awesome. So now let's try again so that I can show you something before jumping to the code. Okay, let's go. Do we have Lustab? No, we don't. So let's select the weapon selection manager, configure our weapons until we can spot Lustab, which is right here. Awesome. If I try and hit some enemies here, of course, we are using the previous animation. So let's hit pause, select our weapon, which is right here. Go back or find the animator controller and set up our animator override. Let's grab it and drop it here. Now let's unpause. And if we try and attack, oh, I think I should not have done this inside of the, come on. Yeah, I should definitely not have done this while playing the animation. So let's actually exit and come back here. Okay, let's go. Let's select Lustab. I don't have it. So let's configure again. Here it is. Let's go. Hit pause before attacking an enemy and change the controller right here. So Lustab animator override. Here we go. We can now unpause, try and move. Okay, can we attack? Thank you. That's better. Now we are using the animation we've set up for Lustab. That is so cool. So the whole point of this is to know that we need to specify this animator override to our weapon data and change it at start whenever we spawn the weapon. Okay? So yeah, this is basically it. Wow, this one is really powerful actually. We will definitely need to change the attack or the damage here. Anyway, let's tackle this. Okay, so let's exit here. Open our weapon data scriptable object. We are going to add a reference to the animator override. So animator override controller, animator override. Here we go. That's the first step. Then inside of our weapon script right here, in the awake method, after setting up our audio source, we can set up the animation override. So we can write animator dot controller, runtime animator controller equals weapon data dot animator override. Here we go. And we want to do this if we have an animator, because some weapons might not have any animator. So if animator is different than null. All right, let's add a tab here, go back to Unity. Let's select our data, which is somewhere around here. So resource data weapons, perfect. Let's select Lustab. And what we can do is grab our animator override. But we also need to make sure that this is not null, because some weapons might not have any override controller. So we need to make sure that the animator is not null, and the weapon data dot animator override is also not null. Okay? So let's now jump back to Unity. Let's try and add our weapons. Maybe we can add them directly, right? So I'm going to try and add Lustab right here and add maybe, I don't know, maybe Mr. Swingy. Yep, right here. So this is not the way we should have done this, but yeah, we are just going to try things here. All right, no errors. Let's go. Let's not select any weapon. We already have 2. Oh, I should have set this one to 0, 0, by the way. And this one should also be at 0, 0. Here we go. And we can notice that Lustab has its own animation and Mr. Swingy has its own animation too, which is really cool. Nice. So yeah, we've used the weapon controller here and the Lustab animator override right here. So you now know how to add more animations in a clean way for your weapons. See you in the next one for more polish. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to create our first shader graph. Awesome. And can you guess which one we are going to tackle? Of course, the bush one, or more generally, the vegetation shader graph. Okay, so basically, I want to apply kind of a wind effect to my vegetation. So these may be not the ones with the rocks, but the other pieces of grass right here should also move slightly. So yeah, let's try and do that. So for that, we are going to select our sprite renderer here. And what we want to change is the material right here. So let's create a brand new material. We already have the materials folder. Let's open the effects folder, right click, create a new folder or a new material. Let's create a new material. Let's call it vegetation. Here we go. This material by default has a Unity render pipeline, 2D spritelit, so on shader. So if we grab our bush right here and assign this material, it's actually going to work the same. Okay. You can also decide to change the diffuse texture, the mask, and so on, but it doesn't make any sense in here. Okay. So let's now create our own shader graph that we can attach to this material. So for that, I'm going to create a new folder inside of here. Let's call it shader graphs. Here we go. Right click, create a new shader graph. Okay. We want to select URP, sprite unlit shader graph, because we're not going to apply any lighting. Okay. So let's create it and call it vegetation. Here we go. Once we've got this shader graph, we need to assign it to our material. So let's select our vegetation material, click on the drop down right here, select shader graph, vegetation. Awesome. And you can already notice some changes here to our bush. Cool. So the first step will be to render our bush as it was previously. So let's open our shader graph. So let's right click, edit shader. Awesome. What I'm going to do is grab it and drop it right here so that we can spot our bush right here. Okay, cool. We can actually diminish these. Or you know what? I actually have a layout for shader graphs. Here we go. That's way better indeed. So let's open our shader graph. Where is it? So let's select the vegetation. I need to add the inspector tab, of course. Right click, edit shader graph, grab it and drop it at the top here. Perfect. So that we have a view of our game inspector. Oh, it is right here. I did not see it. So let's close this one. Here we go. We can keep the scene right here because we can notice our bush. That is cool. And yeah, let's go on. So the first thing to do, as I've told you, is to render our bush. And for that, we are going to grab the main texture from that bush. Let's click on the plus right here to add a property and select texture 2D. We want to name it underscore main text. And this is really important. It needs to have this name or at least this reference here, because that way Unity knows that you want the main texture that is attached to the sprite renderer or the sprite right here. Okay. We are then going to grab it and drop it inside of the shader graph. Unfortunately, we can't link it directly to the base color. Okay. So by the way, you can change the color right here. Let's save the asset and you can already notice the changes here. How cool is that? So we've got our texture and we know where we should render our texture. We only need a sampler now. So let's add a sampler 2D. Here we go. This will help grab the colors from our texture. We are then going to grab this node and drag it and link it to the base color. Let's now save. Boom. We've got our bush. But again, we have an issue here. The color is good, but the transparency is not on point. So we are going to grab the alpha node here and link it to the alpha of the fragment shader. So let's save And we are now good to go. Our bush is back. Nice. Let's now try and move it a little bit. So to move our bush, we are definitely going to use the vertex shader. The fragment shader is used to display or change the colors of the pixels, and the vertex shader is used to manipulate vertices, so the position, the normal, and the tangent, okay? So let's tackle the position here. The position here represents the vertex position, not the position of the object, okay? So this is the vertex position in object space. This is really important. You are manipulating one vertex at a time, okay? Let's try something here. I'm going to create a new vector 3. So vector 3, or vector 2 actually. Grab it and link it to the position. So this is 0, 0. It means that all of our vertices here will be at 0, 0 in object space. So if we save, boom, the object has disappeared. It is no longer present because all of the vertices have the same position. Okay, so now let's try and move the vertices up. Okay, where is the normal mode? I think this is this one, or maybe unlit actually, yeah. So let's move all of the vertices by a certain amount. I'm going to keep the vector 2 here. So let's right click, create a new node, and grab the position node. Perfect. So here is our position in world space. We want the position in object space. We are going to grab this one and add our vector 2. So let's grab this one, drop it here, perfect, and link it to the position node. So for each vertex, we want to add 0 and 1 along the y-axis. It means that all of the vertices of our bush will move up by 1 unit. Let's save, and here we go. We can notice that indeed they did move up. So let's now move them along the x-axis. Let's save. Boom, they moved to the right. How cool is that again? Really nice. So now let's turn this one into a property so that we can better manipulate it. Let's create a new float and call it, let's say, magnitude. Magnitude. Here we go. Let's grab it, drop it here, and link it to our x value here. So let's save the asset, and of course it's going to go back to its original position because our magnitude by default equals 0. Let's now open the inspector, and you can notice the magnitude right here. Nice. We can change it at runtime, and it does move our bush as we wish. That is so nice. So here is what we're going to do in the next one, because this one is actually an introductory session. We are going to move the vertices depending on their y-axis. So the higher they are, the more they should move, right? It's like a normal grass blade. So yeah. Let's learn how we can do that in the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are hopefully going to complete our vegetation shader. Nice. So here is what I want to do here. I want to move the vertices of our bush depending on their y-axis. So the simplest way to do this is to grab our position here and split it. Here we go. This will split our position, giving us the x value, the y value, and the z value. So in our case, we want the y value. So let's try something here. We want to move our vertex by magnitude times its normal y position. Okay? So let's grab the magnitude and link it to a multiply node. Here we go. We can actually drop it at on the B node here, the B input, and grab the y value of our vertex and drop it in the A node or input. Now we are going to grab this boy and drop it on the x input of our vector 2. So we should be adding the position with the new calculated y value, x value, sorry. X value depending on the y position. So let's save the asset. Here we go. Let's increase our magnitude, and we can notice something really nice here. Awesome. So it means that these vertices here at the bottom, if we switch to mesh mode, I think it's mesh, yeah, wireframe mode actually, we've got a vertex here and another one right here. So these have a position of 0 in object space because even though we are multiplying them by magnitude, they don't move, which is really cool. This is because our pivot is at the bottom here. So now let's try and move them automatically because right now we are moving them manually and it's definitely not the best way of doing so. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to use the time node And by the way, we can collapse this, this maybe, nope, collapse this. Yeah, this is actually a way better in my opinion. So let's right click and create a new node. We're going to use the time node, and more specifically the time node right here. So let's grab it and multiply it, maybe by the magnitude. We're going to duplicate this one, Control D, and link it here. Awesome. We now have our magnitude that we can drop right here. Perfect. So the time value here is always increasing. So if we hit play, it's always going to move to the right. 0.01, let's say. Let's diminish it a little bit further. Maybe not that much, but yeah, something like that. If we try and, yeah, it's definitely moving. Let's try and move it. Oh, the camera is messing around, but I think that you can spot that it is moving here, right? Let's just increase it by a tiny bit, maybe. No. Yeah, here is a better way of noticing the movement here. I'm going to leave my mouse somewhere around here. Yep. Oh, come on. And you can notice, now I'm not moving it, but you can notice that the vertices are moving towards the right. This is because, again, time is always increasing. So now what we want to do is switch our time node to the scene time here. If I hit play, if I save the asset actually, and increase the magnitude, let's increase it to, let's say 1, you can notice that it's already way better, but it's definitely not natural. So I'm going to leave you watch for a little bit and think about how we can make it look more natural. What we can think about is using another node. You can create a gradient node. So let's create our gradient noise node. Here we go. We've got a UV and a scale, and it does return a value, a single float. If we use it and multiply it by our magnitude, it's going to be static because our noise right here doesn't vary. So let's try and make it move a little bit. We are going to create a new vector2. Here we go, because the UV here is a vector2. Let's link it right there and use our time value to move through the texture here. So we are always going to go to the right. So let's hit play and see what happens. This is already a little bit better, but not that good because it's definitely too fast. So let's create a new float here. Let's call it frequency. Here we go. We can multiply our time here by the frequency. So let's use a multiply node again, this one. Okay, let's grab our frequency, drop it here, perfect. And multiply these two boys. So let's hit play now or save the asset. We can manipulate the frequency right here. Let's set it to 0.1, let's say. Yeah, and that's already way better, right? What we could also have done is diminish the scale here. So let's set it to 1, save the asset. And you can notice that it's way more subtle. Let's set this one to 1, perfect. But now, again, there is another issue. It seems like our bush is always moving towards the right. So it needs to move towards the left from time to time, right? And because the gradient noise node returns a value between 0 and 1, what we can do is remap it to -1, 1. So let's link this one to a remap node, or I think it was a map node, right? Remap. Oh, here it is, remap. So in, out, let's drag this to the in node actually. Yep, this is our input. So the minimum is 0, maximum 1. We want to remap it between -1 and 1. So let's grab the value, drop it in the multiply node, save the asset, and this is better. So we can already diminish the magnitude to 0.2, and yeah, I love it. It was really simple. Let's switch back to the unlit draw mode, and here we go. We've got our vegetation shader working perfectly. Awesome. But there is another issue here that we can't spot if we only stare at this bush. Let's grab this one, and where is my hierarchy? Let's add the hierarchy tab actually. So hierarchy, here we go. Let's select the bush again. Perfect. Let's duplicate it and move it, let's say, somewhere around here. You can notice that both our bushes move in the same way. They have the same movement pattern, let's say. First, because they are using the same gradient noise with the same scale, with the same time scale, let's say. So what you can do is create a script to, let's say, manipulate the frequency here or the magnitude, because if we change the frequency, it will change for both elements. except if you use material instances. So there are multiple ways actually of doing this. But what I'm going to show you here is add a little bit of randomness by using the object position, because both bushes can't share the same position, right? So this is a good way to randomize stuff. Okay, let's keep both our objects inside. What we are going to do is right click and create a new random range node. Perfect. So we need a seed and min max. Let's set our minimum to 0 and maximum to 100. We now need a seed that is inherent to our objects. And what's more inherent, as I've told you, than the position. So let's grab the position. Perfect. In object space. Nice. And this time we want the position in world space, not in object space, of course. So let's grab this node and drop it inside of our seed here. We can now use this to add a little bit of offset to our time here. So let's grab the time and use an add node. We're going to add our time with this offset. Let's now drag this one and drop it on the multiply node. If we save the asset, whoa, it is really weird, right? We've just created jelly. Nice! This is definitely not what we want. Because remember, the position node here takes the position of each vertex. So it means that each vertex will have a different offset. This is not the node that we want. We want the position of the object. So we need to create the object node. Here we go. And now we can grab the position of the whole object, use it as the seed, save the asset, and that's now working perfectly. We've got different movements for both our bushes. Nice. Let's move this one. You can notice that when we move it, it's jiggling around. Because, yeah, depending on the position, it will move or have a different offset. Nice. Got it? I hope everything is clear, even though I'm definitely not a shader master. I know how to make my way around, and the goal here is to teach you how to do so, and I definitely wish that you learn more than me. Okay? Nice. So let's now apply the shader to our other materials. We can remove this bush, by the way. Let's grab this one. I'm actually going to select them from here. So we've got 3 bushes. Okay. This grass. Okay, let's grab the vegetation material. Here we go. This one, right? Yeah, and now our world is way more alive. Nice. So all of our grass is moving, but not the one with the rocks. Cool. So you can decide to remove these and replace them with moving trees or moving bushes. You decide. Let's have a look at how it will look like in our game. All right, let's go. Boom, select the boink. Nice. Yeah, this is way better. I love it. Oh, we already have 3 weapons, by the way. Oh, come on. But yeah, nice. The grass is moving. The bush is moving here. It gives a little bit more depth to our game. Definitely. Oh, by the way, we need to add shadows too. Yeah, we will do that later on, of course. Okay, so in the next one, let's tackle our scrolling texture. Okay, see you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle our scrolling texture shader. Let's jump right in. Cool. So first off, let's save our project here. Perfect. Inside of the project window, we are going to create a new shader graph. So let's open our folder, create a new shader graph. Here we go, URP. And you want to select Canvas shader graph. This is designed specifically for UI elements. So let's click it. Okay. Let's call it scrolling text, something like that. Cool. And what we're going to do now is display our UI. So let's uncheck this boy. Perfect. We are going to select a random one. So first off, I think that we are just going to create an image inside of our canvas and try and apply the shader to that image. So let's right click, create a new UI. Let's say panel. Let's call it test. Here we go. This one can be blackish, yeah, so that we can better spot our image. Cool. Let's right click on this panel and create a new image. So UI image. Oh, not text mesh pro, come on. Let's right click UI image. Here we go. This is going to be our scrolling texture. Perfect. We can actually increase its width and height. So 500 by 500 or maybe 1000 by 1000 so that we can better spot it. Nice. And after that, we can definitely create a new material, attach the scrolling text shader graph, and assign it to our image right here. So here is the material property. Nice. So let's open our materials folder, effects, right click, create a new material. Let's call it scrolling texture. Here we go. Let's assign our shader graph. So shader graph scrolling text, perfect. We can now assign it to our image right here. So let's open our hierarchy, scrolling texture, and select our scrolling texture. Why do I have two? Oh, this is the shader graph. This is the texture. Perfect. Nice. Everything has been set up now. Let's open our shader. So we are going to open it by right-clicking and editing the shader. Perfect. So just for testing purposes, let's change the color here, save the asset, and this is working. Awesome. So this is the shader we are dealing with. Nice. For this shader, we are not going to use the vertex shader. We are actually only going to deal with the fragment shader, okay? So like we've done previously, let's set up our scrolling texture, so the source image. So we are going to add a new texture 2D. Let's call it main text, perfect. And again, try and avoid typos in here. Nice. Let's drop it inside of our scene, let's say, or our shader. Let's use a sampler to texture 2D node and drag this one, drop it here. Cool. We can also use the alpha like we've done previously, save our asset, and select our scrolling texture inside of the inspector. So let's write peach. I think it was the peach one, right? Yeah, let's use, oh, I have multiple peaches here. Okay. Which one should I use? Is this one, let's say? Yeah, decent. Why do I have half a peach here? Oh, I know, because again, Unity considers this one as a multiple sprite. Yeah, let's fix this. We are going to select this one, open the project window actually, select our peach texture, and sprite mode should be single. Okay, let's apply our changes like so. Cool. And now we can use it for our texture. So let's open the hierarchy again, select our texture, and grab our sprite. So peach, here we go, that's way better. So this texture can seem a little bit odd, but keep in mind that we are going to tile it. So we are definitely going to have multiple instances of this texture. And when applying our effect, it's not going to have any issue. Okay? So let's first tile it. For that, we are going to use the UV input right here. So let's grab this one and add a tiling and offset node. If we save, nothing happens. But if we increase our tiling to, let's say, 5 by 5 and save the asset, boom, it's already way better, right? So this is how you multiply the amount of texture, let's say, or repeat your texture multiple times. But for that, you need to make sure again that your peach texture here, if we select it inside of our project folder, has a wrap mode of repeat. If you were using the clump mode here, let's apply, it would feel so weird because Unity is going to apply the texture once and then stretch it. Okay, so keep in mind that you need to use the repeat clump mode for wrap mode, for this effect. Okay. All right, so let's try and move it now. And as an exercise, I invite you to try and moving it because you now know how to use the time node. You now know how to add another property for the magnitude. You can use it for the scroll speed. And I'm going to show you that you can move the texture using the offset node here. So let's set this one to 0.1, save the asset, and boom, it has moved. Let's set it to 35. Boom, it has moved again. Okay, so this is how you will need to move the texture. Okay, let's try this out and come back for the solution. All right, so for this effect, I want to move the texture towards the top left angle. Okay, so it should move by -1 along the x-axis and 1 along the y-axis. So what I can do is already create a vector 2, with these values. So -1, and 1 for the y value. Okay. I can now multiply this vector by time, let's say, and drop it on the offset node. So let's multiply it, sorry, come on. Let's use the multiply node, okay, so to the B node input. Let's create a new node, a time node actually, okay. Let's use our time like we've done previously, and not save the asset right now, but drag this one and drop it on the offset. Let's now save. And yep, we can notice that it's already moving, but towards the bottom right. This is definitely not what we want here. We want to move it towards the top left. So for that, we're going to use 1 - 1. Okay. Here we go. That's way better. But it's weird that it was moving in the wrong direction, actually. I don't know why this happened. Anyway, right now it's definitely too fast. So let's slow it down. We want to multiply this by a certain amount. So if you want to tweak this value later on, make sure to use a property. In my case, I'm simply going to, let's say, use .1 or .25 actually for the multiplier here. Then we can drag this one and drop it on the multiply node, save the asset. And yep, that's decent. So let's use .15 maybe. I just want it to be subtle actually, okay? Yeah, that's better. Nice. And I also want to be able to tweak the alpha of our texture because I don't want it to be that bright. For right now, there is too much contrast, okay? So let's multiply or use another value for our alpha here. So let's add a new property. Let's call it transparency. Transparency, perfect. Let's grab it and link it to the alpha node here. Okay, let's set a default value of .5 and save the asset. Cool. So this is a little bit weird right now, right? Because our whole texture, if you set the transparency to 1, let's say, so let's change it. Let's select our scrolling texture, set the transparency here to 1. You can notice that there is some black color here. This is not what we want. Let's try something. Can we select our texture and tell it that the alpha is transparency here? Oh, it's already set up. So we definitely need to consider this alpha too. We're going to grab it and multiply it by our transparency. Here we go. Then we can drop this inside of the alpha input. So let's save the asset. Here we go. That's definitely way better. So we can select our texture again. Where is it? Boom, boom. Let's press F inside of here so that we can better see it. And you can notice that the shader is active in the game view, but not active in the scene view. But that's okay. We are definitely going to try this on a real device. Okay, where did I left it? So the transparency, yeah, right. Let's set this one to .5, maybe .3. Yeah, I really want it to be subtle, so .4 maybe. Yeah, seems decent. And of course, you can tweak this value. So we now have our scrolling texture. The only thing left is to add it to our containers. So the weapon containers in general or item containers for the shop. Let's learn how we can do that in the next one. But before that, again, let's add a tweakable tiling here. It's actually, yeah, better in my opinion. So float, tiling, nice. Let's grab this boy and drop it inside of the tiling input. Okay, let's set this one to, I don't know, you can tweak it now. So maybe, yep, 7 seems decent. I like it. Cool. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add our scrolling texture to our containers. Let's do it. So first off, let's switch our layout to the, let's say, Kawaii Survivor course. Yeah, that's the right one. Nice. I'm going to switch to the game view here. Okay, and I don't know why I have this white outline. This is weird, but we are going to deal with it. Okay, so let's first save our scene. Awesome. I'm going to delete the panel here because we are not going to use it anymore. We just want to keep our scrolling texture. So let's remove the test panel. Perfect. Then let's tackle the first element. Inside of the menu, I definitely want that scrolling texture because it's a really nice effect. So I'm going to duplicate it or drop it inside of the menu and stretch it on the container. And right away, you can notice that it's definitely stretched. We don't want that. So let's preserve the aspect. So what we're going to do is tweak the values so that we get the behavior that we want. So let's grab this one, drop it behind the elements here. Okay. We have two possibilities here. We can either scale it up, so like make it really big so that it also fits iPads. And right now the pitches are too big. So we can play with the tiling, maybe 100. Yeah, too small. 50 maybe. Nope. 40, 30. Yeah, this is decent. And we can diminish the transparency to .2, something like that, so that it's really subtle. Yeah, .15 seems correct. Nice. Okay, so we've got our first texture. Let's now add it to our containers. So what we can do is open our character selection, I guess. Boom, let's open the character selection. Should we add it somewhere around here or not? Nope, I don't think so. So let's open our weapon selection instead. Here we go. we've got 3 containers, but these are not the right ones. We can remove them and grab the prefab. So Caraway Survivor, prefabs, UI, weapon selection container, drop it inside of here, duplicate it twice, perfect. Let's open the vertical layout, and inside of our icon section, we are going to change our scrolling texture here. So let's grab the one we've used right here. Okay, I'm going to duplicate it, grab it and drop it inside of here. Let's stretch it on the container. Here we go. If I press F, can I focus it? Can I see it or not? I can't seem to see it. Why? Oh, here we go. It's visible, but it's really subtle again. So we need to increase our alpha right here. If we increase our transparency, we will definitely have an issue because we are using .15 for our menu. So for that, we can create another texture. So another material, sorry. So this is the menu scrolling texture. Let's use another one for our container scrolling texture. And this one can have a transparency of 0.5, let's say. We can use it inside of our scrolling texture. So enemy container scrolling texture. Here we go. Yeah, that's definitely way better. We can also play with the scale and the tiling. So in here, it's grayed out. We need to control it from the project window. Let's set a tiling of 1. Is it correct? Nope. 2 maybe? Meh. 3. Okay, 3 seems correct. So let's manage our container now. Let's first make sure it's not clickable and scale it up. Okay, this size seems correct. Maybe 3 actually, we can use 3. And diminish the tiling again or increase it to 10. Yep. Okay, 10 seems correct. Nice, I love it. Awesome. So let's now apply the changes to our container. Boom. And right away, it has been applied to the other ones. So we can go on and add the scrolling texture to all of our other containers. Let's just rename it really quickly. Here we go. Apply this again. We can now open the other containers. And I'm going to time-lapse this because you now know how to do it. Here we go. We should be good now. Let's give it a shot. All right, let's go. Yeah, we've got our scrolling texture here. That is so cool. I love it. So let's go. Okay. Oh, this is definitely too long. Okay, let's try this out, but with a shorter wave duration. So wave manager, we can diminish this, by the way. 0 second. Here we go. Maybe actually 10 seconds because I definitely want to level up and see if it works in the wave transition panel. So let's go again, select ouchie. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Let's wait for a little bit. I'm going to time-lapse this actually. All right, so we've got our containers and seems like we definitely need to scale this up a little bit. Okay, so, because we are in free aspect, let's try on 1920. Yeah, this is better. Okay, no need to scale it up. What about the other simulator views? So yeah, on Apple iPhone. Okay, so we need to scale this up. Nice. Same thing on the Mini. What about this one? No, that's correct. Okay, I'm going to scale it up a little bit. What scale should I use here? Let's select the scrolling texture. Here we go. Is it the right one? Yep. Let's set a scale of 5 maybe. Did it change something? Yep, it did for this one. What about 4? 4 seems correct actually. 3 is not. So the limit here is 4 actually. So let's set it to 5 instead. And I think that the scale of our pitches is correct. Yeah, seems decent. By the way, it should not be raycast targetable here, okay? So we are definitely going to change that for all of the other ones too. So let's select our upgrade container button, open the prefab, here we go. We're gonna set the scale to 5 here and disable the raycast target checkbox. Same thing for the other ones if we forgot to do so. Yeah, definitely right here. So this should be 5, by the way. Perfect. And the shop item container should also have a scale of 5 and not be raycast targetable. Okay, we can try this out again. All right, let's try really quickly. Boom, let's go. Yep, that's decent. What about the other phones? Okay, I like it. Let's go on. All right, so we get to spot the chest container too. Nice. Let's take this boy. Okay, seems correct for all the power-ups too. Oh, awesome. Everything is working as expected. I love it. Cool. I really hope you enjoyed adding these shader graphs and effects in general. And by the way, let's not forget to commit our changes, of course. So in here, we can add shader graphs. We've added a polish in general, actually. Polished the game. Here we go. See you in the next one for more features. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to implement an infinite map because one of my students asked for it, so let's do it. Okay, so first off, let me explain the concept really quickly. Here is what we're gonna do. Here is Dave, okay? Hello, Dave. How are you? It's been a long time. Anyway, so let's imagine that we've got 9 pieces of terrain, okay? These 9 chunks will be really similar. These will be the same, actually. So it's gonna be one prefab. We're going to have 9 of them, and whenever Dave moves to the right and passes the frontier here between this chunk and this one, we're going to grab all of these chunks and move them to the right to give the impression that we've got an infinite map. And same thing along the y-axis. If he moves up like so and passes the frontier again, we're going to grab these chunks and move them up. That way, the player can explore an infinite map, and yeah, it's actually going to be pretty nice. Same thing for the enemies, by the way. Let's imagine that we've got an enemy in red here, so let's remove the outline from here. If we've got some enemies left right here, we are going to move them along the x-axis. And same thing if Dave moves along the y-axis. We are going to move them so that he does encounter them somewhere around here. Okay? So we've got the maps to tackle, we've got the enemies, and we also have the candies. Again, same thing. Come on, I'm not going to repeat that again, but you get the point. This is the basic concept, so I think we can jump right in. Okay, let's tackle the first thing. We need to create our map prefab, okay? So I'm going to expand the environment here. We've got the grid, vegetation, and tile map. For now, we can simply disable our grid because it's not relevant anymore. And we can create a new game object that will hold our infinite map. So infinite map. Infinite. Okay, here we go. We are going to grab the same vegetation, but first off, I'm going to create a new game object that will hold our map prefab, let's say, or maybe chunk. Let's actually call it map chunk. Perfect. This map chunk will have a white background, so we can select 2D objects, sprites, square. Let's call it background. Here we go. We are going to drop it in the bottom sorting layer and set its ordering layer to -5. For the scale, let's use 50 by 50. Yep, seems decent, actually. It does need to encapsulate the camera view here so that the player cannot see outside of the chunks. All right, but you know what? Just before that, what I'm going to do is actually create a branch here because I don't want to mess with the main branch. So what we're going to do, I've already done that, but create a new branch and let's call it Infinite Map Course. Let's create the branch and leave my changes on main, or let's bring the changes to Infinite Map Course actually, because I've created the Infinite Map chunk and so on. Okay, here we go. Now we can go on. We are not going to mess with the main branch. Perfect. So we can grab the vegetation, drop it inside of our map chunk. And what we're going to do is actually add more of these. So let's move these somewhere around here and these there. I'm just going to edit this a bit more to make it look different actually. Yep. Let's grab this here and this somewhere around here. Perfect. So this is our chunk. We can now turn it into a prefab. So let's open our prefabs folder. Let's create a new folder for our infinite map. Like so. We can grab the chunk, drop it here. Perfect. We've got our chunk. So now let's create a new script to create our 9 pieces here. Remember? These ones. So let's go back to Unity. We are going to open the scripts folder, create a new folder for the infinite map again. Infinite map. Here we go. Right click, create a new C# script, and let's call it infinite map. Perfect. Once it's done compiling, I'm going to grab it and drop it here. Nice. Let's remove the map chunk from here and open our infinite map script. This one is actually going to be really simple. So the first thing we need is a reference to our map. So let's create a new header for our elements again, serialize field, private game object, and let's call it map chunk prefab. Here we go. We're also going to need a reference to its size. So let's add a new header for the settings, serialize field, private float, let's call it map chunk size. Here we go. So at start, let's generate our map. Generate map. Let's remove the update method and create the method. Private void generate map. Here we go. Inside of here, we are going to have two loops, one for the x-axis and one for the y-axis. So for x from -1 to 1, but it needs to be less or equals to 1. Like so, because again, we want to go, let's grab Dave, drop it at the center here. So from -1 to 1. So -1, 0, and 1. Okay, this is why. Okay, let's go back to our script here, and same thing for the y-axis. So let's rename our iterator here, y, y, and y. Perfect. So what do we want to do inside of these loops? Well, we want to generate a map section or a map chunk. So let's call generate map chunk with x and y. Here you go. Private void generate map chunk int x and int y. Really cool. The x and y position here are going to be used to determine the spawn position of our map chunk. So let's write vector3 spawn position equals new vector3 x times 50, or what we can write is actually x, y, and 0 multiplied by the map chunk size. Perfect. As simple as it gets. You can actually remove the 0 from here because it's actually implicit. And now we can finally instantiate our map section. So instantiate, come on, instantiate. Okay, I can't type, it's been a long time. Map chunk prefab at spawn position, quaternion.identity as usual, and it's going to be spawned as a child of this game object. All right, so we can already try this out. Let's use an expression bodied statement here. Perfect. And go back to Unity. What we can do is reference our map chunk prefab. So let's grab the properties of this script. Okay. Open the prefabs folder, infinite map chunk, and the size will be 50. Remember, this is the size we've used for our background. So let's now remove this, hit play, and normally we should spot 9 chunks. Boom. Okay, nice. Here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. Really nice. So now this is working properly. Let's actually select this point and not only the background. Yeah, this is the exact size and they are spawned correctly. Really cool. So now what we're going to do is unclamp the camera, because if I hit Control Z first, let's actually redrop them at their correct position. Let's go select Mr. Swinging. Oh, I already have some weapons here. Yeah, the camera is clamped. You see? So Dave can move outside of the bounds of the camera because we had the arena previously. And yeah, the camera is definitely not following. Okay, so we've got different things to tackle here. We need to unclamp the camera. I'm also going to select the wave manager and increase the wave duration so that we can better experiment our system. Okay, let's now unclamp the camera. But before that, I'm going to select the game manager here and add a new property. So let's write field, serialize field, public, sorry, not private, bool, use infinite map. Here we go. We are going to grab it and private set. Perfect. I'm adding this boolean right here because multiple scripts will need to access it. The wave manager, because if you remember well, let's open the wave manager right here. When spawning our enemies, where do we spawn them? Right here. The spawn position is actually clamped between -18 and 8. This was the size of our arena. Remember? So we definitely don't want the position to be clamped here. We want to spawn enemies around the player within a certain radius. But let's first tackle our camera. So let's go back to Unity, select our camera controller. Okay, let's open it. And right here, when clumping the position, we want to check if we are using the infinite map or not. So if we are not using the GameManager.instance.useInfiniteMap, then we want to clump the camera position. Otherwise, we don't. So let's now give it a shot. Let's go back to Unity. Select our game manager. All right, let's use the infinite map. Hit play. And now the camera should follow the player wherever he goes. So let's go, select Le Pew. Okay, let's move. Nice. Here we go. That's really cool. Okay, but enemies are still being spawned really far from the player. This is definitely not ideal here. So let's open our wave manager and tackle this. Right here, inside of the getSpawnPosition method, we don't want to clump our target position if, again, we are using the infinite map. So if GameManager.instance.useInfiniteMap, boom, and like so. Perfect. So now we should not be clumped. Let's go back to Unity and try this out. Okay, let's hit play. Let's go. Oh, I again forgot to remove the weapons. Come on. But anyway, let's check if this is working. So now we should be spawning enemies around the player. And yep, this is the case. That is so cool. Awesome. So we've now done 3 things here. We've created our map chunks. We've unclumped the camera. And we've also unclumped the enemy spawning, which is really nice. So now the only thing left is to move the maps to the right, or actually manage the map chunks so that they follow the player, as we've said right here. Okay, same thing for the enemies and same thing for the candies. So we can already imagine having one script for these 3 systems. But let's tackle the maps first. So let's go back to Unity and create a script to manage our maps. So let's open our infinite map folder, right click, create a new C# script, and call it infinite map, not map, but child mover. Okay. Once it's done compiling again, let's grab it and attach it to our infinite map game object. Here we go. Let's open it. And the first thing we will need here is a reference to our player. So let's add it. Elements, serialized field, private transform, player, or maybe player transform actually. Here we go. The second thing we will need is definitely the size of our map chunk. Because remember, we need to know whenever Dave crosses the boundary between 2 map chunks. So let's also add that variable. Settings, serialized field, private float, map chunk, size. Here we go. Perfect. And once we've got this, we're ready to move our maps. So let's create a method to do just that. Inside of the update method, we are going to call the update children method, or maybe move children. Call it wherever you want. You know me. I'm definitely not the best at finding names for my methods and variables. Private void update children. Okay, boom, like so. Perfect. Inside of here, we are going to loop through all of our children, not our children, but come on, the game object's children. Come on, you know what I mean. Anyway, so let's create a loop and iterate through all of the children of this game object. So from I equals 0 to transform.childCount. What do we want to do? Well, first off, let's store that child. So transform child equals transform.getChild at index I. Here we go. Then what we're going to do is calculate the distance between the player and the map chunk. So this distance right here, let's say. So the center of our map towards the center of our player. Let's add another color for this. Okay, red. Yep, seems correct. Okay, and once we've got that distance, we are going to check if it's greater than a certain threshold, so half the size of our map chunk for the maps, but it's going to be a different size for the enemies and candies or drops in general, because we want to move them earlier, especially for the enemies actually. But yeah, if that distance is greater than a certain threshold, then we should move all of these boys. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go back to our script here and calculate the distance. So vector 3. And yeah, I'm using a vector 3 here for a distance because I want the distance along the x-axis and the y-axis. So vector 3, let's call it distance equals player transform.position minus child.position. Here we go. So let's tackle the x-axis first. if mathf dot absolute value of the distance dot x is greater than the map chunk size times a certain threshold. So let's actually drop this threshold somewhere around here. For the maps, it's actually half the size. Half the size of a chunk. So private float, let's call it distance threshold equals 0.5. This can be the default value here. So let's drop it here. So if the distance is greater than this value, what we're going to do is move the child, so the map in our case, to the right or to the left, depending on the sign of this value here, okay? Because the player can be going right or going left, right? Not left, right? Anyway, so we want to move the child. So child dot position plus equals vector3 dot right times the distance threshold times the map chunk size times the sign, so mathf dot sign of our distance dot x. Okay, so this is to determine if the player is going left or right. This value here determines our threshold, the one we've set. Okay, we can actually store this somewhere around here and use it there and there, just to prevent repeating the same line over and over again, of course. So float, let's call it distance or maybe map threshold. Oh, come on, I'm bad at finding names. Let's call it calculated distance threshold equals map chunk size times distance threshold, and it's actually the same size in characters as as this, but at least we are not repeating the same line over and over again. Yep, this is it for the x-axis at least. Okay, got it? If not, please leave a comment down there and I'm going to try and explain in another way or help a little bit more. But it's not it here. Let's go back to our drawing. I'm going to move these to the left. Okay, somewhere around here. Let's remove these two just to have a clearer understanding. We've got Dave here at the center. Let's rethink about this here. Imagine Dave going to the right. If he crosses this boundary right here, we need to move these chunks, right? So how far is Dave from the center of these chunks along the x-axis? As always, it's far from one chunk size, okay, plus 1/2. So this is going to be our threshold, 1.5. And if our distance along the x-axis is greater than 1.5 times the map chunk size, then we are going to move all of these to the right. By how much? By twice our threshold here. So 1.5 chunk size times 2. So it's actually 3 chunk sizes. And let's try this out. So 1, 2, 3. Perfect. This is exactly what we need. Got this? I hope this is clear with my super cool drawing here. And if it's not, please again leave a comment and I'm going to try and help ASAP. So our distance threshold here should actually be 1.5. Okay? For the maps, again, not for the enemies or the candies or the drops. So this should be multiplied by 2. Okay, and now we should be good. So let's go back to Unity and set up our elements here. I'm going to specify Dave, the chunk size is 50, and the default value here should be 1.5. So let's hit play. And again, I forgot to remove the weapons, but that's okay. So let's go. I'm going to move to the right. And can I see the boundary here? Okay, here it is. So let's move to the right. And whenever I cross it, boom, all of the other chunks have been moved to the right. That is so cool. So we now have an infinite map along the x-axis. Let's apply the same logic for the y-axis now. And it's actually pretty simple. So let's duplicate these lines. Okay, Control D, here we go. Distance dot y, vector3 dot up, not right, and in here it should be distance dot y. Perfect. Let's now go back to Unity and try this out. Just for testing purposes, I think I'm gonna increase Dave's move speed. So let's set it to 10, and I'm also going to remove the weapons we've got here. So Lustab and Mr. Swingy, and hit play. All right, let's go. Boom. Let's move. Oh, now he's fast. Let's select this one. So I'm going to start with the x-axis. So let's move to the right. Boom, everything has been moved. Perfect. What about the up vector? Nice. Here we go. So now we've got an infinite map. Oh, really nice. That is so cool. We can actually select Dave and hit Shift F to follow it. So let's unzoom a bit more. Let's move to the right. Okay, I'm going to unzoom a bit more. Yeah, perfect. I think it's working perfectly now. Awesome. So now we can go wherever we want. Really cool. We still need to move the enemies and the candies, and we will be done actually. So let's do that right away. Okay, it's actually going to be pretty simple because our enemies are spawned under the wave manager. So we can grab the infinite child mover, select Dave again. Map chunk size is 50. We can keep 1.5 and try this out. Let's hit play. Okay, let's go. Select a weapon, move to the right. I'm going to zoom in a bit more so that we can spot the enemies spawned to the right or moved, teleported to the right. Yep, boom, like so. Here we go. They are definitely being teleported here. But as I've told you previously, it seems like they are moved too late. I need to move them a little bit earlier. They are too far away from the player here. It doesn't make any sense. So let's change this value here to 0.5 and try this out. You can definitely play with these values to fit the gameplay you want for your game. So let's move to the right. Okay, yep, they have been moved here. Now that does make sense. We've got more enemies closer to us. Awesome. Let's now apply the same logic for our drops. So where is our drop manager? Okay, let's add the infinite child mover, grab Dave. And so that it does make a little bit more sense here, we are going to use 1.5. So the same value we've used for our maps. Because normally the candies should keep the same position on their map chunk, if that does make sense. So if we've got a candy somewhere around here, let's change its color actually. Yeah, something like that. When we move the chunks, we should move the candy along with the chunk. Yeah, so yeah, I think it's better. So, but if you think it's not, please feel free to use the value that you want. So let's now hit play. Okay, let's go. Let's select a weapon. I think I'm going to select Le Stab. Okay, so let's try and have a candy to spawn. Okay, here is one. So I'm going to move up. I should spot the candy, move with the chunk. So let's move up. Oh, come on. How can I manage this? I think I've got an idea here. Let's hit play again. I'm just going to defeat one enemy, then disable my weapon. So let's go, select Ouchie. Okay, here is, oh, I think I need one enemy. Boom. I've got more. That's okay. I've got 3 candies here. So let's select the weapon. Here it is. Disable it and move up. I should encounter the candies really soon. Okay, where are they? 1, 2, 3. Here they are. Perfect. 3 candies. Awesome. So now everything is working perfectly. I hope everything was clear enough for you to implement it in your game. If you've got any questions, please feel free to leave it in the comments section. I'm going to commit these changes, of course, as usual. So infinite map. And yeah, sorry if the lesson was too long. I definitely wanted to tackle this in one go. I'm going to disable this because, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense to have an infinite map with the timer. If you want to use an infinite map in your game, make sure to remove the timer here and maybe implement the leveling system right inside of the gameplay, like whenever the player is moving, because the player can move continuously and never get hit by any enemy. Doesn't make sense to have the timer. Definitely not. So yeah, feel free to use the logic that you want here. And yeah, see you in the next one. Cheers. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, in this section actually, we are going to add bosses. Let's go. All right, so it's going to be really simple because we already have enemies. So the first thing we are going to do is duplicate one of our enemies. So let's open the prefabs folder. Enemies right here. Perfect. Let's duplicate our enemy and call it, how can we call our boss here? Zombie. Okay, you can find a better name. I'm definitely sure you can do this, but yeah, let's use Zombie as the name of our first boss here. Okay, let's reset its transform. So let's press F to focus it. Let's drop it next to Dave. Here we go. Maybe a little bit on the right. Right here, perfect. All right, here is our boss here. So the first thing we definitely want to do is to change the renderer. So for that, we are going to select the enemy renderer and change the sprite. So do we have a sprite for our boss here or not? We've got the ghost, purple, yellowish. No, I think I'm going to use another one. Inside of the folder in the starter pack, I think you can find some other sprites made by Alex. Thanks, bro. So I'm going to pick one of these. Here we go. Here it is. Nice. I love it. Okay, let's go on. So let's select the enemy renderer here and use Zombie as our sprite. So first off, it's definitely too big, so we need to diminish its size. What we can do is change the pixels per unit, as I've told you, or simply scale it down, but I think I'm going to change the pixels per unit because I'm going to use the scale to animate the character. So yeah, let's write 256 in here and apply our changes. Perfect. There is still another issue. The pivot of our render is not at the bottom. So let's change that so that we can better manage our animation. And oh, by the way, yeah, let's change that to single too. So pivot bottom. Here we go. Let's apply the changes. We will need to reassign it. That's okay. Perfect. We're already pretty set up here. Nice. Let's also change the color of our spawn indicator to have the same color as our zombie here. Perfect. I'm gonna laugh almost every time I'm gonna say zombie. Please don't blame me for this. Okay, so that's our enemy here, our boss. One other thing I want to change is the circle collider because it's not relevant anymore. Too small in my opinion. So let's offset it by 0 along the x-axis and edit the collider so that it's a little bit bigger. Maybe something like this should be decent. Yeah. You can definitely use a capsule collider as I've told you previously, but I'm going to use a circle collider. It doesn't make any huge difference here. And we are going to keep the animator but remove the controller. We are going to need another controller for our boss. Let's not forget to disable the circle collider here. And I think we are pretty set up. All right, no need to touch at this right now because we are definitely going to remove the melee enemy. We are going to add our own script, a zombie script. We can also add the range enemy attack because it's going to be a range enemy actually. The shooting point is, oh, I don't have the shooting point. So let's add it. Shooting point. Here we go. Let's drop it at the center of the enemy here, maybe at 1 along the x-axis because it's 2 units tall. Perfect. Let's grab it, drop it here, and for the bullet prefab, we can actually grab the other prefab and duplicate it. So let's open enemy, enemy bullet. Let's duplicate it. It's going to be zombie bullet. Here we go. I want this one to be a range enemy, of course. If you want it to be a melee enemy, make sure to not apply these changes and don't add the range enemy attack script, okay? So this can be 10 and the frequency doesn't make any sense in our case because we are going to shoot depending on an animation. It's going to be a really special shoot animation here. Okay, what else do we need? The health bar, of course. So let's add our health bar. We can duplicate the one we've used inside of here. I think it was in the game panel. Okay, here is our health slider. What we can do just before that is add a canvas to zombie so that we can actually render our health bar. So UI, canvas, perfect. This can be our health canvas. We can unlock the inspector, here we go, and our render mode here will be world space. If we were to use screen space overlay, it would display on top of other stuff, and that's definitely not what we want. We need to use the world space render mode so that maybe Dave can render on top of the canvas here from time to time. For the position of our canvas, it's going to be 0, 0. We want it to be centered. Actually just a little bit on top of its head, somewhere around here. And the width and height can be 1 by 1. Okay, perfect. No need to set up the camera right here. It's gonna work. But if you wanna make sure that all of the UI events are registered correctly, please specify the camera. But because this is gonna be a prefab, you need to add a script that will be responsible for setting up this camera, or you can add it to the zombie script we are gonna create. You decide, okay? Let's duplicate our health slider and drop it inside of our canvas. We can reset the position here. It's just anchor it to the center. Perfect. It's a little bit too big right now, so we are going to set up our scale. 0.01. Here we go. That's already way better. And we've got our enemy. Let's have a look at how it's displaying in our game. Can we disable this boy? Thank you. Yeah, that's decent. Okay. Do you like it? If not, please make sure to apply the changes that you want. And now what we're going to do is create our zombie script. So inside of the enemy scripts folder, I'm going to right click, create a new C# script and call it zombie. Here we go. All right, let's now select zombie and add the zombie script. I did not laugh when saying zombie, so that's the first one. Let's save our prefab, so apply all of the changes here. Perfect. And what we can do, I think that we are ready to jump to the next lesson here, where we will implement our zombie script. And just before that, by the way, we can remove the enemy movement script. We are not going to use it, okay? Because zombie will not follow the player. It will wander around inside of the arena, and from time to time, he will shoot bullets in all directions. Yeah, I think I did not explain how it's gonna work. But yeah, basically, zombie will have 3 states. An idle state where he waits for a little bit before moving. Then he will decide where to move inside of the arena, somewhere around here actually. It should not go towards the border or close to the border. And whenever he reaches the position he decided, so let's say this one, he will shoot 8 bullets, top, top right, right, bottom right, bottom left, and so on, okay? At a certain speed. We can rotate the bullets and so on later on, but yeah, basically it's how it's gonna work. Okay, cool. I think that we are now good to go. So in the next one, let's implement our zombie script. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to try and spawn zombie. I know. I told you that we were going to implement the zombie script, but first off, I want to show you a way we can spawn a zombie. Actually, 2 ways we can spawn zombie. So let's just remove zombie from here, okay? So to spawn enemies, we definitely need to add them to the wave manager as a prefab inside of a segment, right? So let's just add 1 wave here and 1 segment. Inside of this segment, we want to spawn zombie. So we are going to click here to open the project folder, the enemies folder actually, and select zombie. Perfect. So imagine that we want to spawn 1 zombie only after some enemies. So you can imagine having other segments just before this one, but let's keep 1 segment for simplicity's sake. If we want to spawn 1 enemy, what we can do is set this to a really low value, so maybe between 0 and 1% of this time. So 1% is like 0.15 seconds because a wave duration is 15 seconds. And we can set this to a really low value. So let's say 0, okay? If we hit play, let's check if we are able to spawn zombie. Let's go here. Okay, let's select a weapon. And of course, no zombie is gonna spawn. This is a real issue here. What if we set this to 1? Let's play. All right, let's go, select a weapon. And again, nothing seems to spawn. This is, again, a really bad issue. It's tricky to spawn zombie. This is not what I want. I really want to make it as simple as possible. So what we're going to do is open our wave manager and edit it a little bit. For that, we are going to jump to our segment declaration here, where we create our structure. And we're going to add a new boolean. So public boolean spawn once. We want to use this if we want to spawn the prefab only once, okay? This will come in really handy here. Then what we can do is check if the segment needs to spawn the enemy only once. So let's jump to our method. I think it's right here where we instantiate the enemy inside of the manage current wave method. So if spawn dot spawn once, what we can do, it's a really cool trick here, is increase the local counter by mathf.infinity. That way, the time since segment start divided by spawn delay will never be greater than local counters blah blah blah, which implies that we will never spawn another enemy again. So we can write local counters at index I plus equals mathf.infinity. Nice! This is one way. But this is definitely not enough because remember, we initialize our local counter at 1. Ideally, we want to initialize it at 0 so that we make sure that we at least spawn one enemy. When initializing it at 1, what happened is that we were waiting for at least one iteration of this timer to spawn an enemy. Again, it's a choice, but you can decide not to do so. Okay? So that's a really cool trick here that you can use to spawn enemies once. The other way you could have done that, and by the way, that's the way I've used when making the course, is to create another local counter. So let's say local enemy counters, and you check whenever you spawn one enemy. You increase that counter, and before spawning any other enemy, you want to check if the segment needs to spawn once, and if you've already spawned an enemy. So if your local enemy counters at index I, let's say, is greater than 1 or not. That's another way of doing things. Again, there are so many ways you can do the same thing, but you need to be creative from time to time. Okay, please, if you did not understand what I've explained here, let me know in the comments. I'm going to try and explain in other words. All right, let's now jump back to Unity. And what we can do is check the spawn once boolean here. Perfect. We can increase this value and increase the spawn frequency now as we wish. We can actually use 500, 1000, whatever you want. It's definitely only going to spawn one zombie. So let's hit play. All right, let's go. Boom. Here is our first zombie. Awesome. So we can't attack it because it doesn't have the enemy script, of course. And we also need to change stuff here because the spawn... Oh, no, it doesn't make any sense because, yeah, we will have the spawn sequence later on in the next lesson. So, yeah, seems like we are now able to spawn zombies. Let's actually try another value here, maybe 33%. 33%, it should spawn at 5 seconds. So let's hit play. I also need to remove these weapons here. Okay, I'll do that. Let's hit play. Okay, so maybe at 10 seconds here, it should spawn. Boom, here we go. Really cool. So this is how you spawn one enemy. Bosses in our case. Okay? So in the next one, I think we are ready to tackle the zombie script. So yep, let's just remove the weapons from Dave. Boom, boom, like so. Here we go. And in the next one, let's implement the zombie script. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to implement our zombie script. Okay, so where is our zombie script? Where it is? Inside of the enemy folder, right here. Cool. So here it is. What do we want to do first? By the way, I think I did not save here, so let's actually save. Yep, perfect. Yep, let's go back to our zombie. What do we want to do in here? Well, our zombie is a boss enemy, so we definitely need to inherit from the enemy script. And just like that, if we go back to Unity, we should spot stuff when selecting zombie. So let's select our prefab enemy zombie. Let's open it. Here we go. It already has a bunch of fields that we can implement. The max health will be something like 1500. We want to set up the renderer. We want to set up the spawn indicator, the collider, and the particle system. Okay. The player detection radius doesn't make any sense in our case here because, as I've told you, zombie will wander around and attack without taking the player into account. All right, perfect. But I don't think the spawn or the spawn sequence here will play because we definitely need to implement the start method. Yeah, this one. So what we are going to do here is override this. So protected, override void start. Here we go. We are going to call base.start to spawn the boss. And this should be good for the spawn sequence. Yep, I think we're good to go. So let's give it a shot. Let's go back to Unity, hit play. All right, let's go, select a weapon, and yeah, perfect. Now zombie is spawning correctly. Awesome. So we are getting an error, and I've noticed another error. Our spawn, our health bar, was displayed even though it was not spawned. So we need two things here. We need to detect whenever our spawn sequence has been completed to hide the health bar, and we also need to fix this. What's this issue here? Movement.storePlayer, of course. Zombie does not have the enemy movement script. So here is what we're going to do. If movement equals is different than null, then we want to stall the player. This will be valid for common enemies, but not for zombie. Then we want to know whenever the spawn sequence has been completed to display the health bar. So we are going to add an event right here, or an action actually. So let's duplicate this. No need to be static. It can just be public or protected actually. So protected action, no argument on spawn sequence completed. Here we go. Let's grab it and call it from here. Invoke. Perfect. Then we can subscribe to that action inside of our zombie script, of course. So let's add our awake method. Let's remove these. Boom. Awake. Because zombie inherits from the enemy class, we can right away write on spawn sequence completed plus equals, let's say, spawn sequence completed callback. Yep. On destroy, let's duplicate, move, unsubscribe, and create as usual. Alt enter. Bam. Nice. Let's grab this, drop it right here. Okay, and what we want to do is hide our health bar. So we definitely need a reference to our health bar. Let's add it. So let's create a header for that. We can actually write elements as usual. Serialize field, private slider actually, health bar. That way we can edit its value too. So let's use unityengine.ui. Perfect. We can also add a reference to our text mesh pro. So serialized field, private text mesh pro UGUI. Let's call it health text. Here we go. We will definitely need the TM Pro library. Perfect. And we are now kind of good to go. So at start, our health bar is visible. So we want to disable it. What we can do is write healthbar.gameObject.setActive false. This is what I'm going to do. But you can also disable it from the inspector and then enable it whenever you complete the spawn sequence. Okay? These are two ways you can do it. So let's call healthbar.gameObject.setActive true. Perfect. Let's give this a shot. So we can go back to Unity, clear the console, exit the play mode, and reference our health bar along with our text. So here is our slider, and the text should be this one. Yep, let's make sure that it is. Yep, it is. Perfect. Let's now hit play. All right, let's go. Select a weapon. Boom, spawning. And now the health bar is visible. That is so cool. Awesome. So it's working correctly. Perfect. So because we are working on the health bar, I think it's a good thing to actually update its text here because, yeah, I would like to see this value here, 1500, and see it decrease. So we are quickly going to implement this, okay? You already know how to do that, so exercise! Try and add the logic for the health bar on your own. And when you're done, come back. We've already done that for the player, so you can grab some methods from there, from the player health, I think. So yeah, let's do that. I'm going to do it right now. Okay, what we can do is create a method to update our health bar. So private void update health bar. Perfect. So the value of our health bar, so health bar.value will be equals to the division between health, or fraction between health and max health. So float health divided by max health. Perfect. We can also update the text. So health text.text equals a string. You can add the $sign for this syntax. It's going to be health divided by max health. So something like that. Max health. Like so. All right, we want to update our health bar right at start. So update health bar. And whenever the enemy takes damage, so we know when we take damage, on damage taken. Yeah, we've got an action for that. Plus equals damage taken callback. Let's quickly create this method. And we can also unsubscribe from it. Boom. Let's make this a little bit prettier. Oh, come on, not like that. Like so. Perfect. We can grab this method and drop it somewhere around here at the bottom. Nice. The first argument is the damage, if I remember well. Let's select this one. Yeah, the second one should be the position. So let's add the position. We will not need it. And the third one is if it's a critical hit. So is critical. Perfect. And by the way, if you don't remember the name or what these arguments are, you can definitely select the action right here and right click and jump to the implementation. Here it is. And where do we use it? Control C, Control F, boom, right here. Damage transform.position is critical hit. Another thing you can do is actually add a comment. So you can add damage position is critical. Okay, whenever you use actions with arguments, and right here I think it's position. That's one way you can do this if you're afraid of forgetting what these arguments are, but you decide. Again, you're free to do whatever you want. Zombie. Damage taken, callback. Let's remove this, and what we can do is update the health bar because we already deal with damage inside of the enemy script. So update health bar with a capital B. Okay, and I think we are good to go now. Perfect. So let's jump back to Unity and give this a shot, I guess. Let's hit play. All right, let's go. Select a weapon. Here we go. Spawning. The health bar has been set up. Perfect. What if I attack? Nice. That is so cool. Now it's working properly. So of course we need more time here, but we should be able to defeat the zombie. Okay, that is so cool. So now that our health bar is fully functional, what we're going to do is implement the state machine for our boss here. Let's do that in the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to implement the state machine for zombie. All right, let's jump right in. So we are going to open our zombie script right here, and let me explain really quickly. Again, we've got 3 states. States means that we might be using an enum, right? This is where it's a good practice to store states. So we've got the idle state, the moving state, and the attack state. So let's create these. Inside of the zombie script, what we are going to do is create our enum first. So enum state. We've got the idle, the moving, and the attacking state. Okay, nice. Then, of course, we need our state. So private state. We can drop this inside under a header, actually. So let's call it a state machine, something like that. Perfect. And we will also need a timer for our idle state. So private float timer. Cool. Zombie will move, and we are not using the enemy movement script. So we will definitely need a move speed. So moving state, let's say. What we can do is write serialize field, not serializable, private float move speed, and this can be good for now. We will definitely add more later on, but let's proceed step by step. Inside of the update method, we want to manage our states. So let's write something like manage states or manage state machine. Okay, manage states. Here we go. Private void manage states. Nice. And we are now good to go. So inside of here, depending on the state we are in, we want to do different things. So we definitely need to use a switch statement. You can also use if statements, but the switch statement is more adequate to the situation, actually. So switch our state. In case we are in the idle state, well, we want to manage our idle state. So let's create that method just later on. Break case state.moving. State.moving. What do we want to manage? Manage the moving state, like so. Break. And in case we are in the attacking state, we want to manage the attacking state, of course. Attacking state, like so. Break. Perfect. So let's now create these 3 methods just so that we don't have any error. Boom. Here is the first one. We need the moving one. So private void manage moving state. Private void manage attacking state. Like so. Nice. So let's tackle our first state, the idle state. This one should start right after our spawn sequence has been completed. So there are different ways we can tackle this. We can add another state that we can call none, the none state. And if we are inside of the non-state, so we can write default, let's say, default break. Do not do anything. So when our zombie is in the non-state, he will not do anything. And we can initialize our state here inside of the awake method, state equals state.none. Perfect. And whenever our spawn sequence here is completed, we can switch to the idle state, right? So right here, after initializing our health bar, we can write set idle state. Private void. I think I'm going to drop this one somewhere around here, yeah. Right, void set idle state. Perfect. So inside of here, we definitely want to change the state. So state equals state.idle so that we can, during the next frame, call the manage idle state. And what do we want to do in here? Well, we simply want to wait because as I've told you, during the idle state, I just want zombie to wait for a little bit, maybe 1 to 2 seconds without moving, just playing the idle animation. Then he will start to move. So we can increase our timer. Timer plus equals time.delta time. And whenever we pass a certain threshold, we can start moving. So if timer is greater or equal than, let's call it idle duration. Yeah, something like that. Then what we can do is start the moving state. So start moving state. We can also reset our timer here, by the way. Yeah, let's do it right here. So timer equals 0. So we need two things here. We need our idle duration and we need the start moving state method. So let's add the start moving state method first. Private void start moving state. I did copy the name of the method, but I felt like I had to rewrite it. Okay, doesn't make any sense. So inside of here, let's change our state. Boom, moving. Perfect. That's the first thing. We also need our idle duration here. So let's create a variable for that somewhere around here, maybe idle state, a new header. Yeah, idle state, private float idle duration. And we can also create another variable or field for our max idle duration. So float max idle duration. You can use a min-max slider here, by the way, if you want. But the minimum here will be 1 second, so no need to use it, in my opinion. You decide. Again, I just don't want to spend that much time in here because we've already done that. Boom, boom, boom. So we need to set up our idle duration because we are checking if the timer is greater, but we haven't set it up. So idle duration equals random.range. And of course, using random equals Unity engine.random. Perfect. Like so. Random.range, I said 1 second and 3 seconds, something like that. And make sure to add the F here so that it is a float. If you don't add the little F here, it's going to take an integer. So you might have 1 second, 2 seconds, and that's it. No 3 seconds because it's exclusive when using integers. All right, so we've got our idle duration, we've got our timer. We can simply debug something here. So debug.log started moving. Okay, we can add started idle here just to check if our state machine is working correctly. Started idle. All right. Let's jump back to Unity and then we can implement our moving state. It's going to be really simple. Don't worry. I don't think we need something here. We need the max idle duration, by the way. Oh, and I did not use it here. What a genius I am. So max idle duration. Okay. Boom. Yep. Saved. Perfect. So our max idle duration can be 3 seconds and the move speed can be 3 for now. Okay. Let's hit play. So if we go select a weapon, he's going to spawn and start the idle state. Okay. Start moving. Awesome. So seems like the idle duration was something like 3 seconds maybe. Let's actually select it and check Wave Manager. Here is zombie. Let's switch to debug mode. Okay. We should have the idle duration right here. Yep. 2 seconds. So 1, 2, now. Okay. Yep. Nice. Okay, so now our idle state is working and we are switching to the moving state. So let's implement this one. Inside of here, we will need to set a target position for Zombie, okay? Because as I've told you, he will wander around to a certain position. So let's remove the debug line here, and we can write target position equals get random position, let's say, within arena. Oh, but we already know that it's within the arena, so let's just call it get random position. So let's now set our target position here. Moving state, private, vector2 target position. Here we go, perfect. We need to create our get random position method. So let's create it somewhere around here. Private vector2 get random position. And we already have something really similar inside of our wave manager, if you remember well, somewhere around here, get spawn position. So we can grab this here. No. We only need to clump it. So we need this boy. Later on, we can create a constants script that will allow us to store these values, so the width of the arena, the height of the arena, and some other values. So for now, let's set the target position to vector 2.0, something like that, okay? It should start at the center, and we don't want the enemy to spawn close to the boundaries, so we will diminish this to maybe 14, 14, and 6 and minus 6, okay? Yeah, that way, not spawn, sorry, Zombie will move close to the center, okay? And again, it's a choice. You decide if you want it to move close to the center or closer to the boundaries and so on, okay? So we've got our random position, and we now need to move towards that position. So inside of the manage moving state, we can write transform that position equals vector3 or vector2 dot move towards, transform that position, the target position, and the max distance delta will be our move speed times time dot delta time, again for responsiveness. Nice. After that, we can check if we are close enough to that position. And by the way, there is another way you could have done it here. You could have used lintwin inside of the start movie state. You could have written lintwin dot move game object towards that position, and because we've specified the move speed here, you can do some math to determine the move speed, because speed or velocity equals distance over duration. So yeah, you can do the math here, okay? I've decided to use this method to show you a variety of ways you could have done it, as usual. So if our vector2.distance between the transform.position and the target position is less than a certain value, so a really small value in our case, 0.01f, we can then start the attacking state. So start attacking state. Here we go. Private void start attacking state. We can simply add a debug line here, started attacking, so that we can actually check if our moving state is working correctly. So let's go back to Unity. Let's select Zombie. Do we need to specify anything? Nope. So let's hit play. Let's go select a weapon. Here we go. Where is Zombie spawning? Oh, here it is. Perfect. So he should move towards a certain position. Okay, nice, nice. Started attacking. That is really cool. So in the next one, because this one is getting a little bit too long, we are going to manage the attacking state. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to manage the attacking state for Zombie, because in the previous one, we did not do it. It was a little bit too long, right? So yeah, let's tackle this. Inside of our script right here, instead of adding the logic inside of the manage attacking state method, what we want to do is actually comment this debug line and trigger an animation. But first off, let's actually switch to the attacking state. So state.attacking. Perfect. After that, we can trigger our animation, the one I told you about previously. So animator.play attack. Okay, so we definitely need an animator right here. Let's add a reference to it somewhere around here. So serialized field. Okay, private animator. Perfect. And while we are here, we can actually trigger the idle animation along with the moving animation. So when switching to the idle state, we can write animator.play idle. Okay, and same thing for the moving state. So animator.play moving or move. Yeah, let's call it move actually. Okay. Cool, so we've got the idle, move, and attack animations. So now the only thing left is to create these animations. So let's switch back to Unity. Select Zombie right here. It should already have an animator, which is really cool. So now we need to create a controller. Let's open our animations folder, enemies, right click and create a new folder for Zombie. Boom, here we go. We can create a controller. So create animator controller. Zombie controller. Okay, I'm rushing because you already know how to do that. Come on. Let's attach it and open our animator tab along with the animation tab. Perfect. I think that we will only need, we need to see our boy here. So we also need the scene. You know what? I'm going to diminish these two windows here or tabs and drop the scene next to the animator. Perfect. So here is Zombie. Nice. So the first animation we need here is the idle animation. So let's write idle. Here we go. And now let's create a really simple idle animation. So we want to select the renderer and add a key to our scale here. So let's copy this, then drop it at 1 second. And between them, so at half a second, we want to squash it or stretch it. One of these two, you decide. I want to stretch it. So it's going to be 0.95 and 1.05, something like that. Let's play the animation. Yeah, that seems decent. Nice. So let's now tackle our moving animation. So we are going to click here, create a new clip. Let's call it moving. I think it was move. Okay. We want to copy the keyframes we've used for the idle animation. So let's paste them here and make the animation a little bit faster, something like that. Yeah, this can be the move animation. Really simple, and it's actually really nice. Okay, so we can create the attack animation now. And like so. Perfect. So here is how I want the attack animation to look like. I want Zombie to inflate, really stretch a little bit more than what we've used for the idle and move animation, and then release every time really quickly 8 times. You see? I don't, it's definitely not clear. So let's create that animation. So first off, let's select the renderer here and add a key to our scale. But first we need to record, of course. So let's right click, add a key. Okay. So now we want to stretch Zombie during 1 second, something like that, I think. Yep, should be nice. So let's increase this to 1.115, something like that, maybe 1.2. Yeah, it should be really impressive. 0.8. Okay, let's check it out. Something like that. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Cool. But I think that I want to wait a little bit before playing this animation. So I'm going to move these to the right, duplicate this one. Okay, so wait for 1 second. Or maybe we can play the idle animation for 1 second. So let's copy these keys, drop them here. Not in the move, but in the attack animation. Here we go. So we can bump a little bit, then inflate, and boom, 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 8 times. It doesn't make any sense. But change the scale or squash 8 times really fast. So from here, we want to jump to the 130th frame and squash it. So 1.2.8, something like that. Boom. See, I think it was too fast. So maybe 20 seconds. No, too slow. So something like that, maybe. Yeah, that's decent. Actually, I think I'm going to make it faster. And again, here, feel free to create the animation you want to have for your boss here. I'm just here to teach you how to make new things, but of course, let your creativity decide. So yeah, we will have 8 of these, sorry. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, yeah. So we can copy these 2 keyframes, drop them here, here, here. Okay, how does it look like? Yeah, that's decent. It's funny actually, but that's okay. So we've got 1 right here, by the way. We should attack. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 5, 6, 7, and 8. And at the end, it should release. So it should go back to the normal scale, 1 and 1 after... No, not right here. Not here. Wait. This is the last attack, and at the end, maybe 1 second to go back to its original scale. Something like that. Yeah, just release really slowly. Perfect. And at the end of the animation, we can jump back to the idle state. Okay, so let's have a final look at our animation here. Okay, inflate, boom, 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 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice, really cool. So now that we've got the animation, we can add animation events to trigger a method here. So let's add one. Okay, here is our method. We are not going to use the range enemy attack shoot method. We are going to use another one because remember, I want the bullets to go up, top right, right, bottom, and so on in a star pattern. So for that, we are going to create a new method here. So let's write private void attack. Okay, so this is going to be our method. And inside of here, the first thing we need is the direction of our bullet. So vector2 direction. This is going to be equals to quaternion.euler 0, 0, and minus 45 degrees multiplied by a certain attack counter. And of course, I'm going to explain what I'm doing here. Multiplied by vector2.up. Here we go. So we need the attack counter here. Let's create it really quickly so that I can explain. So header attack state private integer attack counter. Perfect. Let's now jump back to our method and I can explain. So the direction here will be quaternion.euler. So this is used to rotate vectors. If you multiply a quaternion by a vector, you get a rotated vector depending on the angle that you've specified here. In our case, we want to rotate the vector2.up around the z-axis. So right now, if this is 0, we are not going to rotate it. So it's going to return vector2.up. If our attack counter equals 1, we are going to rotate the up vector by 1 times minus 45. So 45 degrees in a clockwise fashion. Okay, around the z-axis again. If this attack counter equals 2, we are going to rotate the up vector in a clockwise fashion by 90 degrees. So 2 times 45. Okay, and so on. So this is what I've used here to rotate my up vector2 vector. And of course, there are so many other ways you could have done this. For instance, you could have created an array of vector2s. So vector2, let's call it attack directions equals new vector2 array. And in here, you can specify your directions. So you can specify vector2.up, vector2.up plus vector2.right. Okay, so this should be top right, vector2.right, vector2.right plus vector2.down. Yes, something like that. Vector and so on. You get the point. But I think that this is actually way faster to use this method. And you get the opportunity to practice your math. Just a bit, but you decide, of course. I like math, so yeah. Okay, so now that we've got our direction, what we can do is shoot a bullet along that direction. And we already have a way to shoot bullets inside of the range enemy attack script, right? But right now, our shoot method is private first, and we set up the direction using the center of the player, so using the player. This is not what we want. We want a way to shoot bullets by specifying a direction. So we can write something like public void instant shoot vector2 direction. Here we go. And inside of here, what we want to do is grab our bullet and shoot it along that direction. So we can already refactor this a little bit. We can simply call the instant shoot with the direction. Perfect. Now we can access this method here inside of our Zombie script. So we can write attack dot instant shoot along that direction. And our attack here is the range enemy attack component that we haven't added yet. So let's add it. We can drop it somewhere around here, private range enemy attack. And inside of the awake method, of course, we need to store it. So attack equals get component of type range enemy attack. Okay, here we go. We can actually add it to the start method, like so. What we can also do is add a require component attribute. So require component type of range enemy attack. just to make sure that we do have that script attached and prevent having an error. Okay. So I think that we are actually really good to go here, right? We simply need to call our attack method and increase our counter, by the way. We are not increasing it yet. So let's write attack counter plus plus. So every time we trigger the animation event, we will shoot a bullet and increase the counter, which will change our direction. Perfect. We've got 8 bullets to shoot. So if our attack counter is greater or equals to 7, we should stop attacking, right? This is one way we could have done that. What we can also do is actually create another animation event and call the set idle state method. I think that is cleaner, yeah, definitely. So let's reset our attack counter just before starting attacking, right here. Perfect. Let's now jump back to Unity. Select Zombie. Perfect. Let's select our attack animation. And remember the animation event we've added. We can now select our attack method. And here it is. Cool. Let's copy this animation event and drop it here. Every time we attack, actually, here. I think it was here, 180. And so I'm going to time lapse this. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. I think we can try this out. Oh, by the way, we need the final animation event here. Boom, this one. Okay, we can select zombie method set idle state to jump back to the idle state when we are done. Okay. Boom, zombie. Here we go. Animator should be this one actually, and boom. Okay, damage here. Let's hit play, and normally we should be good. Okay, please work. Thank you, please. Let's switch back to the game window. Okay, select Le Stab, let's say. Here is Zombie. Okay, so he should move, reach a certain position, and start attacking. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is so cool. Okay, there is one more bullet here. Do I attack 9 times? What? Wait. Let's try that again. Let's select our wave manager, increase the wave duration. Perfect. Let's hit play. I think he did shoot 9 times. Am I right? Let's go. Wait, where is my boy? Here it is. Okay. So let's move a little bit. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. That's 8 actually. Yep. 8 bullets. Really cool. Awesome. So now, okay, he has switched back to the idle state, but seems like he's not moving. Okay. Okay, so let's quickly debug this and we can call it a day. So right now we are switching back to the idle state. Where is the set idle state? Okay, so set idle state. Idle duration equals this. Oh, but did we reset our timer? Yep, we did. Manage idle, start moving state. Because he's not moving to another position. Huh, this is really weird. Okay, timer. Right here, what we can do is check the value of our timer. So debug.log timer value equals timer. Okay. By the way, do I have something in the console here or not? Start. Nope, nothing. So we should have seen started idle here. Did we actually start the idle state or not? Again, so let's select our boss, zombie. Here it is. Okay, animations, attack. At the end, we should call set idle state. Okay, so we should be able to call it. So we should see these two debug lines. Let's actually add another one, another debug line here, debug.log started moving as we had previously. Okay, and maybe let's re-enable started attacking. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's try this. All right, let's hit play. Let's open the game window. Ouchie. Okay, so here is our boss. Timer value equals 0, of course. Let's attack it once, just like that. Started attacking. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8 actually. But timer value equals 0, but he's not moving. Let's not collapse things here. Okay, started idle. Okay, so we are triggering the idle mode. Perfect, but we are not moving anymore. So the issue lies here. Target.position equals get random position. Seems like we are always getting the same position here. Okay, let's debug this target position. Debug.log target position plus target position. Okay. That's weird. Really weird. I'm not getting why it's not working. Oh, come on. I'm not setting random positions here. I'm clumping it, but I'm not setting a random plus. And I had this issue all along. Okay. Anyway, it was always moving towards vector 2.0. I did not notice that. That's really weird. So target position.x equals random, actually, dot range between -14 and 14. And again, we are going to do the same thing for the x, for the y, sorry, so -6f and 6f. Okay, so no need to clump it here. Yeah, this is because I borrowed some code from the other script, and yeah, that is so bad. Anyway, so let's now go back to Unity, and we should be good. All right, so let's hit play. Boom, let's select Le Stab. Please move to somewhere else other than the center position. Thank you. Seems cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's move again, please. Okay, here we go. Now he's moving to another position. Really cool. So this is the behavior of our boss. Awesome. That's so cool. I was like, what? So now that this is working properly, what we want is to be able to defeat this boss. And whenever we defeat it, we want to drop a chest. Okay, so let's try this out in the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to help our little boy here drop a chest. And I don't know what happened here, so I'm going to switch my layout to portrait again, to landscape again. Yep, this one is cool. Okay, nice. So here is what we are going to do. First off, we need to add or implement some changes to our enemy script. So for that, let's select our enemy script. So let's write enemy. Okay, here it is. Perfect. And inside of here, what we want to do is add a new event. We've got the on passed away action. Let's add the on boss passed away action. That way we can trigger it from the zombie script. So let's create a new one. We can duplicate this one actually and call it on boss passed away. Here we go. Now what we want to do with this one is to actually jump to the pass away method right here and turn it into a virtual method. So public virtual void pass away. Why? Because inside of our zombie script, we want to override this. So we can write public override void pass away. Here we go. We are not going to call base.passaway. Otherwise, we would call the pass away or trigger the pass away action, this one. Instead, we are going to call on boss passed away, invoke it with our transform.position, of course, and then we can simply call pass away after wave, because our pass away after wave method sets the parent of the particles to null, plays the particles, and destroys this enemy. Cool. So now we have a way to detect whenever a boss does pass away. So we are going to subscribe to that event inside of our drop manager. So inside of here, enemy.on boss passed away plus equals boss enemy passed away pullback, like so. Let's duplicate the event, drop it here, and unsubscribe, of course. We can make this a little bit prettier, something like that, as usual, and create this callback. Boom. Nice. We can grab it and drop it just after the enemy pass away callback, right here. So inside of here, we directly want to drop a chest. So we should not call try drop chest. Instead, we should definitely drop it right away at that position. So this is the boss position. Okay, so what we can do is grab this line, duplicate it, and drop it here. This is one way of doing it, but we are getting duplicates here again. So instead, we can create a new private void drop chest. at a certain position. So vector 2, spawn position. Like so. We can drop this line inside of here, and inside of our try drop chest method we can use it. So drop chest at the spawn position. Perfect. We can also call it, right here, whenever an boss enemy passes away. Awesome. So this is the boss position that we should use in here. Cool. We can now jump back to our zombie, and I think that we are good. So pass away on boss passed away. Okay. What we're going to do is try this out actually with a weapon. So we should have a level 4 weapon so that it's faster, or decrease the health of our boss. I think I'm going to use a level 4 weapon. So let's try it. Okay, let's go here, level 3. So we don't have it yet. So let's configure again, configure. Oh, level 4. But I don't like swingy. I prefer the cotton candy gun. And what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to increase the damage dealt by the weapon here. So weapon data, cotton candy gun, attack, let's say 30. Let's go. So let's go. Let's wait for it to spawn. What about now? Yeah, that's definitely better. Okay, we are getting another issue here. You see, if I go... Well, anyway, at least we've got the chest. But the target position the weapon was aiming at is definitely off to a certain extent. It needs to aim towards the center, not towards the bottom of the enemy. But at least we've got our chest. Really nice. Cool. So we've got this sorted out. Anyway, now we are going to try and aim at the center of our enemy. So let's open our range weapon script. We should have it somewhere around here. So let's open the scripts folder. Weapons. Do we have weapons? Yep. Range weapon. Here we go. And inside of the auto aim method, instead of grabbing the closest enemy that transform that position, we are going to call the closest enemy dot get center method. Okay. So we are going to add this method like we've done for our player. I think it was the player or player controller. I don't remember honestly. So let's open our player script. Yep, right here. Transform that position plus collider.offset. So let's grab this boy, open our enemy script and paste it here. Boom, we've got the get center method. So now we should not have any more error in our range weapon script, do we? Why? Oh, okay. Got it. So let's turn this one into a vector 2. Perfect, because this is a vector 2. Cool. So now we should be good. Let's try this out again. All right, let's hit play. I'm going to change my character here. I want to use Dave. I miss him. Okay, let's use Ouchie. No. Let's not use Ouchie. We need to try the cotton candy gun. Where is it? Here it is, level 4. Perfect. So let's try this out. Okay, now we are aiming at the center of our boss here. We do miss from time to time because we are not using a capsule collider. So make sure to use a capsule collider if you don't want to miss any shot. Or you can extend the circle collider, but you decide. You know how to do it now, right? Perfect. So now we are actually done for our boss enemy. I just want to add something else, but let's do that in the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to improve our boss bullet because right now it's still using the basic range enemy bullet, and yeah, we can do better than that. So let's open our prefabs folder, weapons, nope, enemy, sorry. Zombie bullet. Let's double click it. Here it is. Cool. I want to use something else here. What I'm going to do is change the renderer first. So let's switch from the seed to something else. Do we have something like a star? I think we should have it. I want to use this one. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. And again, feel free to use the one that you want. But here it is. Let's diminish the scale of the render. 0.5. Yep, seems decent. What about the collider? Is it too big? Maybe it should be 0.3 actually. What about the collider now? Yeah, that's decent. No, 0.45. Okay. So let's increase the size of our circle collider by a bit, something like that. Yep, that's decent. I like it. And I also want it to rotate while it's going. So I'm going to set the angular drag to 0 and at start, add an angular velocity. So let's open our enemy bullet. Inside of here, we can add another field for a private float angular speed. Here we go. You can call it angular velocity. And in our shoot method, we can write rig.angular velocity equals angular speed. Just like that. We also need to reset it whenever we reload, of course, right here. So rig.angular velocity equals 0. Perfect. We will definitely have an issue, but let's try that first. Okay, so inside of here, we are going to set up our angular velocity, of course. Come on, hurry up, please. Thank you. Okay, let's set it to 360, so 1 rotation per second. Let's hit play. All right, let's go select a weapon because it's not the point here. Let's wait for our zombie boss to shoot. And of course, we will need to remove the debug lines. Come on. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nice. Do you notice an issue here? This one seems to be rotating faster than the other ones. Okay, so it did destroy. So what I'm going to do is actually... Oh, I should have waited. Come on. Why am I in a hurry? Dang. Okay, I'm going to hit play again. Okay, let's go. Select not a range weapon, but this one. Cool. I'm going to wait for him to shoot because I want to show you something. There is weird stuff happening here with rotation, and it's the case in Unity, so you need to be aware of that. Here, let's pause and have a look at this one. I'm going to select the object and hit Shift F to focus it and follow it. Okay, so let's move frame by frame. Okay, I think I should not follow it actually. Yeah, let's not follow it. Let's move frame by frame. You see the rotation? It's like normal here. And when I move, when it does move, it rotates in one direction and switches back to another direction. Have you noticed? Look, it's really weird. It's not like the other ones. Look at the other ones. This one, for instance. This one does rotate continuously in the same direction. Everything is normal for this one. And this one, instead, where is it? Here it is, like so. Look at the X and Y rotations here. Constantly changing and switching directions. That is definitely not what we want. And this happens because the direction of the movement of that bullet is exactly -1 along the x-axis. Thus, it causes some weird rotations with the quaternions and so on. I definitely can't explain this phenomenon because it did happen to me, but I can show you a fix. So here is what you could do. Inside of the shoot method, what you can do here is check if the direction .x equals -1. So if mathf dot absolute value of direction .x plus 1 is less than 0.01f actually, so a really small value, it means that the bullet will go straight to the left. We are going to slightly edit or add to its y value. So direction.y plus equals .001, something like that. Just so that it's not perfectly horizontal, okay? And because we are not dealing with huge values or huge worlds, it will not make any difference in our case, okay? Let's try this out. Let's hit play. All right, let's go. Select a weapon. Wait for this boy to spawn. Here we go. Please shoot. Shoot. Come on. Boom. Hurry up. Okay, it had to go to the other side of the screen. Okay, so the value we've used here is not enough. Okay, when making the course, I actually used 0.01, but I wanted to try if it was working, and definitely not. So let's try this now, and it's gonna work. All right, let's go. Without selecting a weapon this time. Wait for a little bit. Hurry up. Please move. Thank you. Should not move that far. Okay, nice. Yeah, here we go. Have you noticed? Now the rotation is okay. Perfect. We've just fixed that. So now here is another issue. The zombie did spawn some bullets, but as you can spot, not all of them have returned to the pool. So it means that our code is missing something here. Like these ones should be reused and these ones should not have been spawned. So for that, we are going to open our script right here. And to fix that, we are going to open our enemy bullet script again and call leantwin, thank you, .cancel game object and release it again right here when we reload. Because it might be possible that we reload before releasing the bullet and so on. So it might be weird. All right, let's try this. Let's go back to Unity, hit play. All right, let's go. Boom. Let's wait a little bit. I'm gonna time-lapse this actually. All right, he did shoot some bullets. All of these have been reset or brought back to the pool. Let's try again. Okay, seems correct until now. Please shoot again. I'm just going to select this boy and remove its idle duration. So let's select Zombie and set the max idle duration to 0. Increase the move speed so that he shoots faster. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Now that's nice. No rest, move, shoot. Here we go. Now the pool is working correctly. That is awesome. Perfect. Nice. We fixed it. We did it. Come on. For those of you who had the reference again. All right, so in the next one, what we are going to do is add our constants script, the one I told you about in one of the previous lessons, actually. And yeah, it's going to make our code a little bit more reusable. So see you there. But first off, let's actually commit our changes. We've actually done a little bit too much to not publish or commit the changes. So zombie boss enemy. Yay! All right, see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson is actually going to be really short, but we are just going to improve our code a little bit. I want to create a constants script where I'm going to store all of my constants, okay? So let's drop it in, I don't know, I think I'm just going to drop it here, actually. So create a new C# script and call it constants. All right, let's open it. Perfect. And this is going to be a static class, so we can remove the start and update methods. So static do not inherit from the monoBehavior class. And inside of here, we want to set the size of our arena. So public static vector2 arena size will be equals to new vector2, let's say 36 by 18, something like that, if I remember well, right? And this is going to be useful because we can now use it inside of our wave manager right here when spawning enemies. We can set it to random.onUnitSphere around the player, okay? And instead of clumping it between -18 and 18, we can clump it between minus constants, okay, dot arena size dot x divided by 2 and constants dot arena size dot x times 2. Divided by 2, not times 2, sorry. Okay, and same thing for the y-axis. So we can grab this, drop it here. It should be minus y here and y for the other one too. Perfect. We can also use it in our zombie script right here, remember? So we can write constants, constants.arena size. No, not all of this. Constants.arena size.x divided by 3 or 4 so that it is closer to the center of the arena. Let's say divided by 3. Yeah, something like that. To constants.arena size.x divided by 3. Okay, let's grab these two lines or these two elements, drop them here, y and y. Perfect. So now it's actually better because if we want to set up or create a bigger arena, we are simply going to open our constant script and change these values. Okay, cool. It was really quick, really short, but I'm sure you can find a better use to this. See you in the next one. Cheers. Welcome back, guys. In this section, we are going to tackle managing different input devices for our game. Because one of my students asked for it. You know me, I need to add it. I'm not going to do so for all requests, but I thought it was actually pretty relevant in this case. Okay, so right now we can control Dave with or on mobile or on our desktop with the mouse, but it's kind of weird to control the character here with the joystick while playing on desktop. So instead, I would love to be able to control Dave with the arrow keys or WASD. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is use the old input system. Then in the next lesson, we are going to implement the new input system. And yep, we are going to learn a bunch of ways to control our character. Let's go. Okay, so the first thing we want to do here is to offset our player control. Because right now, inside of our player controller script, let's open it. Here we go. We do grab the move vector from the player joystick. We don't want to do this because we will be able to control Dave in different ways. On mobile with the joystick, on desktop with WASD, and on with a gamepad, sorry, with the stick. So we need to manage these, and I don't want to manage these inside of here. Instead, as I've told you, I'm going to offset the logic here. So let's go back to Unity and open our scripts folder, managers, right click and create a new script. Here we go. Input manager. Once it's compiled, we are going to add it to the game manager. Keep in mind that you can create a new game object and add it to that game object, but come on, let's not create more managers in our case. So let's grab the input manager and open it. Perfect. So this boy here will be responsible for returning the move vector to the player if he needs it. So instead of writing this, we're going to comment this line and write rig.velocity equals input manager dot instance. It's going to be a singleton dot
Get move vector
times move speed times time dot delta time. Perfect. So let's grab our input manager and turn it into a singleton now. So let's open it. Perfect. Here we go. Let's write public static input manager instance. Here we go. Let's initialize the singleton as usual. Perfect. And we also need to create our get move vector method. So public vector2 get move vector. Inside of here, let's simply return vector2.0 for now. So no more error in our player controller. Perfect. We are now good to go. Nice. So to keep the same behavior here, we will need a reference to the player joystick. Okay, so let's add it. Elements, serialize field, private mobile joystick, player joystick. So let's call it, player joystick. Here we go. Inside of here, instead of return vector2.0, we can simply return player joystick.get move vector. And now we should have the same behavior. So let's jump back to Unity. Let's add a reference to our player joystick here. It's inside of the game panel, mobile joystick zone. Here we go. Let's hit play. And now if I try and control Dave, it's still working. But this time we are using the input manager. Really cool. Let's remove the joystick from the player controller here. We don't need it anymore. Here we go. Perfect. We can jump back to the input manager and add a way to control Dave or the character with the keyboard. So inside of the get move vector method, we need to determine whether we're on mobile or on desktop. And for that, we can simply write if systeminfo.deviceType equals deviceType.onDesktop. We are on desktop. Otherwise, we might be on console or handheld. And handheld can be a mobile device or a tablet, okay? So we can use a switch statement to manage these or if statements, you decide. So if we are on desktop, we want to return, let's say, get desktop move vector. Else if systeminfo.deviceType equals deviceType.handheld, we can return the player joystick. And it should be else here, not ls. Okay, so of course here we need to remove the if statement because it's not gonna work. We need to return something. So let's now create this method, private vector2 get desktop move vector. Perfect. And we can also remove this, by the way. We are not going to manage the console right now. We are going to manage that later on. For now, let's just take the desktop and the handheld into account. Okay. So get desktop move vector. Inside of here, we want to return a new vector2, and we can specify input.getAxis horizontal for our horizontal axis. The y value can be input.getAxis, you've guessed it, vertical. Okay? I'm going to try this out and then show you why we've written this. So let's actually hit play. All right, let's go, try and move. And yep, Dave is moving indeed with WSD and the arrows, but seems like the move speed is too low. So what we are going to do is increase our base move speed to 300 and try this out again. All right, let's go, try and move. Yay. Now WASD is working. Actually, I'm using ZQSD because I have a AZERTY keyboard, not a QWERTY one. Okay, and same thing for the arrow keys. You can try this out. It's working. Perfect. So this is good, but we've got multiple things to tackle here. We've used a base move speed of 300. So if we try and control Dave with the joystick, it's not working because first off, we are not on handheld. So we need to disable the joystick. But if we were to move it with the joystick, it would be too much. Definitely too much. We were using 3 and it was already kind of fast. So in the next one, let's fix that. And I can also show you why I've used the horizontal and vertical axes here. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to manage our input a little bit better. First off, we need to tackle this. The base move speed is definitely too big. Really huge here. Okay, so we need to diminish it. How can we do this and why? First off, let me show you something. In the project settings here, you can select the input manager and expand the axis here. You can notice the two axes we've used, vertical and horizontal. We've got negative, positive buttons and alternative buttons too for left and right, so the horizontal axis. You've got some more options, and same thing for the vertical one. So this is the old input system. Don't worry, we are going to use the new input system later on, but I just want to show you that this is feasible. You can do it just like that. And it's actually a bit easier in my opinion. But yeah, you will notice the power of the new input system later on. So now we've got the horizontal and vertical axis. These do return a value between -1 and 1. Our joystick does not return a value between -1 and 1. It does depend on the screen size. So here is what we're going to do. We are going to set our move factor to 1, okay? Then open the mobile joystick script. And right here, inside of the control joystick method, we are going to do two things. First off, to move our joystick knob, we are going to create a new vector. We are not going to use the move vector right here. Instead, we want to return a normalized vector in our getMoveVector method. So inside of here, we can simply return move. Here we go. Let's remove these two lines, or we could have commented them actually. And our move vector here needs to be normalized, so we should not multiply it by the move magnitude. Instead, we are going to create a new vector, as I've told you, so vector 3, knob move, let's say, equals direction.normalized times move magnitude. Here we go. Our move vector will simply be direction.normalized. We can actually drop this above and use it to calculate our knob move value. Perfect. Now to calculate the target position, we are going to use the knob move instead of our move vector. Perfect. So we now have two different vectors for our player and for actually moving the knob inside of our canvas. Okay. So let's just refactor this boy a little bit like so. And we are now good to go. So let's jump back to Unity. Let's try this out again. So we should have the same behavior now, I think, for the keyboard. Let's go, boom, yep, it's moving perfectly with the keyboard, awesome. So now let's try with our joystick. And for that, we need to open the input manager. Where is it? Right here. We are going to add a boolean to force the handheld control, okay? So let's add it somewhere around here. Settings, public, not public actually, serialized field, private, bool, force handheld, like so. We can grab it, and inside of the getMoveVector method, we want to return the desktop move vector if we are on desktop and we are not forcing the handheld. Otherwise, we should return the getMoveVector from the player joystick. Okay, so let's now go back to Unity. I should have enabled the force handheld. That's okay, let's enable it right now. Let's go, okay. Now when moving with the joystick, we have the same behavior and the same speed actually. Awesome. We can disable this and try and move with the keyboard. It works. Awesome. So we now have two methods to move our character. Another thing we want to do here is disable the joystick if we are moving the character with the keyboard. So same thing here. I think that you get the point. Inside of the awake method, we want to check if we are on desktop. So if systeminfo.deviceType equals deviceType.desktop, what we want to do is player joystick.gameObject.setActive false. We simply want to disable our joystick. And also let's make sure that we are not forcing the handheld. Otherwise we will disable it. Okay, perfect. Let's try this out. Okay, let's hit play. Let's go try and move. Okay, we can't move with the joystick. Perfect, it's disabled. And we can move with the keys and WSD. Awesome. Nice. So this is the old input system. Now, in the next lesson, we are going to tackle the new input system. So buckle up. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to start tackling the new input system. Okay, buckle up. Let's go. So let's open the window menu here. We are going to select Package Manager. Okay. And select the Unity registry. We want to type input. Here we go. And by the way, quick thing before doing that, we are going to commit our changes. So we can write old input system working. Let's tackle the new one. Yay, let's go. Okay, let's now reduce this boy and install the input system. Once it's done, we can close the package manager and let's check if we don't have any error first. Okay, everything seems fine. To start using the new input system, there are two things we need to do first. We are going to select the event system, okay? And right here, you can notice that there is an error. You're using standalone input module, blah, blah, blah. So let's replace this with the input system UI input module. Here we go. That was actually straightforward. And this is going to be really useful later on when we will want to control our UI with our gamepad. Okay. The second thing we need to make sure of is inside of the project settings here, we want to select the input system package and create a settings asset. Here we go. It has been created. Perfect. We can actually drop this inside of its own folder. Maybe we can create a folder actually. Yeah. New input system. Here we go. Let's grab this settings file and open it. Here we go. Perfect. Then the last thing we need to do is actually open our player here. Okay. And inside of other settings, you want to go down until you find active input handling. So right now we are using the old input manager. We want to switch it to both. Okay. Or new, depends on what you want here. If you want to use both, select both. If you want to use new, select new. If you want to use both, select both. If you want to use new, select... Anyway, we're going to select both. Let's apply this and we will restart the Unity editor. After restarting the Unity editor, you're good to go. Okay, so let's clear our console, jump back to the inspector. And now what we want to do is create our input actions. So we are going to right click, select create, and at the bottom you can find input actions. Select it. Perfect. Let's call it input actions. We're not going to look for something odd or really far away from what it is. Perfect. All right, what we can do now is edit this asset and we are prompted with a new window. This is where we are going to set up all of our controls. So let's first create a new control scheme. Let's add a control scheme and call it control scheme. Here we go. Then we are going to create an action map. And this is what will hold all of our controls, okay? You can have multiple maps. You might have a map for controlling the player, another one for the UI, and you can enable, disable the maps whenever you want. In our case, we are simply going to create one map for now. Let's call it action map, actually. Again, I'm not going to go too far. The first action here will be used to move Dave. So we can actually rename it movement. Perfect. We still need to edit our movement. This is our action. Let's change its properties. It's not going to be a button. It's going to be a value. And the control type here will be a vector2. Remember, this is what we've used previously right here. Vector2 input.getAxis, horizontal and vertical. Okay. Let's jump back to Unity. And now we need to create a binding, so assign keys to control this vector2. If you try and create a binding right away, so let's select this one for instance, you can select a path to the keys you want to use. So let's say we want to listen for the keys ZQSD or WASD. Let's click on listen and press D. Nothing happens. Nothing for D nor for Z, Q, S or anything you want, because this should be a vector2 here. So what we need to do is create a new composite binding. So let's click on this one. Perfect. We can remove the previous one, by the way. This is going to be our 2D vector. So for the up value, we are going to select Z or W in this case. For the down value, we are going to listen for S, left, and so on. Okay, you get the point. So I'm just going to select this one and right, same thing, D. We now have our WASD. Awesome. This is already pretty cool. Let's actually do the same thing for the arrow keys. So let's create a new composite binding. Perfect. Let's call it arrow keys. And we can rename this one WASD. Cool. So the up will be the up arrow, down arrow, left
arrow, and right arrow,
and we are good to go. Okay, so we now have WASD and the arrow keys. Perfect. Once this is done, in the next one, we are going to learn how we can use this action. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to control or move Dave using the new input system. So in the previous one, we've added our actions, right? Now let's close this and open our input manager. Perfect. Inside of the input manager, we will need to add a reference to our input actions. So let's do that right away. Inside of elements and write serialize field, private. I think it was input action asset, and let's call it actions. And we will definitely need to input or add the using Unity engine.input system library. Here we go. Now, if we go back to Unity, we should spot the actions here. So let's grab our input actions and drop them there. Perfect. We now have a way to access our movement action. So let's do just that. We are going to go back to our input manager and create a reference to our movement actions. So let's create a new header for these because we will have multiple one of these later on. Let's call these input actions. Let's write private input action movement. Here we go. Inside of the start method or awake method, you decide, we can now reference our movement input action. So movement will be equals to actions dot find action, and inside of here we need to set up a string. Our string is the name of our action, so movement. Perfect. We now have a way to access our movement. We're getting there, don't worry. Now let's grab a vector2 from this movement right here. Instead of returning the old input system way, we are going to return movement.readValue of type vector2. Our movement is a vector2, remember? Dot nothing. That's actually everything we need here. So let's jump back to Unity and try this out. Okay, let's clear the console. We don't need to reference anything else, so let's hit play. All right, let's go, try and move, and it's not working. Why? Because we need one more step here. We need to enable our actions. So let's exit the play mode. Okay, let's go back to our script. And inside of the awake method, after referencing all of our actions, we can write actions.enable. Now let's jump back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right, let's try this out. Boom. Yeah, Dave is walking. Awesome. So now I'm controlling Dave with the hour keys. Now I'm controlling him with the WASD, ZQSD. Come on, I'm on Azure, I told you that. But yeah, it's working really well. But I can't control it with the mouse. If I want to control it with the mouse now, I haven't tried this out while making the course, so I'm going to improvise here. Let's open the input actions. How can I do that? I think I need to add a new binding. Okay, can I control it with the mouse? Delta position. Yeah, I might be able to use the position here. So let's try this out. Let's hit play. And make sure you have checked autosave here so that it saves automatically. Okay, let's go. Okay. I'm able to control Dave with the mouse, but he's definitely too far. You see? I'm controlling it with the mouse, but yeah, it doesn't make sense. He's outside of the arena. It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, we're going to remove this. But I just wanted to show you that you can, if you want, you can. And it's actually way faster than using the old input system. And in the next one, I'm going to show you how you can control Dave with your gamepad, if you have one. If you don't, you can purchase one or skip the following lessons. And it's going to be really simple. We are simply going to add a binding right here. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add controller support to our game. And it's gonna be so easy, I don't even know if I can call this a lesson. Anyway, let's first connect our controller. So for me, I'm using a DualShock 4 controller, so it's a PlayStation 4 controller, really simple. So what we're gonna do is plug our controller. So let's grab a cable and plug it. Okay, boom. Joystick connected. Really cool. That's the first step. But to make sure that our joystick has been connected, we are going to open the window here, Analysis, Input Debugger. Perfect. At the top right here, you can notice all of the devices that are connected. So we've got the DualShock 4 gamepad, the keyboard, and the mouse. Let's double click on this boy to notice its changes or the inputs in real time. So right here, I'm going to try and move the left stick. Here it is. So let's try and move it. Okay, left, right, up, and bottom. This is really cool. So inside of here, you can notice all of your inputs in real time. You can notice the west button, north, south, and east. So in my case, these are the circle, triangle, square, and cross. Okay, same thing for the D-pad on the left. Awesome. So in our case, to control Dave, we are going to use the left stick. Okay, so let's try this out. We can exit the debugger here. We made sure that our device has been connected. I can actually unplug the cable and press on the PlayStation button. So it should, yeah, it has been connected again. Awesome. So now I can play wirelessly. Cool. Now let's open our input actions. Here we go. Inside of our movement action, we want to add a new binding. So let's add a binding. Let's select a path, listen to the left stick. And we want to select left stick gamepad so that it is compatible with Xbox controllers and other ones. You can actually have a look at the derived bindings right here. So Xbox controller, Android gamepad, and so on. Awesome. So now that this is done, we can simply reduce this one, hit play, and it should work right out of the box. So let's go, try and move Dave. Yay! So now I'm controlling with the with the gamepad. I think you can hear the tack, 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 right? I don't know how I can show you that because, yeah, I want you to hear it. Awesome. But with the right joystick, it's not working. Same thing for the D-pad. It's not working. Awesome. So this is really cool, but there is still another issue. If I hit pause, I can not move Dave, but if I jump back to the menu, I can move Dave even though I'm inside of the menu. This is really bad. So we should prevent Dave from moving if we are not in the game state. And this is what we are going to do in the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to prevent Dave from moving if we are not in the game state, because we've seen previously that it was the case. Okay, so for that, we want to open the game manager. Here we go. Inside of here, we are going to create a game state variable that will hold the current game state. So inside of here, we can write private game state, game state. Here we go. When setting the game state here, we can set the value of our game state. So game state equals game state. We need to add the this keyword because this is the local variable inside of the method. And this one is a class variable, this one actually. Okay. All right. Now what we can do is add a way to detect if we are inside of the game state. So we can write something like public bool is game state. And inside of here, we can return game state equals game state.game. Perfect. Now let's open our player controller. I don't know why I've set up the velocity here at start. So let's remove this line. Here we go. Inside of the fixed update, if we are not inside of the game state, we want to return. So if game manager.instance.isGameState is false, so let's add the exclamation mark. We are going to return. We don't want to control Dave. What we can also do is set the velocity to 0. So we can write something like rig.velocity equals vector2.0. Nice. That way we make sure that he's not going to move. Let's now jump back to Unity. Let's hit play. Again, I'm going to try and move Dave with the controller. So now I'm moving the controller. I think you can hear it, even though we've got noise cancelling. Awesome. Let's go. Now that we are in the game state, we can move. That is so cool. Awesome. That's one thing that we've fixed here. So at this point, you know how to control Dave with the joystick. You know how to control it with the keyboard. Now I'm controlling with the keyboard here. And you also know how to control it with the mobile joystick. That is so cool. You have 3 ways to control your characters. Well done. I hope that you've learned a lot until this point. So now let's get serious. In the next one, we are going to learn how to navigate in our UI using the gamepad, of course. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Right now, I can't do anything. I can only control Dave with the gamepad, but there are so many things we can do with it. So let's tackle that in the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, please stay focused because we are going to explain or tackle the theory behind navigating in the UI. Okay? So first off, let me open one button inside of the menu. We want to disable the weapon selection here, enable the menu. Okay, here we go. And let's select our start button, for instance. If you check the visualize node or button right here, you will see stuff. Let's check it. Okay, here we go. You can notice some arrows here. What do they represent? Well, they do represent how our button or our navigation will behave when we've got this button selected. For instance, if we press on the left arrow, we're going to move to the plushies button. And if we select the plushies button, we've got 2 arrows. If we click on the right, we are going to select the go button. And if we click on the top or the up arrow, we are going to select the settings button. Got it? So by default, the navigation on Unity takes into account selectable objects, okay? And keep in mind that right now the navigation is automatic, but you can select none and then select explicit to set up the navigation on your own. For instance, you can select plushies, so the plushies button, and say that whenever the player clicks on the up arrow or navigates to the top, maybe using the joystick, we want to select the start button. Boom. And right now you can see the up arrow going back to the go button. It doesn't make any sense, but you can do it if you want. You can actually create a trippy game like that using navigation in Unity. I don't know, just an idea here, but try this out. But yeah, keep in mind that you can do that. In our case, we are just going to tackle the automatic way and let Unity tackle this for us. Okay, so let's select automatic. Here we go. This is the basic principle here. To show you that it is actually working, I'm going to select the start button, the character selection button, and the settings button. Here we go. And set their selected color to pure red. That way we can actually notice that they are selected because previously it was white, so really not noticeable. Later on, we are actually going to bump them or make them scale up and down when navigating with the gamepad. Okay? So once this is done, what we're going to do is select our event system and set up the first selected game object. This is really important. Otherwise, nothing will be selected here. If we hit play, nothing will be red. I'm just going to show you. Here we go. Nothing is red here. We will need to select something to notice that it's actually selected. Now, if I hit the left arrow, nothing happens. Oh, it did happen, but there is a lot of delay. This is because we are using the controller. It's still plugged, so we need to disable it to be able to actually control with the arrows with no delay. I'm going to try and hit up multiple times. Okay, please go up. Okay, hurry up. Okay, nothing, it's not working. Come on. Let's write up and right. Nothing. Okay, I don't know where it did go here. Okay, so as you can see, it's not working really well. So let's disable the controller. I'm going to hold the PlayStation button for 10 seconds and come back to you. Okay, here we go. Now it has been disconnected. Now if I hit left, it goes to the plushies button. If I hit up, it goes to the settings button. So down, right, up, right, left, up, enter. Nice. So now our navigation is working correctly. But as you can notice here, I can't navigate again because I need to select one of the buttons. So this one, for instance, hit up. Now I can navigate to this one. If I hit enter, boom, music on. If I hit up, SFX, enter, off. Up. I think I'm now right here. So let's hit enter. Nice. If you want to know what button is currently selected, you can select the event systems right here and develop this window. So right now, the back to menu button is selected, the one inside of the settings panel. So let's select the settings button. Here we go. Now it's the character selection button. And if I go back to the settings here, let's select this one, for instance. We can notice that the SFX button is selected. Now the music button, the privacy policy, and so on. Okay? This is just a way to debug what button is currently selected, and it's going to come in really handy later on when playing with the joystick, of course. Got it? So I hope that this little theory here was helpful. If that's not the case, please let me know. If that's the case, you can also let me know. Thank you. And yep, in the next one, let's tackle this a little bit more in depth. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to go on and explore navigation with the joystick or keyboard a little bit more in depth. But just let me tell you a quick disclaimer first. Keep in mind that the game, as it is right now, is really not optimized for this kind of navigation. It's actually more optimized for mouse navigation or finger navigation. If it doesn't make any sense, but it's meant to be controlled on mobile device or using the keyboard. But yeah, we are still going to try and control it with the joystick because you might find it helpful and use it in your game. Okay? Perfect. So let's tackle this step by step. As we've seen previously, we need to set a first selected object to be able to control with the keyboard or the joystick without using the mouse. So let's select our start button. Here we go. Let's now hit play, and we should see our start button turn red. Awesome. It means that it is now selected. We can go left, up, down, and so on. Actually, it was right, not down, but you get the point. Okay, so now I can control with the keyboard, and I can also control with the joystick. And all of the things I'm going to do right now, I'm going to do them with the joystick. So let's enable it again. Here we go, it's enabled. Now we can move left, up, down, right, and so on. So now it's working correctly. And if I hit cross, perfect. It has opened the settings button, the settings panel, sorry. Why? This is because by default, in the event systems here, you can see that there is a default input actions that is being used. If we double click it, we can select UI as another map, not the player one, navigate, and you can notice that we can navigate with the gamepad, with the joystick, the keyboard, and the D-pad. Let's actually disable the control with the right stick. We only want to navigate our UI with the left stick. So I'm going to select all of them and press delete. Nice! Of course, you will have a little warning here, but we just clear the console. We don't mind. That's okay. Anyway, let's now hit play again and try and control with the right stick. It should not work, but I just want to make sure. Okay, right stick not working, D-pad is working, but it's kind of laggy, and joystick, so left stick, is working perfectly. Awesome. So now let's go on. As you can notice, nothing is selected right here. So every time we switch between panels, so from the menu to the weapon selection or from the menu to the settings, character selection, we need to set up a selected game object or selected button. Okay? Nice. So let's exit the play mode. And another thing here, right now, to know that a button is being selected, we actually only change its color. Let's change that for something a little bit better, in my opinion. As I've told you, this game is really not optimized for that, but ideally you might want white buttons or black buttons or I don't know, something really clear, and you would want to change the color of the button whenever it's selected. Okay, you might use white in here and blue for the normal color, and whenever it's selected, you turn it to red. Now, if we hit play, it's actually going to make a little bit more sense. Like so, okay? So yeah, you decide if you want to use this method or the one that we are going to use, scaling the button. Let me just have a look at how it's going to look like if this is selected that way. Okay. Yeah, it's actually decent. But I will have to change the colors for all of the buttons. You know what? Now you know how to do this. So what I'm going to do is show you how you can scale the buttons when they are selected, but feel free to decide whether you want to use this method or the scale method. Okay? Nice. So let's set back this color here. Okay, just to bring back or disable our changes here. Boom, settings button. Here we go. Perfect. So now let's create our new script. So let's open the scripts folder. Boom, where is it? Right here. Let's open the UI folder, right click and create a new C# script. Let's call it selectable button. Here we go. Let's open the script. Nice. And this script will help us scale up or animate a button whenever it's selected and stop animating it whenever we deselect it. So whenever we select something else. Got it? So we will need multiple things here using Unity Engine.ui. We will also need the event systems. So using Unity Engine.event systems. Here we go. We need the UI here because we want to make sure that there is a button attached to the game object that contains this component. So require component type of button. Here we go. And we are also going to use the event systems library because we are going to use some interfaces here. We are going to use the iSelect handler and the iDeselect handler. This will make sure that we can subscribe in some words to some methods here. So let's remove the start and update method and implement these interfaces. Here we go. And here we go. Let's actually drop the onDeselect after the onSelect. Perfect. And these methods will be called whenever we select the button or when we deselect it. So when we select the button right here, we want to animate it. So leanTween dot cancel game object. Let's first cancel any tween that is being applied to this button. Then leanTween dot scale. We want to scale this game object, of course. We need to set up the target scale. It's going to depend on the initial scale of the object. So we definitely need to reference this. Let's add the awake method and write initial scale equals transform dot local scale. Here we go. We need again to set up our initial scale. So private vector3 initial scale. Nice. Now we can start from the initial scale and multiply it by a certain value. I'm just going to multiply it by 1.05, let's say. We want something subtle, but still noticeable. And the animation should last something like 0.25 seconds, okay? So just like that, the animation will play once. We want it to loop, and in a ping pong way, let's say. So set loop ping pong. Nice. This is everything that we need, almost. Remember, last time we wanted to animate something in the pause panel, we had to add another extension method. It was the setIgnoreTimescale method, or extension actually. Now we are good to go. And whenever we deselect the button, of course, we want to cancel the tween, and we also want to reset its scale. So transform.localScale equals initial scale. Perfect. And this is everything we need for our selectable button script. So now let's jump back to Unity. Here we go. We are going to select our start button, settings button, and character selection button, and add the selectable button script. Let's now hit play, and we should see the start button animate. Yay, nice. So let's go left, plushies is animating, up, settings is animating. So the animation is kind of subtle here, but as I've told you, you can decide to use colors if you want, or maybe make the animation a little bit more visible. I also thought about an arrow that could point to the button like in Kingdom Hearts, but you decide. You're free to use whatever method you want. Nice. So we now have a way to know which button has been selected. In the next one, we are going to go one step further and try and select something whenever we switch between panels. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to create the panel script, which will be really helpful to determine what game object should be set as the current selected game object in the event system. Okay, let's jump right in. All right, so let's open our scripts folder, UI folder. Inside of here, I'm going to right click and create a new C# script. Let's call it panel. Once it's done compiling, we can clear the console and open it. Cool. So this script is going to be really simple. It's only going to hold a reference to the object we want to select when this panel gets shown. So we can create a property for that. So field, serialized field, public game object, first selected object. Okay, so a getter and a private setter. Perfect. We can now jump back to Unity, and we are actually done for this script. It was really simple. Awesome. So for now, we are going to develop or expand our canvas and select our menu. This is going to be the first one. Let's add the panel script to the menu, and the first selected object in our menu will be the start button. Perfect. We can now remove it from the event system right here, because we've added a reference right here and we want to test it out. So for that, we are going to create another script that will be responsible for setting the currently selected game object on the event system. Okay, so let's again right click, create a new C# script and call it UI selector. We can already plug our UI selector on our UI manager. So let's drag it and drop it and open it. Cool. So the first thing we need here is a reference to the event system, of course, but we need to use the Unity Engine.EventSystems library. So Unity Engine.EventSystems. Okay, let's add a new header, elements, serialized field, private event system, like so. Perfect. Next, we will need a method to set the current selected game object on the event system. So let's call it, let's set it private first. Void set selected game objects, like so. Do I need a capital O? Yeah, I think it's better actually. And of course it will need an argument. So game object, let's call it go. The game object we want to set as selected. And this method will actually be really simple, so we can use the expression bodied statement. We are simply going to call eventsystem.set selected game object go. Perfect. Cool. So now we have a way to set the selected game object. What we want to do is whenever we display the menu right here, we want to grab the panel script and grab the first selected object of that panel. Call the set selected game object method with that game object, so the start button in our case. For that, what we can do is open the UI manager. This is the one responsible for displaying the panels, so seems logical to add our logic right here. What we're going to do is create a new event. So let's add the system library. We already have it. Perfect. So let's create a new action. Header actions. Public static action with a panel script on panel shown. Here we go. Now we want to call this action whenever we display a panel. So we can add it to the show panel method. What we're going to do is add some curly brackets and also if P equals the panel. So if we are actually displaying this panel, we are going to call on panel shown. Let's invoke it with P dot get component of type panel. So at this point, it means that our panel P must have the panel script. If you are not sure that you've added the panel script, what you can do is the following. If p.try get component out panel, then you can call the method. We already have the panel, so let's call it panel script or panel component actually. Something like that. Yep. We are going to grab this one, drop it here, and then we can actually drop this line here. Perfect. Otherwise, if we don't have a panel script attached to the panel we want to show, so the game object actually we want to show, we are not going to trigger this action. Got it? So for now, we are simply going to use this method or try it with the basic generic panels, so the menu, the weapon selection, and so on. But it's not going to work for the pause panel, for the restart confirmation panel, the character selection, and so on. We will add these later on. Got it? Okay, so let's now save this, go back to our UI selector, add the awake method, and subscribe to that action. So UI manager dot on panel shown plus equals panel shown callback on destroy. You're used to it now. Boom. Let's unsubscribe. Alt-Enter to generate the method for us. We're going to grab this method and drop it just after the update method. Cool. So our panel here is the panel we want to show. So let's call it panel. Yeah, let's not look any further. What we want to do here is check if the panel has a default first selected game object. So if panel.firstSelected game object is different than null, what we want to do is set the selected game object as that game object. So panel.firstSelected game object. And that's it. Okay. So let's try this out. If we jump back to Unity, we need to reference the event system here. So let's grab it, drop it here. Our event system has no first selected game object right now. So what we can do is actually hit play. Our menu does have the panel. Okay, perfect. So let me just enable my joystick here. Boom. Again, here we go. Joystick connected. Let's hit play. All right. So the go button has been selected. Awesome. So it's now working perfectly. Let's now try it out with the weapon selection panel because this is a regular panel. So let's select the weapon selection. Let's add the panel script and set the first selected game object as the start game button. Okay, so we are now going to hit play. All right, so the go button selected. Let's hit cross. Okay, so was this one selected? It's not bumping. So we can select the event system here and notice that nothing is being selected right now. This is really bad, but we can debug this. Okay, so let's open our UI selector first. Inside of here, we want to check if this method is being called. So debug, debug.log, showing panel plus panel dot, let's say, name. Okay, so let's now jump back to Unity. Let's hit play. Okay, showing panel menu. If I hit cross, showing panel weapon selection. So we did call this indeed. Okay, so the currently selected, oh, that is weird. Huh. And if I do this, okay, this one is being selected. Okay. Got it. So let's try this out again. We are going to come here and set selected game object, event.set. Okay, let's add a way to check if we apply our logic somewhere around here. Okay, so debug.log. Selecting plus go.name. Here we go. Let's now jump back to Unity again. We should actually be selecting the start game button, this one. This is really weird. I don't know why it's not working. It's actually interactable. So yeah, it should work. Let's hit play again and try this out. Okay, so now selecting start button, the one from the menu. If I hit cross, selecting start game button. Oh, so it has been selected. If I hit cross again, it's working. Oh, I think I forgot to add the animation, the selectable button. I think that's why. Selectable button. Here we go. Yeah, it was not animating. I was like, what? Okay, let's try this again. So let's hit cross, and now it's selected. Okay, awesome. But I can't seem to select the other ones. These ones right here, the weapon selection buttons. This is because, again, they don't have the selectable button component. If I hit cross now, yeah, I can select them. Now I'm controlling with the joystick. Awesome. Cool. So you can decide to bump them, so add the animation to these buttons or not. In my case, I think we're going to keep them as they are because we already animate the scale when selecting them. So you can decide to animate them in another way, maybe change their color or add an arrow or whatever you want actually. Okay, you get the point now, but you could add the selectable button. I'm just going to show you how it goes for the example's sake, but let's not do it after that. So let's select UI, weapon selection container. I think this is this one, right? Let's now hit F. Okay, let's add a width and a height. Yeah, that's the one. So inside of here, we are going to add the selectable button component. Let's hit play. Let's go. Yeah, now I can select them without pressing cross. Okay, cool. But as I've told you, it's kind of weird because if I hit cross, I did select it. And if I select another one, it's not being animated anymore, or at least it's not scaled up anymore. So in my opinion, it's not a good choice in this case. So let's remove the selectable button component and try this again. Let's go. Let's try and select one of these. Yeah, that's actually better like so. Yep, I prefer that way. Okay. Make sure to leave the prefab mode, otherwise you will have some navigation issues. Now it's working correctly. Awesome. So this is the first step we need to cross. Now what we're going to do is actually add the panel component to all of the other regular panels so that we can actually navigate between them. Then we are going to add these to the less obvious ones. So let's select the character selection settings. I'm going to select the game panel. The game panel should actually not have any game object selected at first. We will actually pause the game using the pause button on our controller. So let's select the pause menu. Okay, so no game, thank you. Game over, stage complete, wave transition, and shop. So let's add the panel component. Here we go. Now what we can do is select the character selection, and the first game object will actually be the back to menu button. Here we go. For the settings, we are going to do the same thing and make sure to experiment here and select whatever you want, of course. For the weapon selection, we are already done. The pause panel can actually have the, I don't remember how it was. Okay, so we can select the resume button. Then we will need to take into account the restart confirmation panel, okay? Okay. So for the pause panel, it's gonna be the resume button. So resume button, here we go. Perfect. Yep, that's the button. Then for the game over, we are going to select the restart button. Cool. For the stage complete, we are going to select the start game button, of course. For the wave transition, it's going to be... this one is a little bit trickier because in the wave transition, if I remember well, yeah, we've got 3 containers and we might have the chest too. The chest container. So it's a little bit trickier. We are going to remove the panel here. Okay. Next, for the shop, let's open the shop. Boom. This one is definitely going to be a mess to control, but I can't tell you how much time I spent like working on this boy with the scroll view and the inventory and so on. It was really tricky to set up, but hopefully we will get there. Okay, so let's actually set the start game button as the default first selected game object. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do is actually try this out really quickly so we can hit play, I guess. But first off, let's set the wave manager's duration to 5 seconds so that it's really quick. And we are not going to pass through the wave transition because right now it's a little bit tricky. Yep, let's disable the shop and hit play. All right, let's go. Let's select a weapon, Mr. Swingy. Perfect. Let's go. I'm going to defeat some enemies. Boom. At least one. Thank you. Stage complete. Yay. But the start game button is actually not bumping. We've not added the selectable button, but it's working. Don't worry. Okay, so let's quickly add the selectable button script and then we can call it a day. This lesson is getting a little bit too long in my opinion. So for the character selection, we are going to select the back to menu button and add the selectable button, so selectable button script. Or what you can do is actually look for all buttons here. So let's write button, okay? And we are going to switch our research to type instead of name. Got it? So let's select the ones that don't have the selectable button component. We've got this one, and character info button. Okay, so we've got 3. Let's select these 3 and add the selectable button component. Here we go. We've got the close button. Where is this close button here? In the inventory slide panel. Okay, so we will also add the selectable button component here. Okay, perfect. So let's add a button again here. Select type. Perfect. Close button, hide item info. Okay, this one was hide item info. Why do we have 2 of these? Inventory slide panel. Okay, vertical layout, inventory section. We don't have any other close panel here. Close button. I think it's the same one. This is just because we've got the name and the type here. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely the case. Okay. Got it. Anyway, We are also going to add our selectable button here, credits button, of course, help, inventory button, nope. This is because we are going to, oh yeah, we need it here actually. This is not the one I was thinking about. I thought it was an inventory item container. We are not going to add the script to our prefabs nor to the lock buttons because we already have a prefab that manages that. Menu button, where is it? Inside of the confirmation panel, of course we want it. Okay, merge and music, nope. Open shop. Okay, all of these should have it. I'm just adding 5x5 because I don't remember which one has it and which one does not have it. So pause button, player stats button, privacy policy, purchase reroll, I did not add it to this one. Recycle button, no need to add it right here because again, it's part of a prefab. So let's add it to these. Restart button, of course we want it here. Resume button, of course. Settings button, we already have it. SFX button, let's go. Not for these prefabs, I guess. But we've got some start buttons here. Oh, come on. Okay, this one needs it. Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Should I time-lapse this? I should have done it earlier, I think. I'm really sorry for that. Watch video button. Okay, upgrade container. Yep, button. Here we go. And of course, if we've missed some buttons, we can still add that component later on. Again, you can decide to change the color of the button whenever it's selected. You decide. You know better than me what you want. Okay, so let's try this out. Let's now hit play. All right, let's go. We can select a weapon. Let's go again. Perfect. So right now we can't actually open the close panel, but we've got stage complete. Awesome. The button is bumping, so let's start the game. We are going to add a wave so that we can spot the shop and the other ones. So let's actually open the wave manager and duplicate this wave. Perfect. Target object is null. Come on, it's not. Let's hit play. So let's go. Okay, so now I'm going to use the controller again. Boom. Let's wait for 5 seconds. Perfect. Here is the shop. Okay, so I'm now controlling the go button. We've got the inventory. We've got, which one is bumping now? Oh, the player stats. Okay, if I go up, I can't seem to select anything, but I'm actually selecting this one, the lock button. If I hit cross, it's locked. Cross, unlocked. We will need to tackle this later on. Don't worry. We are going to add the script to the prefab. And as I've told you, the shop is a little bit trickier because we can actually open the inventory here and we will need to close it later on. Right now, seems like we are selecting the player stats button here. So there are so many things we need to do here, but we're going to tackle them one by one. Okay, I think this lesson is a little bit too long, so that's enough. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle some more panels. It's not going to be that fun. If you've already grasped the concept, I encourage you to jump to the shop section, which is a little bit more complex, but you can learn from the steps we are going to tackle in this lesson. All right, so right now we've got the panel for the menu, we've got it for the character selection and for the settings. Let's tackle these two right here. Because if you remember well, when I open the plushies, like the character selection, this one is not being selected, even though we've added to the panel script. This is because the character selection is not considered as a proper panel. We are not changing the game state actually whenever we switch to the character selection, nor to the settings panel. Okay, so we need to tackle these two first. All right, same thing for the pause panel actually, but one thing at a time. So for that, we are going to open our UI manager. Inside of here, let's tackle the character selection and the settings first. So we are not going to use the expression bodied statement anymore. Sorry for that. But sometimes we need to add more lines. So yeah, maybe it's not a good practice to use it. I don't know, you decide. Inside of here, what we want to do is exactly what we've done in the show panel method. We want to check if the character selection panel does contain a panel component. And if that's the case, we can trigger this action. So let's grab these two lines and drop them here. what we can do, because we are using it multiple times, is create a method to do just that. So let's drop it somewhere around here, private void. Let's call it try trigger panel shown action. Again, I'm really not good at finding names, but come on, you know me, you can do that. So inside of here, we will need a game object. This is going to be the panel object. Okay, so we can grab these lines, drop them here, and we want to grab the panel component from the panel object. Perfect. We can now call this method from here. Boom. So try with the panel P. Okay, perfect. Let's remove these curly brackets like so. Awesome. And we can call this method inside of here. So try trigger panel show action with the character selection panel. Okay, so this is one thing. We can do the same thing with the settings. Okay, before leaving. Boom, boom. And again, try trigger blah, blah, blah with the settings panel. Okay, so we've got it for the character selection and the settings. Let's try this out. Let's go back to Unity, clear the console, make sure that our character selection and settings have the panel script with the first selected object. Okay, it's the case. Let's hit play. Let's select plushies, hit cross. Here we go. Now the back to menu button has been selected. So let's try and go down. Okay, so what is currently being selected? If we select the event system right here, we can notice that nothing is being selected. That is so weird. Let's hit cross. And indeed, nothing is being selected. What we can do is select the back to menu button with the mouse, just like that. So this is the one selected. If I go down, now we are selecting the settings button. Doesn't make any sense. The character selection panel does not contain any settings button. This is because our menu is still active here. And we are actually selecting the settings button from the menu, this one. Let's select the character selection, hide it, and we can notice that this boy is bumping. This is really bad. So it means that whenever we display the character selection or the settings panel, we will need to hide the menu, disable it, or at least prevent any interactability. Okay? So let's try and open the settings button. Okay, let's hit cross. And same thing here. If I go down, I'm not selecting what I want. Now I went right, and indeed I did select the SFX button. Okay, so this is working at least. That's really cool. But this is not what we want. So let's jump back to Unity and try and fix that. So let's exit the play mode, the pause mode. Oh, come on, I'm getting tired. This is really not something I enjoy here, like dealing with the navigation and so on, but I wanted to show you that. I really wanted to show you how you can do that, and I don't think so many teachers show this kind of stuff. So yeah, let's jump back to our code editor, and inside of here, when showing the settings, we want to hide the menu. So menu panel dot set active false, okay? And when hiding the settings, we want to re-enable our menu. So let's do just this, okay? Menu panel dot set active true. Here we go. Same thing when hiding and showing the character selection, menu panel, that's set active false. And again, keep in mind that this is one way of doing things, and there are so many other ways you could have done it. Menu panel, that's set active true. Perfect. We could have considered the character selection and settings as game states, even though it doesn't make any sense in my opinion. You can add a canvas group to the menu and just disable the interactability of that canvas group. This is what we're going to do for some other panels. And yeah, I'm going to show you multiple ways and you decide the one you want to use. Okay, let's now jump back to Unity, hit play. Okay, let's try and select plushies, hit cross. So now the back button is selected. Let's go down and I've selected Dave. Now that's working. Awesome. And I can't select anything else now. That is so cool. Okay. We are missing something here. When going back to the menu, nothing is being selected. This is because we need to specify that we want to select something. So try trigger blah, 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 try trigger panel shown action, menu panel, when hiding the settings. And same thing when hiding the character selection so that we can reselect our start game button. So let's hit play. Okay, let's select the settings now. Let's go down. Okay, read, ask, read, off, off. Let's set this on. Let's go to the right, nothing, because there is nothing to the right. To the left, the back button. Okay, so let's try and go back. And the go button has been selected. That is awesome. Same thing for plushies or not? Boom, boom, snark, awesome. Really cool. So at this point, we've got the menu, the character selection, the settings, weapon selection sorted out. In the next one, let's go one step further and tackle the pause menu along with the restart confirmation panel. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the pause panel. And as I've told you, to pause the game, I actually want to use the options button on my controller. So for that, we will need to add a new what? A new action, of course, come on. So I invite you to try and do that as an exercise. It can be really fun. All right, so let's try and add that. For that, we are going to open our actions. Here they are. Let's double click, perfect. We are going to create a new action here and let's call it pause. This is going to be a button, of course, and we're going to change the binding. So let's listen here and press the options button. Here it is. So this is considered as the start button, but options on my PlayStation controller here. Let's select start so that it is more generic. Cool. So now that we've got this, we can close this window, go back to our input manager right here and manage this action. So of course, we will need to duplicate the movement action because we want to call it pause action, let's say. Down there, we are going to store it. So pause action equals actions dot find action with the string pause. Perfect. Let's make this a little bit prettier. And at this point, we are good to go. But we are going to add something more. We want to check whenever the pause action is performed. So whenever we press the pause button. And when that's the case, we want to do something. So just before enabling our actions, you can actually drop that just after. You decide. It doesn't make any difference. But we want to call pause action dot performed plus equals pause action performed, or maybe pause action callback actually. Here we go. Let's now create this callback. So Alt Enter and hit Enter again. And this does pass in a context. In this case, the context doesn't make any sense for us. It's not relevant, but keep in mind that this is useful. For instance, if you were to use that with the movement, so movement.performed plus equals blah blah, let's say, okay. I'm sorry, but I don't want to come up with a good name here. Let's press Alt Enter. Perfect. Here, the obj will be the action. So we could write obj.readValue of type vector2. And this would return the read vector2 of our movement with the joystick and so on. So you could use the perform to start the movement, for instance, and movement.canceled action to stop the movement or do anything else. Okay? We're not going to use it, but I just wanted to show you that this is possible. So let's remove these. Okay. We want to check whenever we press the pause button. And whenever we do so, we want to do the same thing or call the same method that we call whenever we press the actual pause button. So let's select our pause button in the game window, pause button. We do call the game manager.pause button callback. Okay, so let's do the same thing. We can call game manager.instance.pause button callback. Let's try this out. So let's go back to Unity. And just a quick idea here, you could actually hide the pause button if you are using the joystick. Again, this could be a nice exercise. So let's now hit play. All right, let's go and hit the pause button. Nice, it's working. Awesome. So right now, nothing is being selected in our pause button because, again, it's not a regular panel, but at least we now have a way to pause the game. So let's resume. Let's pause again using the button. Working. Awesome. That's the first step. Now we want to set the resume button as the first selected button. I think we've already done that here. Pause. Yeah, resume button. But because this is not a regular panel, again, it's not working. So let's open our UI manager. And just before that, I just noticed that I don't think we've unsubscribed from the event here. We've subscribed, but not unsubscribed. Yeah. So let's add undestroy, duplicate, and unsubscribe. Here we go. I'm also going to rearrange this. So let's drop these after the update method. Okay, here we go. Now we can jump to the UI manager. And inside of here, we are going to manage these two methods here. And remember what we've done when displaying the character selection. We've tried and triggered the panel shown action. So this is what we're going to do first. Okay, so let's do this. Not like so, but like so. Perfect. Boom, boom. Panel.setActive true. We also want to try trigger the panel show action for the pause panel. Okay. And we want to hide the game panel. Do we really want to do so? If you want, you can, like we've done for the menu. But let's use a different method here. Instead, what we're going to do is add a canvas group to our game panel here. Okay, so let's add a canvas group component. This will help us set the interactability of the panel to false. That way, we will not be able to select the pause button whenever controlling with the joystick. And again, if you've decided to hide the pause button when controlling with the joystick, when you start the game, you won't have this issue, but you will have it later on in the shop. So let's use this method in a simple scenario here so that we understand when dealing with the more complex one. So let's now set it back to interactable. We are going to open our UI manager, and inside of here, we are going to create a new method. So set panel interactability. We want to set or change the panel interactability of the game panel, and we want to set it to false. We don't want it to be interactable. So let's create this method somewhere around here, private void, game object, panel object, and bool interactability. Oh, come on. I did it really well this time. Awesome. So inside of here, here's what we're going to do. We want to check if the panel object contains a canvas group component. If that's the case, we are going to switch its interactability or change it to whatever we want here. So if panel object dot try get component out canvas group, or let's call it CG actually. We can write cg.interactability or interactable equals interactability. You can switch this to interactable so that it does make a little bit more sense. Okay. I think we are done for the game panel, game paused. We can actually implement the game resumed method here. It's actually really simple. We simply want to set back the interactability to true of the game panel. Yeah. So let's set it to true. Boom. And I think we are good to go. So let's jump back to Unity. All right, I don't think we need to specify anything, so let's hit play. All right, let's go. Let's select, let's say Le Pew. Let's go, hit pause, and now the resume button has been selected. That is so cool. Awesome. I can do that again and again and again. So let's now try and select menu. Okay, so now the menu button is still being selected, and as you can notice, I can still navigate between menu, resume, nope, and yup. We should not be able to select menu nor resume. We should only be able to select yup or nope. So I invite you to fix that as an exercise. I'm gonna do it right now, actually. All right, so let's exit this, and before opening our script, we want to select our pause panel, here we go, and add a canvas group. And add a canvas group component because we are going to set its interactable boolean to false, remember? But if we do that, our other buttons will not be active because the restart confirmation panel lives inside of the pause panel. So our restart confirmation panel here needs a canvas group too. And we should ignore the parent groups. Otherwise, the interactable here will impact this panel. Got it? I hope this is clear. If not, please let me know. But basically, we want to disable these two buttons without impacting the up and no buttons. All right, let's now jump back to our UI manager. And inside of here, we are going to edit these methods. Okay, so let's add some curly brackets again. Come on, I should have not used that in the first place. Come on. So when showing the restart confirmation panel, here is what we're going to do. We are going to call on panel shown, but not on panel show, but try trigger panel show action with our restart confirmation panel. Okay, that's the first step to be able to select the default first selected game object. Then we want to set the interactability of our pause panel to false. That way we can't select the menu nor resume button. Inside of the hide restart confirmation panel now, we are going to call this and set it to true. Perfect. But we also want to select the resume button, which is the default button of our pause panel. So we need to write try trigger blah 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 pause panel, like we've done right here when pausing the game. I hope this is clear. Again, please let me know if it's not. I can understand that it's kind of tricky at this point, but again, navigation is really not something interesting or hyping. I don't know. I don't like it, but yeah, let's deal with it. Okay, let's hit play. Let's go, select a weapon, go, pause. Now we can resume. Let's pause again, menu. And now we can notice that the up button has not been selected and the menu is still being selected. I think that this is because we don't have a panel right here. Yep, we don't. So let's add a panel, and the first selected one should be nope, actually, yeah. So that if the player presses accidentally, he will press nope and go back to the game. Okay, cool. So let's go, pause, menu. Yeah, now that's working. And I can only select the up button or the nope button. So if I select nope, the default selected button is resume, so that's really cool. But now I can go to the right and select the inventory. That's okay, it's not a big issue here. You can disable the button component and only keep an image here. We should be good, so menu, yup. Okay, that's working really well now. Okay, we are getting there. Awesome. Cool. Nice. All right. So in the next one, let's tackle the shop. It's gonna be tough, but we can do that. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to start tackling the shop. It's not going to be an easy task, but we can do it. And keep in mind that you can do it your own way. I'm only going to show you one way of navigating through the UI, based on my point of view, of course. I'm going to rush a little bit into it because you have all of the cards in your hands. So, yep, let's go. All right, so first off, we will need 3 more actions. A cancel action, a lock action, and an action to navigate through our scroll view, so to go right and left. The cancel action will be used to close the player stats and the inventory in our shop right here. Let's actually open it so that we can have a better view at it. So we will need the cancel action to close this boy and this one. We will need the lock action to lock the items by pressing triangle on the PlayStation controller. So basically it's the north button. The cancel button will be the circle, so east button. And to navigate through our scroll view, we are going to use the right stick. Okay, let's add these. So let's double click on our input actions and we are going to create a new binding, a new action, sorry. Let's call it cancel. Let's add the binding. So let's listen for the circle. Oh, it has been disabled. Okay, let's hit circle. Here we go. Button east. We are going to need another one for our lock action. So let's call it lock. It's a button and let's listen for triangle. So button north. And finally, we are going to add another one. Let's call it navigate scroll view. Here we go. It's not going to be a button this time, but a value. And the value will not be a button, but let's select axis actually. Okay, so let's set our right stick. Here we go. We're only going to use the right value, not the left, the X actually, not the right nor the left, but the X to get a value between -1 and 1. Cool. Okay. Now that we've got these actions, we can close the input actions here. We can close the shop or disable it and open our input manager. We are going to manage all of our actions at once because we know how to do it now. So let's duplicate this one, 1, 2, 3. We will have the cancel action, the lock action, and the navigate scroll, let's say, action. Okay, so let's now reference them. Boom. So this is the cancel action. This is the lock action and the navigate scroll action. Perfect. Let's duplicate this boy. Let's not duplicate, but tabulation. Use a tab here to space them out a little bit better. Here we go. Perfect. So our cancel action will be cancel. This is going to be lock. And this is going to be navigate scroll view, I guess. This is how I called it, right? I'm just going to double check to make sure that this is the right name. Okay, thank you. Navigate, scroll view. Yeah, perfect. Cool. We can actually try this out. One thing at a time, actually. Let's go. So we've subscribed to the performed action of the pause action. Now we are going to do the same thing for the cancel, lock, and navigate. So cancel action dot performed plus equals cancel action callback. Let's do the same thing for the lock action. Okay, lock action callback. And same thing for our navigate action. So navigate scroll action dot performed plus equals navigate scroll callback. Okay, let's rearrange our code as usual. Boom and boom and boom. We need to unsubscribe from these like so. Again, boom. I think it was something like that. Yep, that's decent. Perfect. I like it. Unsubscribe, unsubscribe, and unsubscribe. Let's now create our callbacks, one after the other. Boom. Here we go. Let's grab these and drop them after the pause action so that it makes more sense. So we've got pause, cancel, lock, and finally navigate. Perfect. So let's actually try and debug this here. Debug.log, obj.readValue. It should be a float, like so. Let's add the semicolon and try this out. So let's now go back to Unity, close the input actions, hit play. And if I move the right stick, boom, -1, 1. Perfect. This is exactly what we want here. Awesome. Nice. So we will now be able to use this for our scroll view. That is really cool. We can now jump back to our input manager. And instead of just debugging, we are going to throw an action or trigger an action so that the shop UI or shop manager UI can subscribe to that action and move the scroll view accordingly. Okay? Same thing for the lock action callback and the cancel action. So let's create some events somewhere around here. So we've got actions, public, static, action. Oh, come on, static, action. We've got the on cancel. Maybe we can just call it on cancel actually. Yeah. Input manager on cancel. Yeah, it does make sense. On lock and on navigate scroll. But this one should pass in a float. Okay. And the two others should not pass anything. Perfect. So we are going to trigger the on cancel action inside of here. The on lock action inside of here. And finally, the on navigate scroll. Let's invoke it with the obj.readValue. And this is a float. We can actually rename this obj right here. I don't know, maybe navigate stick or right stick value. Let's call it right stick. Yep, seems decent. Cool. And just like that, we are done for our input manager. Hooray! So in the next one, let's start adding some more actions to our shop manager UI so that we can actually detect more states whenever we open the inventory, close it, and so on. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to keep working on our shop actions and navigation. So the first thing we are going to tackle is the ability to lock the shop item container. So for that, I'm simply going to add some coins or some currency at first. Maybe we can add 500. Of course, we've got a null reference. That's okay. Let's now hit play. Okay, let's go. We should have, okay, we have 1,000 coins. I just want to show you something here. Boom, stage complete. Oh, come on, I don't have, let me change that and come back to you. Okay, I've simply added more waves. So we can now try this out. Boom, perfect. So now if I go up, I'm selecting the inventory button. Okay, cool. If I go to the left, I think I'm selecting, yeah, this one. This one is being selected here. So first off, what we are going to do is add the selectable button component to these. So let's open our prefabs folder. It should be somewhere around here. UI, shop item container. Okay, so it does contain a button. Perfect. We can add the selectable button component. Now we will be able to see it being selected. All right, let's try again. Up, left. Yeah, that's way better. Now I know what I'm selecting. Perfect. So as you can see, there are so many more items that I can select normally here. but I can't because this is the last one of our scroll view. Let's bring it back here. Let's select this boy. To the right, I'm selecting the inventory button. I should be selecting something else, like if there are more buttons to the right, but that's not the case. Now, what I want here is to be able to press triangle or the north button and lock the weapon. So here's what we're going to do. Inside of our UI selector, we are going to subscribe to whenever we press on the north button. So we can write something like input manager dot lock or unlock plus equals lock button or maybe lock callback. Here we go. Let's unsubscribe, of course. Boom, like so. Add some spacing. Create the callback, like so. Cool. We can grab this one and drop it somewhere around, I don't know, maybe just before the panel shown callback method here. And whenever we press this button, what we want to do is make sure that we are currently selecting something. So if the event system dot current selected game object equals null, we are not selecting anything, so we can simply return. Otherwise, we want to check if the object that is being selected does contain a shop item container class or script. And if that's the case, we are going to call the lock method. So if event system, or maybe we can store that game object. So game object, let's call it go equals event system dot current selected game object. So if go dot try get component out shop item container, let's call it shop item or item container. Then we want to call the item container dot lock button callback. And just like that, we will be able to lock our weapon or item. So let's go back to Unity and try this out. Let's hit play. Let's wait for the shop. Here we go. Nice. So now let's select Le Pew, for instance, press triangle, and indeed it has been locked. Awesome. Let's try and reroll. Boom. Le Pew is still here. Same thing for this one. Okay, let's reroll. Nice. We now have 2 Le Pews. What if I press cross here? Boom. I can purchase the weapon. And as you can see, just after purchasing the weapon, nothing is selected. So I'm stuck here. So we need to make sure that we at least select the go button here or any button whenever we purchase a weapon. Let's fix that in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle when purchasing an item, a weapon or an object. So for that, let's again open our UI selector. And as you might have understood at this point, we are going to use the UI selector to manage all of these callbacks, okay? To select any object that we want actually. So after this, we're going to write shop manager dot on item purchased. And we already have an action for that, which is really convenient. Plus equals item purchased callback. Here we go. Let's also unsubscribe from it. Boom. Let's create the callback. Here we go. We can grab it and drop it just after the lock callback. Inside of here, what we want to do is select, I don't know, maybe the go button. So the default shop panel button. So what we can simply do is add a reference to our shop panel here. Let's call it panels. Yep. Serialized field. Serialized field, not serializable, of course. Private panel shop panel. Perfect. What we can then do is go to our method, and inside of here we want to write if shop panel dot first selected object is different than null, then we want to set it as the currently selected game object. So set selected game object shop panel dot first selected object. As simple as it gets. So let's try this out. We've unsubscribed, subscribed. Let's now jump back to Unity. We will need to reference our shop panel here. Where is it? Here it is. Boom. Let's now hit play. Here we go. We can now try this out. So let's go up. Let's try and purchase Ouchie. Boom. Yay. Now the go button is selected. That is so cool. If we re-roll once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, when we don't have any more coins to reroll, we are stuck. So this is again an edge case that we need to tackle. Let's do that. Not in the next lesson. We're going to do that in this lesson because yeah, I'm tired of switching between 3-minute lessons. All right. So inside of the UI selector, we are not going to do anything right now, but we want to open the shop manager or the shop UI. No, I think it's this one. Whenever we update the reroll visuals here. Yep. Okay. So right after here, we are going to create a an action actually. Yeah. On reroll updated. Okay. Let's invoke it. Perfect. We're going to grab it and create an action for this. We already have an actions header. Perfect. Public static on reroll updated. This is an action. And by the way, we can also pass in the object we want to check or we want to select. In our case, we're going to pass a button, and this is going to be our reroll button, just to check if it's interactable or not. If it's interactable, that's cool. It's still going to be selected. But if not, we need to select something else. We are going to select the basic shop panel first selected object. Okay? So what we can do now is jump back to our, and we can also, we can also trigger this action whenever it's interactable or whenever it's not interactable. If it's interactable, no need to do anything. So if reroll button dot is not interactable, we are going to call this method. Yeah, I think that's more relevant and more convenient that way. So maybe no need to pass in the reroll on reroll disabled. Yeah, we should rename this actually. Let's remove this. I'm sorry, I'm just going to make this a little bit cleaner here. That's better in my opinion. So let's rename it. So hit Control R twice. On reroll disabled, let's say, or no more interactable. So we can remove the button from here and subscribe to that event in our UI selector. So shop manager dot on reroll disabled. We can remove the space here. Plus equals reroll disabled callback. But because we are doing or applying the same logic as our item purchased callback, we can simply call the item purchased callback method. It's not clean, definitely not, because it might lead to confusion. So let's actually not do that. Yeah, I'm showing you stuff and then telling you not to do it. That happens when coding, don't worry. So now let's create this method. Okay, private void reroll disabled callback. We are going to do the same thing here. So instead, what we can do is create a generic method or another one to do the exact same thing. So we can call it select shop panel first object, something like that. Private void select shop panel first object. Boom. Let's paste these lines and call this method right from here too. Nice. So now we should be good for the reroll. Let's try this out. All right, let's hit play. Here we are. Let's try and reroll a bunch of times. Okay, so 5, 3, 2, 1. And now I can still reroll once. Boom. Okay, the go button has been selected. Awesome. That is working really well. Cool. And by the way, we can still lock the items here. So we can definitely add the selectable button component to our lock buttons. Let's add this right away. Shop item container. Where is our lock button? Right here. Let's add the selectable button and it should bump now. Cool. That's one thing that we've done. What else can we do? In the next one, let's tackle our inventory. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle our inventory. So let's first try this out and see how it behaves. Okay, let's try and open the inventory. Here we go. So now the inventory has been opened. The first thing I want to do here is to select the first object, if any. If not, we can decide not to show the inventory or not select anything. But I also want to close the inventory by pressing circle or the east button, because right now I can't. I can select the other ones while navigating. This one can be, oh, I've purchased something without noticing here. So we should definitely manage this a little bit better. What button is being selected here? We need to add the selectable button component to our inventory items here. Okay, so that we can better notice things. And we also need to disable all of the buttons inside of our shop, like we've done using the canvas group. Oh, so many things to do, boy. Okay, so let's tackle things one by one. Let's add the selectable button component and disable the shop. These are two things I told you one by one, but that's okay. All right, so let's open our inventory item container. I think this is the one. Let's increase the width and height to make sure. 200 by 200, please. Yep, that's the one. So let's add the selectable button component. That's one thing. Next, we want to select our shop here, enable it, and add a canvas group component. So canvas group, perfect. That way we will be able to disable it. Boom, boom, boom. We've got the inventory container right here and the slide panel. So I think that we can add the canvas group to the slide panel here. So canvas group and ignore the parent groups. That is already pretty nice. So when opening the inventory, we should disable the shop. Got it? So for that, I think that we can open our shop manager UI and create an action for when we open the inventory. So let's add the system library using system, like so. That's better. Then let's create our actions. So actions, public static action on inventory opened, and while we are here, on inventory closed. Okay, so let's grab this action and we are going to call it right here. Okay, so on inventory opened, invoke, and hide inventory we can call on inventory closed, invoke. Cool. Now we've got these two things here. Now we can go back to the UI selector, subscribe to that event again. You're used to it. So shop manager UI.onInventory opened plus equals inventory opened callback. Same thing for the inventory closed. Closed callback. Here we go. This should be closed. Nice. Duplicate, move down. Oh, come on. No, not like that. These two only. Yeah. Not these three. These two. Here we go. There. Nice. Let's unsubscribe. Okay. Perfect. Let's now create these two callbacks. Here we go. We've got the closed and open. We are just going to grab these and drop them a little bit down. So after the reroll here. Boom. So whenever we open the inventory, we want to disable the shop. So what we can do is call that method from the UI manager. Remember, set panel interactability. So instead of this one being private, we can set it to public and static. Static, like so that we can call it from anywhere else without having the UI manager as a singleton. So we can write UI manager dot set panel interactability. The panel here will be our shop panel, and we want it not to be interactable, so false. This should be a game object, by the way. And what we also want to do is select the first object of our inventory. So let's do something like this. Game object. Let's call it selected equals inventory manager dot instance. Oh, it's not a singleton yet. So we are going to turn it into a singleton. Dot instance dot get first item. And if that is null, we are simply going to go on. If it's not null, so if selected is different than null, we want to set it as the selected object. Got it? So let's turn our inventory manager into a singleton. Public static inventory manager instance. Here we go. Awake insta. Okay, boom, boom. And we should add a method to return the first item. So public game object get first item. Okay, we should be good now. The first item will be grabbed from the pause inventory, not the pause inventory, but the inventory items parent here, the first child. So if this dot child count is greater than 0, we are simply going to return this dot get child at index 0 dot game object. Otherwise, let's return null. That way we make sure that we return null if no item is present in the inventory. We should now go back to the UI selector. Everything seems to be correct. When we close our inventory, we want to set the panel interactability of the shop panel to true, like so. And we will also want to select the first shop object. So we already have a way to do that, if I remember well. Yeah, this one, set select first panel shop, blah, blah, blah. Oh, come on, I'm getting crazy here. Anyway, we are getting there. Slowly but surely. Okay, let's now jump back to Unity. Should we reference stuff in here or not? We've got the inventory slide panel. Okay, UI manager should be okay. The game manager is all right. Let's hit play and hope that everything works right away. I think we will have an error for the shop being opened. Yeah, definitely. So we need to close the shop first and then hit play. And as you can see, it's not working. The go button now is not being selected. Why? We've got a bunch of console logs here. So showing panel pause. Okay, it's showing the pause panel. Doesn't make any sense. Showing selecting resume button. So it has selected the resume button, the pause panel. Showing panel menu, selecting start button, selecting start game button. So the start game button here is different from the start button from the menu. What we've done here is actually select the start game button from the shop. If we select this error or the console log, we can notice that we are indeed inside of the shop manager UI here. The logic is happening there. This is because even though our shop is disabled, the game object is actually disabled here, we do call its methods from the start coroutine inside of the shop UI manager. Because remember, the shop, where is the shop manager? Here it is. These are active here. So this is something we need to keep in mind. So when calling our or triggering our action here, we actually jump to the UI selector and call the inventory closed callback, set the shop panel first object as selected, which prevents us from being able to click on the go button in the menu. I hope this is clear. If not, please let me know. So one quick fix you can use is to only call the action if the inventory is active. So if inventory panel dot game object dot active in hierarchy, then we can trigger this action. Otherwise, no need to do so. And now if we go back to Unity and try this out, so let's hit play, it's working properly. Awesome. So let's now go and check if what we've done is working nicely. Okay, so we've got the go button selected. Let's try and open the inventory. Yep, our first item has been selected and our shop is now not interactable. So if we move right, up, left, and so on, we can't select anything. The only option here is the first item. If we press cancel, we can't close the inventory. I'm going to need to use the mouse here to show you that we do select the go button in the shop panel. That's the case. Awesome. So our on inventory closed action is working properly. Now what we are going to do is add a way to close the inventory by pressing the circle or east button. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to close the inventory and right away the player stats panel whenever we press the cancel button, so the circle or east button on our controller. For that, let's open our shop manager UI. Here we go. Inside of here, we are going to subscribe to our action, the one we've created. So let's add the awake method. Awake. Okay, I can't. Private void awake. Perfect. We will also need the onDestroy, so private void onDestroy. Inside of here, input manager.onCancel plus equals cancel callback. Duplicate and unsubscribe. Let's Alt-Enter, create the method. Perfect. And we can keep it, yeah, let's keep it here actually, because it's actually going to be really simple. Inside of here, we want to check if the inventory has been opened. Okay, if that's the case, we can close it, because when showing the inventory here, we actually set it active property to true. So we're simply going to check if that's the case. So if in here, inventory panel dot active game object, sorry, dot active self or active in hierarchy, we can simply write hide inventory. And same thing for the player stats panel while we are here. So if player stats panel.gameObject.ActiveSelf, hide player stats. Cool. So let's now jump back to Unity and try this out. It's actually really quick and straightforward in my opinion, because we've already set up everything. All right, let's try and open the inventory. First item selected. Let's press circle. Yay, that's what I want to see here. Awesome. Cool. Let's try with the player stats. Boom, open, close, open, close. Oh, so nice. Because we don't have anything to be selected here, but we can still select all of the other items, unfortunately. So we need to disable the shop when opening the player stats. Okay, that's something we need to keep in mind. Let's do this right away, actually. Let's open our shop manager UI. We are going to create a new action for the player stats. Public static action on player stats opened. Okay, same thing for the closed state. Here we go. Let's grab this and drop it whenever we open the player stats. So somewhere around here. Okay, cool. And we are also going to call the on player stats closed, invoke it, if it is active in hierarchy. So if player stats panel.gameObject.active in hierarchy. And the difference here between active self and active in hierarchy is that a game object can be active. Like, let me show you really quickly here. For instance, our player stats container is active self. So the game object in itself is active, but it's disabled in the hierarchy because it's a child of a disabled game object. Really simple. Okay. So now that we've got this, we can open our UI selector, subscribe to the events. So let's duplicate these boys. Boom. This is the unsubscription. Let's subscribe to the on player stats. Opened first. Opened. And on player stats closed. Okay. So we've got player stats opened callback and player stats closed callback. Same thing for the other ones. We can actually duplicate these two actually, instead of the other ones. Boom, unsubscribe, unsubscribe. Let's create these methods. Boom and boom. Grab them, drop them just after the inventory logic. So somewhere around here. We can start with the opened logic and then tackle the closed logic. So when we open the player stats, we want to do the same thing that we've done here. So UI manager.set panel interactability, blah, blah, blah. Drop this line here, and inside of here, boom, same thing, like so. Awesome. And we're done. Let's now try this out. Okay, let's hit play. So now if I select the player stats button, open it, nothing is active. Perfect. Let's hit circle. Awesome. It's finally working. Okay, we are getting there step by step, one thing at a time. Okay, nice. So now let's tackle our item info slide panel. Double sliding panels, of course, remember? So right here we've got two buttons. We've got the recycle button and we also have the close button. So the close button is bumping, so it's animating, but not the recycle button here. We need to tackle this. So yeah, let's do that. Let's open our recycle button inside of the item info slide. So purchase button section. Okay, we've got two buttons, merge and recycle. Let's select both of them. Let's make sure that, the merge button already has the selectable, so that's okay. Let's add it to our recycle button. Really cool. So now what we want to do is also prevent the player from selecting any inventory item while watching or reading the item info. Or we can decide not to do so. If you want to do so, you will have to add a canvas group panel. We already have it for our inventory, which is really nice. But we will have to add another one for the item info slide panel so that we can select objects from here. So buttons, the recycle button and the merge button, along with the close button, but not all of the other items. You decide. So in this case, we are not going to overcomplicate things and keep the inventory interactable, okay? So let's try and recycle an item here. Okay, let's check it out. We've got the first item. Let's press and select the recycle button. Let's press. Okay, it has been recycled. Perfect. If I hit circle, okay, I get back to the shop panel, which is really cool. So recycling an item works perfectly. What about merging an item? What we can do is actually select Mr. Swingy. Let's try and grab this one. Okay, this one maybe. Let's reroll. Okay, the boink and Mr. Swingy. Perfect. Now we should be able to merge. Nice. So let's select the first one and merge. Okay, so I can't merge, apparently. And 2 items are being selected here. Why is this boy bumping here? So the selectable was bumping this recycle button. What we can do is select it. Okay, so this is the recycle button. Okay, so it has the selectable button and the merge and the bumpy button. But why was it bumping at start? Let's try and close this, close the inventory, open it again. Okay, let's select the axe, for instance. Oh, it's not bumping anymore. Okay, let's try this out. Same thing for the boink, not bumping. Anyway, let's go down and select the merge button now. Boom, weapons have been merged, but nothing is being selected. This is really bad. Seems like the close button is being selected here, but I can't select anything else. So let's try and press circle. It works, but it's definitely clunky. As you can see now, the close button is bumping and the other item was bumping. So both buttons were bumping. This is definitely not what we want here. Let's try and merge these two. Okay, so nothing is bumping at first sight. If we go up, nothing happens. Right, nothing. Down, left. Yeah, I'm stuck here. I need to press circle and come back to the shop. So this is really bad again. Let's fix that. So when recycling a weapon, we can't actually select anything. We need to press circle, go back to the shop, and then we can select or come back to the inventory.
Whoa, so many things to fix.
If you don't like this, please don't watch. But let's do that in the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, let's go on. Come on, I'm tired of this. Come on. Please help me. Okay, let's keep going. We can do this. So at this point, we need to tackle the inventory slide panel a little bit better. So let's open our UI selector. Nope. Shop Manager UI. Nope, not now. But let's actually grab the inventory manager. This is where we open our item info. We show it. We also have a way to check whenever we recycle a weapon or an object. And when we merge, maybe, or the merge, weapon merge callback. Yeah, that's really cool here. So we will need to add more actions in here. Just one thing at a time. Do we also have a reference to the close button? Nope, but we have a reference to the inventory item info. So what we can do is grab it from here. Close button. We've got the merge button, recycle button, not the close button, but we can grab it. Or we can simply select the recycle button. Yeah, if we are lazy. If you're not lazy, you can add the close button. That's actually pretty similar. I'm just going to show you the logic here. Okay, so let's open our inventory manager. And inside of here, we are going to create an action. So actions, here we go. Public static action with a button that we want to select, of course. So we will definitely need the unityengine.ui, not this one. unityengine.ui on item info opened. Here we go. We are going to call this method from right here, show weapon info or object info. Yeah, let's call it right here actually. Or maybe after we've shown the info. Let's invoke it and pass in the item info.recycle button. Perfect. That's one thing. And whenever we close the panel. So when do we close the panel? We can actually tackle the recycling first. Yeah, let's tackle the recycling. So let's duplicate this one on weapon recycled, let's say, on item recycled. What we want to do is select the first item of our inventory manager. Recycled, yeah, we already have a method to return the first item, so we can use that. let's actually call on item recycled, invoke with the get first item. And this is a game object here. So we will need to change the argument to a game object. Perfect. Then we've got opening the item info, recycling a weapon. We will need merging a weapon and closing the item info. For the closing of the item info, we can actually check our UI manager, no, the shop manager right here, hide item info. So on item info closed, invoke. Here we go. Let's create that action somewhere at the top here. So let's duplicate this one. On item info closed, perfect. We do call that method. Nice. So we've got, you know what? We're going to do things one by one. That's actually easier to debug. So let's open our UI selector and subscribe to these events. We've got inventory manager, oh, not here. We've got right here. Inventory manager dot on item info opened plus equals item info opened callback. We've got inventory manager dot on item recycled plus equals item recycled callback. Callback. Okay. And we also have the shop manager UI dot on item info closed plus equals item info closed. Cool. So these are the three that we need. Let's grab them, unsubscribe. Okay. Let's unsubscribe correctly. Oh, come on. Please don't do that to me. I'm already... Okay, boom, boom. Should we make it a little bit cleaner at this point? Or is it not relevant? I think we will do this just to chill out a bit. Boom. Boom. And we were good to go. Nice. Same thing here, maybe. Okay. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. There, no, only 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we are good to go. Awesome. So let's now create these. So we will start from the latter one. Okay, not this one. Actually here. Yeah, that's better. Boom and boom. Nice. Okay. So whenever we open the item info, we want to select the recycle button. So it's this one actually. So let's call it recycle button. Here we go. We can simply call set selected game object recycle button. Nice. Of course, we need to turn it into a game object. Whenever we recycle an object, we've got the game object here, which should be our first item thingy. Yep, the one we've used right here in the inventory opened callback, if I remember well. So let's do that. Let's call this method. Okay, drop it here and call it with the obj. And this obj is our inventory first item. Perfect. We've got 2 out of 3. And whenever we close our item info, we want to show the panel, the inventory. So what do we do in here? We set the first game object. Okay. And we also set the interactability, but it's already false when we close the panel. So we can simply call this method. We will need to grab the first object from here. Boom. And paste it here. Awesome. And by the way, whenever we recycle an object, we also need to make sure that this is not null. So if it is null, no need to go on. So if this is different than null, we set it. Otherwise, don't do anything. Cool. Let's now jump back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right, let's go, and wait for a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. Hey. Okay, let's open the inventory. Here is our first item. If we hit press, cross, submit, that's cool. No error. So let's now try and grab some weapons. So this one, and let's say the ouchie too. So now if we recycle this one, so now the recycle button has been selected, by the way. Okay, perfect. Let's press recycle. And we do select the first item, which is really nice. Let's now try and close the panel. We also do select the first item of the inventory, which is really cool. Now, if we merge these two weapons, nothing is being selected. So let's tackle the merge logic now. We should select the recycle button of the brandly new merged weapon. So for that, let's open our inventory manager again and create a new action for when we merge weapons. So public, static, action. This should return a game object or have a game object as an argument. On weapon merged. Here we go. We are going to use this action right there. Recycle, show object, recycle, weapon merged callback. Here we go. So let's call it right here and invoke it. The game object we are going to use here is the recycle button. So item info.recycle button as a game object, of course, as usual. Okay. That way we select the recycle button of the brand new merged weapon. So let's now jump back to our UI selector and subscribe to that event. So inventory manager dot on weapon merged plus equals weapon merged callback. We've got so many actions. Come on, duplicate, move down, and rename a bit. No, not rename, but just add the subtract sign. Boom. Okay, so game object, this is our recycle button. And we can call this method, yes, set selected thingy. Set selected game object, recycle button. Like so. Cool. Let's try this out. And we are getting there, almost done. Thank God. All right, let's hit play. Let's grab some weapons. So maybe Mr. Swingy, Le Pew. Let's reroll Mr. Swingy again. Nice. So now we should be selecting. Wait, where am I? Here. So Mr. Swingy, let's merge, and the recycle button has been selected. Oh, come on, it feels great. We're getting there. Awesome. Let's recycle this boy. Boom. Gone. 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 Nothing more. Let's fight now. Come on. Awesome. Okay, we are done for this lesson. That's enough. So in the next one, let's tackle our scroll view before jumping to the wave transition. See you there. Welcome back, guys. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Come on, we're almost there. Finally, the scroll view. The scroll view and then the wave transition. But the wave transition is actually pretty simple. So let's tackle the scroll view. It's also pretty simple in that case. We've done everything that's complicated here at this point. So we already have a way to detect whenever we move the right stick, right? Navigate, scroll, action performed, this one. So we are going to open our shop manager because this is the one that contains a reference to the containers parent. And basically, whenever we move the right stick, we are going to move this boy to the right or to the left. Okay. So inside of here, we can write input manager dot on navigate scroll plus equals move scroll view or scroll, something like that. Yeah, scroll. Yeah, scroll callback. Yeah, scroll feels a little bit empty in my opinion. So let's unsubscribe. Now we can generate the method and we've got a float. This is our right axis or X value, actually, let's call it. We can remove this. And what we are going to do in here is, as I've told you, change the anchored position of our container. So containers parent dot anchored position. It's not a rect transform, it's a transform, but we can grab the rect transform component. Rect transform dot anchored position plus equals x value times time dot delta time times vector2 dot right. But of course, we need to tweak the scroll speed. So for that, we are going to create a new value somewhere around here. So settings, serialize field, private float, scroll speed. Here we go. Let's grab it and use it somewhere around here. Here we go. And I'm already going to set the minus sign instead of positive here, because when going to the right, we should move the scroll view to the left. So it's actually the opposite direction. Okay. What you could have done is also switch this to vector2.left and keep the positive sign here, or keep the positive sign here and set the scroll speed to a negative value. You decide. There are so many ways you can do it. Okay, so now let's jump back to Unity. We will need to set up our scroll speed, of course. All right, let's select our shop manager somewhere around here. Scroll speed for now, I'm simply going to set it to, I don't know, maybe 100, and then we can tweak it. Let's hit play. All right, let's try this out. So trying to move the right joystick. Yay! We're going to the right. That is so cool. Same thing to the left. Okay, awesome. My joystick is a bit clunky, so it's not working really well, but it's working. Try with your own joystick and you will see. Nice. Awesome. So now we can select all of the weapons and objects. That is so cool. Awesome. So that's one thing. Now let's tackle the wave transition bits because it's actually also really simple. Whenever we spawn a chest container, so let's actually disable, let's enable the wave transition here and grab a chest container, sorry. Where is our chest container? Chest object container, drop it here, perfect. We've got a take button and a recycle button. So what we can do is set the take button as the default button to be selected. So let's open our chest object container script, not the prefab. Here we go. And whenever we configure this boy, we are going to trigger an action with the take button. So we don't have the system library. Let's add it. Here we go. Actions. Here we go. No, come on. I can't type anymore. Public, static, action. Let's pass in a button in our case or a game object. You decide. We are actually going to pass in a game object. Always changing my mind. On spawned, something like that. Whenever we spawn the chest container. Yep, seems logical. And after configuring the stat containers, we can call onspawned, invoke it with the take button.gameObject. Cool. So that way, whenever we collect a chest, it's going to appear in the wave transition and it will automatically select the take button here. We can apply the same logic for our wave transition manager. Whenever it's configured, so somewhere at the top here, configure upgrade containers, yeah, right here. Whenever we configure the upgrade containers, what we can do is select the first upgrade container, okay? So let's create an action for that. And we have the system library, awesome. So we can simply add the action, public static action. Let's pass in a game object again, on configured, here we go. We can call this method right here. So on configured invoke with the upgrade containers at index 0.gameObject. Nice. Just after configuring them. So now we can jump back to our UI selector and subscribe to these two events. So somewhere around here we can write chest object container dot onspawned plus equals chest spawned callback. Okay. And let's also add the other one. It was wave transition manager dot unconfigured. Yep. Wave transition configured callback. This is the longest one so far. Awesome. Let's add a space here. Okay, boom. Let's move these at the bottom. Okay, one by one. Yep, somewhere around here. Decent. Let's now unsubscribe and create these two callbacks. So the first one and the second one. Perfect. So it's going to be really simple. Whenever we spawn a chest, we want to set the selected object as the obj. And the obj here is our take button. Okay, same thing here. We want to set the selected game object as the obj, and our obj here is the upgrade container, if I remember well. Okay, I think we are good to go. Let's try this out. So let's jump back to Unity. What I might need to do is select the wave manager and make it a little bit longer, maybe 10 seconds. Okay. Same thing for the drop manager. Just to be able to drop chests, what we are going to do is set it to, I don't know, maybe let's say 100. Okay. All of the enemies should drop chests. So now let's try this out. All right, let's go. Select a weapon because now we will need to attack enemies. Okay. Let's defeat the first one. Here's a chest. Here is another one. Here is another one. Okay. Let's maybe grab 4 of them. Cool. Okay, so right now it seems like nothing is being selected, but it is. look at how faint the color is changing. It's really subtle. We haven't added the selected bold button. Come on, Nat. Help me. Okay, so let's just recycle this boy and take this one. Let's also take this one and this one. Cool. So now I can also select these, as you can notice. Awesome. So let's just add the selectable button and we can call it a section. It was so long. So prefabs, UI, chest object container. We can grab the take button and recycle button, selectable button. This is done. Awesome. So now let's tackle the upgrade containers. This boy has the button. So yeah, he should have the selectable button component. Now if we hit play, we should be good to go. So let's select a weapon, cotton candy this time. Okay, here we go. Oh, come on, last one. Yep, I got it. So now, yeah, it's working. Now these are bumping. Take, recycle, and these two. Awesome. So it was long. It was really not easy, but you did it. Well done. Oh, come. I don't have words for it. But anyway, I really hope that you've benefited from these lessons and that you've enjoyed them, even though it was a bit tiring at the end, towards the end. Yeah, I'm sorry for that, but this is something you need to deal with. When making games, not everything is going to be fun and loth. And yeah, sometimes you will have to jump over some obstacles, and some obstacles might be higher than others. Just keep going and stay strong. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add a virtual mouse to our game. So previously we've managed navigation with the joystick. Now we are going to use that same joystick to control the virtual mouse. This lesson is inspired by CodeMonkey's video on the topic. No need to reinvent the wheel. We are going to grab that solution and adapt it to our case. Okay. Let's first create our virtual mouse. So first up, let's select our canvas, hide the wave transition panel. Here we go. And we are going to create a new canvas for our mouse. So let's create it right away. Here it is. Let's call it virtual mouse canvas. Perfect. Let's drop it just above the event system. And we are going to switch the UI scale mode to scale with screen size, as we've done previously, 1920 by 1080p. Perfect. Let's now create our virtual mouse component. So let's call it virtual mouse. Here we go. Make sure to anchor it to the bottom left of the screen and make sure not to miss this step. It is really important here. Then we can set the position on X to 0, 0, same thing for the width and the height. We don't need them. Then let's again right click and create our virtual mouse render. Let's add an image component and select a cool little arrow that we should have in our assets. So let's write arrow. Okay, let's have a look at it. Here it is, the up arrow. Perfect. We can preserve the aspect and let's press F to focus it in the scene. Here it is. Cool. We are going to duplicate this and set it as a child of itself because this is going to be our outline. Perfect. Let's stretch it on the container and change the sprite to the outline right here. Set it to black. Perfect. Now we can grab our virtual mouse and set it somewhere around 500 and 500 so that we can better spot it. And right now we can't see it yet. Why? Because our canvas here is rendered on top of our virtual canvas. So we are going to select our virtual mouse canvas and set the sort order to 1. Here we go. That's already way better. Cool. I want to rotate this mouse a little bit, so maybe by 45 degrees, but if you don't want to rotate it, keep it as is. And to make what's selected or what we're going to select more obvious, I'm just going to drop this inside of its own child somewhere around here. So let's call it virtual mouse pointer, like so. So let's select the virtual mouse pointer and set its width to 0, 0. Okay, here we go. Then we can anchor our mouse to the top left and move it to somewhere around here where it makes sense actually. Okay, Perfect. So we are now done for our virtual mouse renderer. Now we want to add the virtual mouse component. So let's select our virtual mouse and add it. Perfect. We need to set up the graphic and the transform. So let's grab our renderer. Here we go. And the pointer is this one. Perfect. We are going to increase the cursor speed. And of course, you can tweak it when playing with it. For now, let's set it to 1000. And after controlling it, if we feel that it's too slow or too fast, we can change that value. After that, we need to set up our actions. So you can use a reference using an action that we've already created, or we can set it from scratch. So let's actually set it from scratch. So let's add a new binding. Here we go. Double click and listen to the joystick. So let's try and move it. Okay, I need to to start the joystick first. Here we go. Hurry up, please. Okay, here it is. Boom, left stick, perfect. Then the left button can be our south button. So let's add a binding for that. It's the cross button on my joystick, button south. Cool. So we now have our two buttons to control the virtual mouse. At this point, we should be able to control the mouse. So let's hit play and try this out. Okay, I'm going to try and move it. Boom. Yay. That's so cool. Awesome. It's already working really well. But there are some issues here. The first one is that we still have the plushies button that is bumping, so selected. Same thing for the go button because I'm moving the joystick. So Unity thinks that I want to use the old or previous navigation system. So keep in mind that you need to select the one you want to use. Either this new one with the mouse or the previous one that we've made. Next thing, we can go outside of the bounds of the screen. This is really bad. This is definitely not what we want. We'll also have more issues, but let's fix them one by one. Okay, first off, let's prevent ourselves from using both selection methods. So for that, we are going to use or open our UI selector here. Okay, here we go. We are going to add a boolean. So private bool. Use, let's say, virtual mouse. Okay, let's set it as a serialized field. So serialize field, perfect. Settings, actually, cool. And inside of the awake method, if we use the virtual mouse, use virtual mouse, then what we want to do is actually destroy this. We want to destroy this script. Okay, here we go. I think that we will need to add this to the set selected game object method too. Yeah, so let's add it here just to make sure that we do destroy the UI selector before selecting anything. Now let's go back to Unity. Okay, let's tick this boolean here, hit play. And indeed, our thingy has been deleted. And as you can see, the start button here has been selected, even though we've destroyed the script. So it has been called before we destroy the script. That's okay. We can still navigate here because we need to manage our event system now. Okay, let's do that. Let's select our event system. Cool. Under the input system UI input module, we want to set the move thingy here to none. We don't want to allow the player to move. We are also going to set the submit to none. Otherwise, we would have two inputs whenever we click on south here. So with the input system, along with our virtual mouse. So every time you click on cross or the south button, you would click twice. It would be really annoying. So now let's try and hit play. Let's try and move the mouse. Okay, so now we are not navigating with it anymore. Let's try and select the settings button here. Okay, seems like I can't. Okay, what about the plushies? I can't. But if I move somewhere around here, I can now select the plushies button. This is weird. Let's try and get back. Okay, so I can't press here. Maybe move down a little bit until I can press it. Okay, I'm pressing cross here. Okay, I'm not touching it. It should be somewhere around here. Oh, as you can see, I did move the character selection while being here. So it seems like we've got an issue with our virtual mouse here. Okay. I can't press. Okay, so if it was somewhere around here, I need to go left. Here it is. I was able to click it. Okay. Okay, I was able to go back. So it seems like we've got an issue with our mouse. Why? Because in our game here, we are using 16 by 9 aspect instead of using full HD. So the second thing you need to make sure of is that you use the same resolution that you are using in your canvas here. 1920 by 1080, 1920 by 1080, okay? So this will ensure that you've got a scale of 1. If your scale is different than 1, so let's go back to 16 by 9, like so, we will definitely have an issue. All right, let's try this out again. Here we go. Let's try and select Dave. Okay, nothing. What about the go button? Nothing. Okay, seems like it's still not working. Why? Because you need to make sure that your mouse and outline or the graphic you're using as your virtual mouse has the raycast target as off. Let's try this out now. Boom. I can now select Dave, Kawaii Survivor, and all of the things I want to select. Really cool. So at this point, it's already working pretty well. So let's fix our issues. We should not go off screen first. Let's fix that. Let's create a new script for that. So let's right click, create a new C# script, and let's call it virtual mouse UI. All right, let's attach it to our virtual mouse. So let's grab it, drop it somewhere around here and open it. Cool. So inside of here, we are going to need multiple things. First off, let's switch our update method to the late update method so that we apply our code after the mouse has been moved. Then we want to create a new vector2. Let's call it virtual mouse pause. We are going to grab the position of the virtual mouse. So let's create a reference to it. Elements. No need to serialize the field here. Private virtual mouse input, virtual mouse input. Here we go. We will need to add the input system.ui library. Here we go. Then let's add the awake method to grab that component. So virtual mouse input equals get component of type virtual mouse input. And we also want to add the require component attribute to make sure that we've got a virtual mouse input attached to this game object. Virtual mouse input. Cool. Now that we've got this, we can grab its position. So virtual mouse input dot virtual mouse dot position. Okay. But this position here is not a vector2. It's actually a vector2 control. So we need to grab the value of that control as a vector2. Okay. And it's also going to be a little bit tricky to apply the position, but we'll get there. Then we can clamp this position. So virtual mouse pause dot x equals mathf dot clamp the virtual mouse pause dot x between 0 and screen dot width. Same thing for the y-axis. Let's clamp it between 0 and the height of the screen. Okay, something like that. Perfect. And after clamping our position, we can apply it again. To apply it again, as I've told you, it's a bit tricky. We need to use the input state class. Let's add the low-level library here. And if you want more info on the topic, I'm going to try and leave a link to the documentation. Here is how it looks like. You can notice the change method here to change the position of our virtual mouse. Cool. Okay, let's jump back to Unity. So input state.change. And what do we want to change? Well, we want to change the virtual mouse input dot virtual mouse dot position. And the value we are going to assign is our virtual mouse pause. Perfect. Let's try this out. So let's go back to Unity. I'm going to try and move the cursor. Okay, to the top. Yay, clamped to the left. Awesome. Bottom and right. So cool. Okay, everything is now working. Really nice. By the way, I think we did not disable the raycast target outside of the play mode, so let's do so. And now we can go to the next step. Let's fix the scale. So let's jump back to our script here, and the start method will be converted into a coroutine. That way we can wait for one frame. So yield return null before setting the scale of our pointer and so on, and the graphic attached to our pointer. So inside of here, we want to grab the scale of our canvas. So float scale factor will be equals to 1f divided by get component in parent actually of type canvas. Here we go. Dot transform dot local scale dot x. So this is the value we need to multiply our pointer by to restore a correct position. Remember, when setting 16 by 9, it was not working correctly, not pointing at the object we wanted to select. So now we can apply this scale. So transform dot local scale equals vector3.1 multiplied by the scale factor. Perfect. And this will imply that our arrow will be scaled up. We don't want that. We want it to keep the same size. So we are going to apply the opposite scale here. Instead of multiplying, we are going to divide. So virtual mouse input dot cursor transform dot local scale equals vector3.1 divided by the scale factor. Perfect. And this will also imply that our cursor speed will be weird. It's going to be impacted by that scale. So let's change that. Virtual mouse input dot cursor speed. Here we go. Divided equals by the scale factor. Perfect. Now it's responsive. So let's try this out. Let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right, it's not going to change anything now because I'm in full HD. So let's change the resolution here to, let's say, 16 by 9 as we had previously, and check if we can now better aim at the buttons. Okay, yeah, it's now working correctly. Awesome. Really cool. Yeah, that's actually, this control method is actually way more relevant in our case here. Yeah, definitely. So here is another issue. Awesome, we keep getting issues. Our pointer should be hidden when we are playing. Let's fix that. Okay, so let's jump back to our code here. We want to know whenever we switch to the game mode. So we are going to implement the iGameStateListener interface. Okay, here it is. So if the GameState equals GameState.game, we want to hide the cursor. So hide cursor. Otherwise, we can show the cursor. So show cursor, because any other state will be a UI state. Private void hide cursor. We can simply write something like virtual mouse input dot current or cursor transform dot game object dot set active false. Just disable the game object. We can then enable it. So this is cursor, not cursor. Let's show the cursor. True. Here we go. So we now have a way to show and hide the cursor. We still need to hide it and show it in another situation. Whenever we pause the game. So we can subscribe to these events here. Inside of the awake method, we can write game manager, here it is, dot on game paused plus equals show cursor, and game manager dot on game resumed plus equals hide cursor. Here we go. Now we also need to unsubscribe from these. So private void on destroy. Let's grab these two. Okay, copy, paste, and unsubscribe. Perfect. Let's try this out. All right, let's hit play. Let's go. Boom. Let's select a weapon, this one. I'm going to try and pause the game. Oh, right now the cursor is invisible. So let's pause and it's visible again. Really cool. Nice. Let's again try and display the shop here. Okay, we are going to display the wave transition first, I think. Yep, it's the case. So let's take this, take everything here, maybe range. Okay. And what's cool here is that you can control the scroll view with the right stick because we've added that functionality previously. And also with the mouse, you can press cross or south button with the left stick. And it's working really well. Awesome. Yeah, that's more relevant here. Okay, cool. I hope this was useful and see you in the next one. Cheers.